What's going on, guys? Oh, shit. We gotta get it. A little late, had to make some hot chocolate, bro. It was a little frosty last night, you know what I'm saying? Not cold, but, definitely if you were naked, you would be complaining. That's the type of weather we get sometimes. Just getting started. Muy bueno. I put a little peppermint in this. God damn. Look, man, don't make fun of my hot chocolates. I don't have any energy drinks. So, what up, dude? This is going to have to do. Oh. Oh. There was a debate that I wanted to see. And then there's something on Buy Me a Coffee that I need to get to. Hey, it's Ricardo, man. All right. Oh, man. Dude, I'm back in hoodie weather, bro. This is beautiful, man. I'm already awake and I've been baking. Yeah, dude, I went and did 3 fat dabs this morning, bro. I figured if I'm coughing, it'll warm the soul, Gonna use any excuse I can come up with. Fuck, my microphone is so far away. Sorry about that. This whole time. Look, bro. I'm totally baked. It's gonna be a toasty evening or morning, dude. I'm gonna try to do some form of political commentary or just debate commentary on a debate. Maybe I should move away from the political and just try to focus on the fallacies and debate tactics these people are using. This way, everyone. Nah, dude. I couldn't help but spout my political opinions, dude. It just happens, bro. Some pineapple cloche, bro? What? Or colosh? What the fuck, bro? Oh.
Do I say a statement or you ask?
Whatever you want to do. I think Trump's wrong about basically everything, so we got a lot to talk about if you want, in terms of ground to cover.
The far left is nothing more than a coalition of fragmented groups standing on a platform.
Went down some Kirk conspiracy theories last night. Oh, dude, about how he, don't tell me you were watching Candace Owens to do that, bro.
Of pure hypocrisy.
Okay.
That's my belief.
Can I
So this guy just said the far left is a loose coalition of pure hypocrisy.
ask, when you say the far left, who are we talking about
These
here?
people right here in this room.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay, so help me start this one out, okay? Because this is my common rebuttal, okay? So when I ask people, who are the far left, okay? I get an answer like this, okay?
Right.
But then when they ask me and I talk about the far right, I would say the same about, Congress. So, I feel like, as much as I love my fans and you guys are powerful, I don't know the capacity for changing the character of the United States or California or even LA. But for Republicans, I feel like they're changing the character of the entire country at an accelerated rate in a way that I really don't like. How can I make these two things equally threatening?
That's such a good rebuttal by my dude here, because his whole thing is how are you going to hold Destiny's Community responsible for the entire United States of America, but not Trump? That's a pretty good rebuttal, man. It kind of hits right at the theme of what his entire complaint about the rhetoric around between the left and the right is. And some random TikTokers. Oh God, I'm afraid to ask what those theories might be. Let's get this off of top chat to live chat. Thank you. Boom.
Like, make me care about, crazy college kids that are far left.
Well, the youth are the future, right? That's what we've been taught since we were born. The children are the future. So the reason why the far left leaning college kids are an issue is because these are the people who old people like me will hand this country over to. And we're in a time where, it's an unprecedented access to new information, right? So you pretty much can go out and find something that supports what you want to believe within 2 or 3 seconds or minutes.
True.
It wasn't like that in the 60s. It wasn't like that in the 70s or the 80s. People had to actually go search for, they had to go do research. You had to go to a library, open a book.
Excuse me?
When you're searching to find what you want to believe, like support for what you want to believe, oftentimes you'll find things that go against what you believe.
It's so crazy how these people have no self-awareness, dude. Like, that's exactly what you do. This is just projection. You're literally attributing the things you do to other people. Like, this is bullshit. Like, they don't deal in facts. You can pull up a study, you can pull up articles, you can pull up indictments, and they'll just be like, from the government? The government gave you that? Oh, you trust the government? So then but then they make these stupid appeals to the truth when they don't even fucking believe in the truth, objective truth. Some of these motherfuckers don't believe dinosaurs walked the earth. They believe in sky fairies and delusions. Oh.
But they make a lot of sense, right? Research.
Trump is the United States. The U.S. invented fascism, fused capitalism with religion. The idea that Trump is an abbreviation or problem is hilarious. He is what we are, at least the white half. No, not at all.
Which is necessary. Now,
That's literally just racism. You're just spitting racism, man. Jesus Christ.
now you put on TikTok, you got 100 people, an echo chamber saying exactly what you're thinking.
Dude, your fucking TikTok media stuff is way stronger and way more funded than the fucking left. The way it's always been. What the fuck? You guys have always been the most popular on TV. You're always you have your Fox News is the most watched media thing. It's been that way since I was a fucking child. You guys had superstars like Rush Limbaugh, Glenn Beck. What the fuck has the right and left had? We've had a few comedians over time. You even got Joe Rogan, bro. What do you... If anyone exists in echo chambers, it's the motherfuckers that don't believe in science. Anyway.
Thinking, and you
Hi, lost to God. Oi, watch it with the fairy slamming. Whoa. 1, you can't be racist to white people. 2, the whites are the racist and still are just to do the cigar lounge and talk to the good old boys. Yeah, that's just racism, dude. I'm not, you hating on white people for their whiteness is racism. There is no other way to define that. You can add any qualifier you want into the equation, but you're hating a group of people for the color of their skin. People are not responsible for the actions of their ancestors. What a ridiculous fucking train of thought. You hold a person accountable for the self. That's it, dude. That's it. I hate on white people for the content of their character and their culture. You don't know the content of a white person's character by the color of their skin. You have no idea. You're literally just being bigoted and you're a racist. That's crazy. That's crazy, dude. That's wild. That you just openly throw around racism. Their culture is garbage. They are garbage. Their parents are garbage and their kids will be garbage. Yeah, dude, you're just a really hateful person. That's crazy. Yeah, that's silly. Exactly, dude. You're the reason why the left lost all dominance. Like you're the person. You're the antithesis of an American. You go against all of the values that you preach. It's fucking wild. If this is what hip hop teaches people, hip hop needs to go away. If it brain rots people to the idea that like all white people are bad, the left has never had dominance. Yes, we have. Yes, we have. Jesus Christ, dude.
Really don't have a need to do any type of research, and that's the age we're in.
Sure, so I don't necessarily disagree with some of that. I mean, I would say that every age brings with it like access to information in ways that we didn't have before, right? And, you know, the printing press and, you know.
Not all white people, the cool ones hate the uncool whites. I don't hate any whites. I don't hate anybody for the color of their skin, bro. Now, if I see someone be a piece of shit, I'm going to hate that person. Like, if I see a guy who's a deadbeat, I'm not going to probably like him. If I see a guy who's like, you know, got a history of sexual assault, I'm probably not going to like him. If I see somebody who yells at their woman in public, I'm not going to like him. That's why you're an uncool white. If it means you are liberal, yes, dude. I believe in a liberal democracy, yes. 100%. Right. Yeah. So I love you, buddy, but in my political party, I need you to get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? You need to go start your third party. You know, you should go start like the socialism communism party, the communist dick suck party, like that. You could go start that, and you know, we'll see how well you fare in elections and what political power you have and what will you can enforce on the people around you. We'll let you do that. By all means.
Radio and then TV. I think was Vietnam the one that they called the TV war, or whatever, the first where you had people that had.
It's my party is cool. You just go start one. You, the Hassans, the Immortal Techniques, all the people that, you know, I'm a student of history. yeah. You guys could just go over there, dude. You know, I mean, liberals are going to trial with conservatives at the new International Court of Africa. Yeah. So, that's the cool thing about liberals, man. Liberals have the ability to disagree with other liberals without it being ostracized from the party, or without facing potential jail time. They're not authoritarian. Like they're just, hey man, do your own thing. Liberals, yeah, we can disagree with one another. It's a fucking wild concept. Liberals used to be in the conservative party and the right and the left. We were right there. Liberals were at the center. You know what I mean? We kind of like flex into both once. Most liberals that go into the red side become libertarians. Like, it's crazy. You know, it's just crazy. Good morning, Lou. We are the lost ones.
Had like video footage of soldiers coming back wounded and stuff, and you had a lot of college kids protesting that. For Iraq, that might have been the first time we had like embedded units where we were getting like reports like on the ground and video footage and everything, and now we're seeing, you know, 4K drone high def footage of people blowing each other up in Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel. I do agree the information is increasing. The one thing I guess I don't like, or that I'm confused about when it comes to college stuff, when I look at like kids.
Want overall economic growth, which is the most evil thing? No. Economic growth is good. Is good. It means people are getting paid and have money and can do the things they want. See, like, this is the problem that I have with communism and socialism, okay? They actually want the people to suffer. That's what they want. They want all of our economic systems to fail so that the people suffer, and then they get mad as fuck, and then they rebel. Because the only way you can drink the poison of all of the stupid shit between communism and socialism, which has been practiced numerous times, even the Nordic models are moving away from some of their current system. They're trying to like reprivatize a few sectors. It doesn't work. And the only way they can take that red pill or that blue pill is if dude, they're desperate enough to do so. So by making all of the systems fail, people will have no choice but to buy into the dog shit ideology that has killed more people around the globe than anything. Jesus fuck. Other than religion. Conservative wants to fight. Liberals claim they are good people until you turn your back, then you get stabbed. That doesn't make sense, buddy.
Kids who are 18 to 22, aren't you supposed to be like kind of stupid? Isn't that like the time of your life to be crazy? 18 to 20. I don't like, or that I'm confused about when it comes to college stuff. When I look at like kids who are 18 to 22, aren't you supposed?
Liberals are leeches who always choose money over values at the end of the day. They're against every war but the current war, and for every social movement except the current one. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? How unhinged is that? How, like, bro, you're literally just locking people into camps, and then you see, here's the difference. When I'm talking about communism and socialism, I'm talking about the ideas of the movement. And when you talk about liberals, you're talking about the people. Liberals have changed everything. Liberals are the ones who got women the right to vote. Liberals are the reason why, we finally ended segregation and we freed slaves. Liberals did all of these things. They watered down change. Yes, because you can't make radical changes out the gate. Yes, dipshit. Yes. Governments are designed to move slowly on purpose. We have to see things in real time. No socialist anarchists and communists did that? No, they didn't. Because at the end of the day, even if you believe they're the ones who did all the groundwork, even if you believe that, even if I grant you that, this is where your entire system of ideas fall apart. At the end of the day, guess who voted in those things in Congress? The liberals, dude. Like, at the end of the day, you have to capitulate to the center. And where are the people in the center? Oh, those are typically liberals. And then they're the ones who vote for the things that you want. So even if you're right on the ground game, even if you're 100% correct that you did all of the legwork for get your movement started, at the end of the day, you have to rely on liberals, dog. Because liberals are the ones who vote your shit in. Because they're the center. I have red marks, dude. It's crazy. Just because I have red marks doesn't mean I'm going to side with Marx. Karl Marx is a fucking dipshit, and his ideas are dog shit. Whoa! See, these are the people that live in quotes. Like, what? These are the people who live in quotes. They think because they've read a thing that they're automatically you know what? How about this? How about you articulate your opinion of what you've read and read it back to me in a way that is tangible? Because if you understand what you read, you should be able to teach what you read. If you can't teach it, then you didn't understand it and you need to reread the book, bitch. Whoa! This guy.
Supposed to be like kind of stupid? Isn't that like the time of your life to be crazy? Because if I talk to some like 20-year-old kid and I was like, tell me about your political outlook, and he's like, well, I'm a strong supporter of institutions and fiscal responsibility. I'm like, God damn, this is the most boring fucking household ever. Right? Like, aren't they always like crazy? Isn't that normal?
Well, Kamala Harris said the same thing about college kids being stupid, and look what happened to her. She didn't get elected, right? College kids are not stupid. They're in school for a reason. You know who's stupid? People sitting out on drugs, doing crime. They're stupid. College kids.
I'm not teaching a liberal. You didn't even learn econ from a professor. All I hear is you running away, dog. If you have an opinion that you've read from one of these great thinkers that you think are like the arbiters of thought, you should be able to articulate that opinion effectively to me. Because if you understand something, you can teach something. So these are just basic generalities on logic and wisdom. I mean, if you can't do that, that's on you, homie. I'm not the one who didn't take in the information that he read. I disagree with Karl Marx. That's crazy. I can do that. That's wild.
Kids are in an age of where they're.
That's not true. Yes, it is 100% true. If you understand something very well, you should be able to articulate that thing. Who cares? All right, teach me something, buddy. Show me what you got. While you type whatever out you're typing, I'm gonna get back to the video though.
They're learning, and they're trying to grow into people who can like facilitate the continued prosperity of this country. The problem is we're not giving them a chance to learn through experience what older people like their parents already know.
What do you think is... So I do agree that college kids, for demographic reasons, and like if you're going to college, you're probably a little bit more intelligent. You go there to get more intelligent. Like I agree with that. Have you ever played like board games or whatever?
Have I ever played board
Yeah,
games?
well, there's sometimes people are making like role-playing games. They've got like intelligence and you got like wisdom.
Right,
or
right,
some people
right.
might call like street smarts or book smarts or whatever. However people are life experience, common sense versus knowing things. Like college kids can be smart, but oh my god, they can also be fucking stupid, right? Like you'll see like a guy who's 22, graduating college, maybe 21 early, like drunk driving or making the dumbest decision ever for the first time, crashes his car, gets his girlfriend pregnant, whatever stuff. Because like man, their kids are dumb, they make dumb mistakes, they do that, it'll happen. There's no way, like part of the learning experience is making those mistakes and being crazy and being cringe, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, Mark Zuckerberg's not stupid. He was that age at one point, and he created $1 billion company. The more access you have to information, the less ignorant you are of what's going on.
A regression analysis allows you to draw a line through a cloud of data and statistically determine how to draw all the points closest to the line. You make hypotheses as to whatever the line curves. Okay, what did that prove? Like, you're essentially just making this along with ANOVA is how you study correlation. Okay. What does this have to do with what we're talking about? Okay, it still has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You're abstracting from the conversation. What's up, Samantha?
Going on. I could see the
Okay, but this has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah, so all you did was obfuscate from the point you were supposed to be making. I know what you're trying to say. It's not very complicated. Like, you're literally just talking about cause and effect, and then on top of that, you're talking about when we already have a preconceived notion of something that we might go against that preconceived notion while looking through facts. You're filtering things through the idea. You're filtering things out to think that because you don't have the tools to read the studies that show that Marxism is correct. Sure, dude. If you need some universal teaching to like try to unlock the hidden meaning of Marxism that's somehow going to make it work this time, like what are we talking about here? You have to know more math? No, I don't. That's crazy. All right, man. If more math makes you more racist, I'm okay with not learning more math. How about that? Crazy solution.
college kid, like Ferris Bueller's Day Off or something. Like back in those days, yeah, you kind of were expected to be a little bit dumb and gullible. But now people have information. They have answers to things at the touch of a button. I don't think they're as ignorant or as stupid as we would like them to be.
But I mean, like,
I think the Democrats banked on that, and it like blew up in their face. And I think that's one of the hypocritical aspects of the far left, is that they expect everyone to be so dumb that they don't actually think, about the issues that they're expected to go vote on, and they just take somebody like Maxine Waters' word for it, somebody like.
Dude, the level of projection this man is throwing out is insane. Like, These people just listen to Donald Trump. That's all they do. This is a Pang Burn anti-Trump tour in Los Angeles. Destiny versus MAGA supporters. Like, the level of projection here is off the chart, dude. These guys listen to everything that Donald Trump says as like 100% fact. And then like, they'll be like, you guys only listen to Maxine Waters. Bro, I don't know a single motherfucker that's listened to Maxine Waters. Other than maybe the people directly in her district that she voted in. What the fuck, man? Why would anyone listen to Maxine Waters? She has the charisma of a choking pug.
Kamala Harris, like, do you think, I don't think Kamala Harris is smarter than the average 20-year-old college student, honestly.
How the fuck can you say that, dude? What? Dude, she's held the second highest office in America. She's probably way more intelligent than a majority of the motherfuckers on this stage. She's probably more intelligent than even dipshit Stephen Bennell over here, okay? But like, dude, she passed the bar. Do people not know how hard that is? Bro, lawyers that have practiced for years can't practice beat the bar, bro. Whose side job was proving companies had racist intersectionality? Bro, we're already past this conversation. Right now, you're just typing into the void, dude. All you're justifying is your need and desire to be racist to people. And if you want to be that guy, more power to you, dude. Yeah, dude, she wasn't... Yeah, exactly, Stuart.
Honestly,
I think
they can string a sentence together. She can't.
Kamala Harris.
Dude, Trump can't... I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. Trump is incapable of stringing together a sentence. Holy fuck.
If she can't string a sentence together, I have no idea how much you're paying for Trump translations because there's no way you can understand anything that guy's saying.
True.
But okay, but let me just back up one more time to this, and then we can move on to the next thing. Do you have any kids?
Yeah.
You ever
Do
have,
you?
Yeah. You ever have somebody who doesn't have kids try to tell you how to be a parent?
Here's the real question.
Yeah.
Do they?
No. Well, most of them probably don't. But I'm just saying that, like, no matter how smart somebody is, every parent's had that experience where somebody who doesn't have kids is there telling them, what they do. And it's not about them being smart or stupid or whatever. It's just they don't have the experience, the lived experience,
This is why
right?
your premise is totally bad.
Dude, every time you say I'm being racist, you're being white. I think it's better to port us all back to Europe and try to work it out here. The bar is lowered for Trump for some strange reason. Exactly, Lou. If you just say, I mean, dude, if you want to be racist, I'm not going to stop you, man. I really don't give a shit. You're just probably a bad person. More power to you, bro. I love you. I wish you would change. Hopefully you improve your, hopefully you improve in life to a point where you can not be a bigoted individual. But if you must continue life being bigoted, well, hopefully you live long and flourish. You make me sad to be white. Cool, man. It doesn't sound like, it doesn't sound like you liked being white to begin with. You're probably just one of those people that is like a self-hating person of your race. Like, congratulations, man. You played yourself.
Faith, because your audience is a bunch of people who don't deal with the everyday struggles that you and I deal with. So you can talk. Hold on. You can talk to them. Listen, do you know how much I care about an illegal criminal alien immigrant when my daughter says, "Hey, Dad"?
You make me happy to be Asian, Will? Exactly, bro. My stupidity improves the power of your race.
I need $4,000 for volleyball, club volleyball. I'm like, I don't care about that. This is my issue that I have to deal with today. And when they have kids and they have to deal with paying for daycare, feeding those kids, providing a place for those kids to live, they're gonna care a lot less about some guy in El Salvador getting due process when he's a criminal. And he should
Jesus Christ. bro. You can keep just digging your hole. Like you're not making like no one gives a shit about your argument. Like we intrinsically know that treating people poorly for the color of their skin is incorrect. We've been taught that by our society because every people inside our country deserve the right to live a long life and prosper and attempt to flourish. Like, there's nothing like hating someone for an unmutable characteristic that they didn't pick and choose is unequivocally wrong. You can hate people for the things they do. That's when we should cast judgment on people. When someone does something wrong, you hold them accountable for that being wrong. But you don't hate people before a crime. You don't hate people before, they actually do any kind of action because doing so is just bigoted. It's how bigots have justified their animosity towards other people across the racial divide for hundreds and thousands of years. Like you're literally putting people in a box and you're thinking that it's okay to like not like them. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, you are just fucking wrong. And like I can't explain it to you in any other way other than that people are responsible for their actions and their actions alone. Bottom line. Immigration should be seen as an opportunity. Exactly, dude. Especially when we're not having as many kids, right? Holy fuck.
I mean, but it depends on what your lived experience is, though, right?
No.
Like when I was growing up, okay, there were family members of mine that were criminal illegal immigrants because half of my family comes from Cuba. But now the difference is my mom loves the.
That's just fat guy lazy speak for I'm too cowardly to be anti-racist. Sure, dude. Now, like. Sure. It's not neutral. I want to treat people as people. That's yeah. I will be. If that means I'm a fascist, then butter me up, man, and slap me on a dollar bill with Donald Trump, bro. Fuck you. I would rather defend that than people like you. This is why I said that even if like a far lefty communist socialist person got in, I would have voted Trump. Because at least Trump at the end of the day wants to save America, not fucking send it to hell like whatever the fuck this is. Oh my God, have you seen the coin? Didn't they make one of Charlie Kirk? Like, dude, you're fucking unhinged, dude. Yeah, I would. Immigrant here, and I can say that the vast majority of the U.S. want opportunity. Yeah, dude. Well, on top of that, immigrants that actually immigrate to our country are less likely to commit crimes. They're less violent than natural born citizens. Like, holy fuck. They don't know, but they do want to make. And like power for myself, I'm literally the poorest person probably in this chat, unless Nikki's here. What do you mean? Yeah. Of Sunday's politics, yeah, dude. Oh man, let him cook, dude. Let him cook. If he wants to be racist, he can be racist, dude. It's crazy. Like I prefer racism out in the open instead of hidden, you know.
Illegal immigrants from Cuba. She doesn't like the ones from South America or from Mexico.
Cubans traditionally hate illegals.
Well, once they're here, they do.
Of course, that's the way it's supposed to be.
I'm just saying, you can't say, you want to say Cubans hate illegals. They all wanted Elian Gonzalez to stay when he floated over.
He was legal.
No, he wasn't. They caught him in they were illegally immigrating. Wait. They were immigrating illegally.
Okay. But did he touch the soil?
So do asylum seekers.
No. You're trying to.
Cuba is awesome for hating illegals. I'm just glad we have. I'm just glad we actually have a communist in the chat, so I always have someone to bounce my ideas off of. You know. Oh man. Wait, why is it clipping like that? Whatever. Let's do that.
You're being disingenuous. There was a law where Cuban immigrants.
Yes, we had a wet foot, dry foot. I understand.
So let what's his name? Elian Gonzalez. Hey, let him stay. I want him to stay because that was the law of the land. So that's the difference.
Yeah, asylum seekers are breaking no law. Now we've frozen our asylum seeking process, I believe, and that's how Trump is stopping immigration in our country. But Yeah, asylum seekers aren't breaking laws. I understand what their argument is, though, on the conservative side, because essentially what we do with asylum seekers is one of the things that we do that's not right is that like we just give them a jury date, we give them a pass, like we let them enter into our country and all that jazz, and then they set a court date, and then by and large, a lot of these court dates aren't met. Now, what would have helped remedy this problem would have been the bipartisan bill that Langford tried to pass in the Senate. And then, well, this thing would have been fucking awesome because what it would have done was given us more funding for the border bill so that we can hire more judges so we can process cases quicker. And the idea is that maybe we could do it down to quick enough when they first get here so we can like resend asylum for those that aren't truly asylum seekers and then truly let the asylum seekers in. So it would like also cap the amount that we could do within, I think in a day of up to 5,000 total around all of our borders. Like this would have been a huge step to significantly lowering the amount of false flag asylum seekers. Like that would have like curbed so much of this. But the Trump wanted it shot down, so they did. Borders are a white law and a scam. Nope. They should allow asylum seekers to work. The last conservative government didn't process claims fast enough. Yep. The world should be a network of cities connected by high-speed rails. I think my girlfriend used that argument on me. Oh no, how communist is my girlfriend? Oh no. What up, Ty?
But we're not talking about just what the no, we're not talking about just what the law is. I'm just saying that people can have
We're
different.
not talking about the laws.
We're not talking about just what the law is.
Oh, just with the laws.
No.
Well, that's what I live my life based on.
Well, we can.
No, you don't. You also base it on a morality and a framework that you've built probably off of a religious background. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait, so you're saying I should read that like the way? This is William Barry coming at you live from the power of the internet. Still to this day, I think it should be the voice of a radio show. We have a radio show now, man. It's this. We're doing it. I love cities. Everything is looking pretty racist these days. It is, or just our imagination, or a racist more out in the open like gays and trans people. Yeah, bro. I miss those intros. Dude, I still kind of do them. I just wanted to bust your balls. It's all happening. Yeah, dude, I'm essentially doing a radio show. I hate flags and national level pride. Okay.
Change the laws, right?
Oh, dude. Hold on. I'm gonna give you guys a spoiler because I'm gonna have to cut this out of the video. I have my Robin Williams video script entirely done. Tomorrow is gonna be a stream day where I look up on how to like anyway. Bro, I gotta get my recording equipment out, dude. I gotta get all up in there, and I gotta start doing the voice. Like, what is a song's purpose? Like, you know what I mean? Like, just get in there. Anyway, yeah, we gotta get that out of there. It has unfortunately become more acceptable to be racist in America, dude. It's fucking crazy. Bro, dude, I'm not even lying, man. I remember I'd be sitting like just behind the counter at work, and a guy would walk in and just be like, "These goddamn Hadouka Dooka," and I'm like, "What the fuck are you saying, bro? Like, dude, go closet your racism somewhere else, man." And in the UK, fuck, dude. Dude, so we were watching that one guy, Nate the Almighty or whatever. And I'm starting to realize that I think we just go through trends, which is crazy because like you would think some people would understand this, like that we live through trends because they've probably lived through a few of them. But I feel like every like 60 fucking 50 years, like, bro, we have to relearn the same lessons we've already learned. It used to be shameful back in my yeah, dude. What the fuck? If you drive through fentanyl, the MAGA remover, ravaged portion of red states, they all love the flag and have nothing locally to be proud of. Like move near a football team and stop shooting Arabs. You understand that a majority of Americans aren't shooting Arabs. Like, that line doesn't work anymore, dude. We're not in the Middle East anymore, dude. We're not over there invading for oil anymore, dude. Like we haven't been involved in like a ground level conflict. What, since 2020? It's been like 5 years, bro. I think you need a new talking point, dude.
You can, so go vote. Stop complaining.
We can do both. I have a First Amendment and the right to vote.
And I
but I'm just
support
saying,
that.
it's interesting to give so much credence to Cuban immigrants, but not
Love
to
'em.
people from Mexico or South America.
Don't love them as much.
Why?
Because the Cubans believe what I believe. And they
So do a
understand
lot of
what I
Mexican
understand.
immigrants and everything too.
And I love those Mexican legal citizens.
Sure,
But as
yeah.
far as the illegal immigrants, ship them back.
Sure. Okay, that's a perspective.
This is a very simple thing to understand.
Well, it's not as simple. It's a complicated conversation,
It's
right?
really not.
If it was so simple, then Trump wouldn't have failed miserably for his first 4 years, and we would have go these 4 years without him also failing miserably. By the
America is too busy shooting its own Americans, bro. Like, goddamn, dude. Every time you buy a gun, the first thing it does is say, go for the high score at your nearest high school. Like, you're just like, fuck. Actually, I think a majority of shooters don't happen at high schools, right? I'm pretty sure they're afraid that like a high schooler might fight back. Aren't they at like middle schools and elementary schools? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. We're too busy fighting a war on whites. White on white violence. Because it's always a straight white male that blasts a school, bro. Jesus Christ. Like, dude, these are the guys that never got any pussy in school. That's what their whole problem is. They never got any pussy in school. And then, like, their whole life, they just sat there and went like, I'm gonna get back to all these bitches. I'm gonna do it. And so, you know what, dude? That's where they go. They don't go to like a bar with a bunch of bikers in it, because like if I ever shoot up something, it's gonna be like bikers or something, because that'd be hilarious. How many could I want to try to go John Wick. I'm gonna walk in and be like, I got you, motherfucker, and they're gonna end my ass immediately, dude. I'm gonna get put the fuck down in real time. White man shouldn't be allowed to have guns, but everyone else should. That's just racism, bro. Pussy is a hell of a drug. Yeah, dude, it is. The Great White Buffalo.
At the end of these 4 years, Trump will not have any immigration legislation, number one, and he won't deport more than 1 million or 2 million people, number two. I guarantee you by the end of these 4 years.
That's totally fine. So why are you guys using that as a political talking point? If
Well,
Trump
I'm not.
has-
You wanted to bring it to
what
legal
you're-
immigration, so
what
that's
you-
what we're
What
talking
you're
about.
actually afraid of is that what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with Kamala Harris during the campaign. Trump came up with a good idea that gained a lot of traction when it came to getting votes, and Kamala Harris jumped on it. No tax on tips. You're afraid that the Democrats will adopt Trump's policies because they are the policies that resonate with voters. So you have to take the college kids, the people with no real responsibility yet. I'm not trying to devalue you guys' experience. I'm just telling you, have you ever looked at a freaking mortgage that was like $5,000? Have you ever? Most people have not at this stage
Yeah,
in
but
their
people
life.
aren't voting all the
And
time
that's
on
when you get 'em
wisdom. I
young.
saw Republicans celebrating the fact that they were going to have a tax deduction on the interest rate that you pay on a car loan.
I saw you
None of
guys
these people have
celebrate-
any idea what this even means, but
I
they
s-
were celebrating it. So the idea that people have some nuanced understanding of tax brackets.
Republicans celebrated a tax on car loan. I saw you guys celebrate some dude getting shot in the neck and make a joke and laugh about it.
What-
Which one is worse?
What the fuck pivot was that, dude? He's saying you're uninformed in your responses. I saw you get shot in the throat. What the fuck? That's crazy, dude. That's crazy, dude. That's awesome. America, like the politics in America are so much funner. Like you watch politics somewhere else and they're just like, I disagree. How dare you, sir? How dare you? And then you're like, whoa, this is getting riveting. This is crazy.
Worse.
I would say the one that's worse is the president tweeting videos of Venezuelans getting
The
blown
one
up in the
that-
ocean. Wait, do you acknowledge that if celebrating the Charlie Kirk thing is bad, the Venezuelan thing is real bad?
The
True. Never forget, Asmongold laughed on that on stream and said, good.
Venezuelan issue. Why is that bad for me as an American?
Do you not care when other people are killed?
Do you know that people in other countries don't give a damn about what happens to you in America?
I don't
Have you
care.
Oh, liberals think politics is fun and a game because they have no stakes because they are privileged. Well, most people that vote in politics are privileged because most people that are living off of a hierarchy of needs, politics is pretty low on that spectrum. It becomes more of like a privileged position when you aren't living paycheck to paycheck. So yes, those that earn more have an incentive to get involved in politics, and those who have a lot more have a big incentive to get into politics because depending on who wins can negatively affect how much money they have and how much they're taxed. It could also single-handedly affect how their business is going to perform for the next 4 years. So I mean, yes, it is a privileged position. What are you saying? Like at the end of the day, that people like you and people like Immortal Technique and Hassan and all these people, what they need to do is start advocating for those people to actually go out and vote and put their boots on the ground when they have the free time. But instead, they don't do that, and they just go to Twitter and bitch and complain about the world and do nothing to actually influence the world because they don't think politics has power. That's crazy.
This
around
is
the world,
our
Destiny?
government. Yes, I have. This is our government blowing up other people. Why am I not allowed to care about that?
But you care about the government and what they
Voting is a scam? Of course it is to you. And that's why you guys have no political power in my country and why you will always be ineffective. And I don't give a fuck about your opinion on anything because it doesn't equate to anything at the end of the day. You guys are just fucking weirdo has-beens that just exist in the periphery of the internet while spewing your hatred on the internet. That's all you do. You have no political power and no political will. You have no capability of getting off your ass to go do something that you believe in. So you sit there and look at all the people that do that and you go, LARPers. You're just a fucking hack. It's cool, man.
do when it's something you don't like, but when the leadership of the government is duly elected, you go and you tear at the validity of it as if, like, you don't respect the government, so why care about what they're doing?
If Biden was also
Overthrow it with the insurrection like January
yeah, I
6th.
know you guys tried that and failed once. If
I know.
Biden was doing this, if
We
Biden
failed.
was doing it, I would criticize Biden as well. I know it's inconceivable to MAGA sometimes. You could hold your own accountable because you guys are incapable of doing it. But when Biden does bad,
What up, Nikki?
things, I'll criticize Biden for doing bad
Can you
things.
answer one question for me?
Sure.
Who's sitting in the White House?
Right now, probably Stephen
So-
Miller.
So clearly, we were pissed off. We went down.
Wait, what is this? The conversation is not about who won the election. You
Why
guys
not?
are the ones that don't believe election
Your
results.
whole
I do believe the election
your-
results.
Your whole existence is about who won the election. This whole event is about who
No,
won the election.
we're having a conversation about policy and leadership right now, right?
We are, because I said the hypocrisy, and you're showing that hypocrisy.
What is
What's
the
price of-
hypocrisy?
Look, you have a kid, I have a kid. What's the price of eggs right now?
I don't know. I'm rich.
That's something that Yes. So give me some money. If
You know
we're-
what I do know
this-
is that the price of groceries as a whole has gone up over the last year, and no conservatives talking about it. Explain that one for
Hey,
me.
you know, I've been tracking that.
Okay.
We're living in inflationary times.
Oh,
if they could
now-
take
Oh, now it's just inflation, bro. Oh, God. He's even smiling when he throws it out there because he knows he's a hack fuck, bro. Oh, it's such a LARP to these people, man. They don't give a fuck.
They're just
under
inflationary
Biden.
times.
Listen,
It's interesting that from 2020 to 2024, it was Biden's inflation. From
love
2024 to now, it just is a thing that happens.
it's directly connected to Biden's horrible management of the government, and Trump's gonna fix it. Let me say
What was the big thing? Wait, what do you think was the number one thing that contributed to inflation through Biden's presidency?
It's got to be COVID, dipshit, but you won't say that, will you?
I believe that. Well, one thing was killing a bunch of chickens due to some mysterious.
That's
Well, that was
strike
Biden's
one.
reason.
Try
That was
something else.
Bi-
Try
no,
something else.
that
What
was
did
Bi-
anything else happen?
Is that not? Is that
Did
not-
anything else
Wait,
happen?
Just bite the bullet, bro. Quit being a bitch. You can admit fault on your side. It actually makes you look better to the audience because then it shows that you're not a political fucking asshole, that you can admit fault on the side of, like, your argument, dude. Jesus Christ.
is that not the reason that Biden said the price of eggs went up? Because they had to kill a bunch of chickens.
Now he's rephrasing the question. What the fuck is this? Holy
At
shit.
one point in time, it might have been, but that's not what we're talking about. For the majority of his presidency,
Yes, refocus it. Oh, God, I love Destiny, dude. I just love him, bro. I'm just, like, bro, I'm a total simp. I don't give a fuck.
Because they had to kill a bunch of chickens.
at one point in time, it might have been, but that's not what we're talking about. For the majority of his presidency, especially in the beginning, and then 2022 onwards, where were these big inflation hikes coming from? What were the two huge events that happened?
Because I hate privilege, it elevates the mediocre. My selfishness is a nerd-based. I'm a dork, and I'm bored because 100 people is worth talking to because they have to be both smart and educated. Okay.
What I believe was...
Do we not know?
No, let me tell you. This is what...
Also, hold on. This person just says, I hate privilege, and then says the dumbest thing at the end of it. They have to be both smart and educated. What isn't education one of the most expensive things in our country? And doesn't that just come down from the most privileged people in our society? Like, dude, you're literally holding up privilege as part of the equation in order to have a conversation. What a stupid fucking statement that is, bro. You have no idea how unintelligent you really are. It should be free, but it's not. You're showing your privilege. And then you're going to sit here and lecture me on privilege? Bro, you admitted in 2 chats ago that you're like super wealthy. Get the fuck out of here. Power is granted by money. You have more privilege than probably anyone in this goddamn fucking chat right now. And you're going to lecture all of us on how terrible we are? Get the fuck out of there. Nah, that's bullshit. That's the point? Cool. And then you're saying that we are uneducated to have conversations with you? Like, really? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Like, your way of thinking is so toxic for everybody. Like, holy fuck. One day you will find love. And when you do, you need to embrace that shit, dog. You need to embrace that shit, dog.
My research that I did, because I'll be honest with you, I wasn't deep diving into this because I was working to feed my family.
I don't take your reading advice. Why the fuck would I take your reading advice? Dog, I'm busy. I'm not going to drop everything I'm doing to make you happy. You have no idea what the fuck I'm doing after my chat. You have no idea what the fuck I'm doing off a stream, bro. Yeah, dude, if you only want to exist with educated people, why the fuck are you hanging out with a guy who, like, the highest grade I got was a 4.0, but in, like, basic shit high school for anger management people? What are you looking for here? Are you just coming here to look superior? Exactly, you're a dumbass liberal who doesn't know shit. I just know that you will have no political power in this country, dude. That's crazy. You will never be effective. None of your messaging, all your books, all the things you've read, all the theses you've written, you know what's going to do for you? Jack shit. Nothing. You know why? Because you don't give a fuck about political power. All you care about is insulting people across the political divide. That's all you got, man. And you know what's crazy? In politics, you have to work with people in order to get elected, in order to get ideas and things passed. I'm nice to all leftists. I'm not a leftist. Your ideology is disgusting. Wild, brother.
Okay.
But I believe the price of energy increased exponentially.
Okay.
And that creates it has a cascade effect. It raises the price of everything.
Oh my God, he's using Jordan Peterson's argument. I believe insults are faster than niceness for the enemy. I don't have time to be nice to you. I'm not asking you to be nice to me. I don't give a fuck if you're nice to me. Have I banned you yet? Have I struck you down with the... No, I don't give a fuck what you say, bro. What the fuck? Do you know how insignificant you are to me as a person now that I know that you're just a full-blown communist? Like, your opinion is no more important to me than a rat. Like, just no more important to me than a rat. My plan is to serial hang out with you. And trick you over time. I know that's what your plan is. It's called the Vanguard Party for a reason, bro. I know exactly how you people operate.
That has to be shipped. If you raise the price,
I just love that you exist, dude. Because like, you know, I have conversations with people and people think I'm crazy. And I'm like, no, you don't know what these people are really like. They're insidious little creatures that come into your life and they spew these niceties and wonderful little things in your ears and tell you that it could be better and you deserve better. But all they're trying to do is get power for them, because when you make the system behind your image, you know what? You're already a person of privilege in our society. You will continue to have that privilege once it's stripped away from everyone else. And you will be the bourgeoisie, bro. Like, nah, dude. You aren't the proletariat, bro. And though you might think you are, you're not. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Energy, then everything that has to be shipped, the price will go up.
Okay. I'm about to do a magic trick. Ready?
We know you're
about to do a magic trick. Ready?
Make that disappear
So
for all these
I'm
people.
curious.
Right.
Why was the last year of Trump's presidency so horrible for the economy?
COVID.
I know I'm not a philosopher. Oh my God, dude. So essentially, he wouldn't give COVID to Biden. Like, bro, he wouldn't give inflation to Biden, but he's gonna say his last presidency was rough because of COVID to cause inflation. But then he's not gonna he gives that to Trump. Jesus Christ.
That has to be shipped. If you raise the price of energy, then everything that has to be shipped, the price will go up.
Okay. I'm about to do a magic trick. Ready?
We know you're
about to do a magic trick. Ready?
Make that disappear
So
for all these
I'm
people.
curious. Why was the last year of Trump's presidency so horrible for the economy?
COVID. It was.
He walked right into it, bro.
Okay. So the whole world economy is shut down.
Mm-hmm.
The government is having to keep things running in every country. Mm-hmm. Why can we blame COVID for Donald Trump's last year on COVID, but we can't also recognize the worldwide inflation that happened? Did Biden cause inflation in all the other countries too?
Biden caused inflation in America by locking everything down, bringing the American
The lockdowns were under Trump. See, Ethiopia, you always prove my arguments. You just said that you consider what you're doing right now your form of activism. Dog, what activism are you doing right now on my chat that's going to make maybe 60 views? And this video might make 100 if I'm lucky when I upload it. What activism are you doing? You're sitting at your computer, chatting away about how important these ideas are, but you're not rallying people. You're not getting to the streets. You're not going out to vote. You don't believe in voting. So everything you're doing is nothing. Like, dude, this is wild, man. But remember, he's educated.
Economy basically to a standstill. We should have kept doing. Let me tell you this: during COVID, right? I still could fly from America to Africa. I did it 4 times during COVID. KLM was still flying in. The airports were still moving. Everybody's going everywhere. I could still walk into Costco, Rouse, and Stater Brothers, but I couldn't go into a mom and pop store to buy something because they had to shut down due to COVID. I couldn't go to a small restaurant, while Gavin Newsom's restaurant, the French Laundry, stayed open.
I'm just here for Ren shit, fuck political debates. Not about to trick one bean here, so
Small business is the engine of America. When you shut them down, you shut the economy down. Corporations don't employ more people than small businesses. So I like your question. I think it was asked in bad faith, but that's how Biden
I
shut
don't think
down
my
the
question was
economy.
asked in bad faith. I'll also remark that it was interesting that you mentioned having to work through COVID to pay for your family, and the cost of eggs is important to you.
Oh, yeah.
But you know the name of an international airline, and you flew to Africa 4 times during COVID. I don't know where.
Oh! oh, means he's got a lot of bit of money, so he was probably fucking pretending about the prices of eggs because it was a talking point. Oh, God, dude, I love it. Technically, I'm spying on the liberal. I mean, I'll have a conversation with any one of your people. I don't care. You don't need to spy, bro. I'll voice my opinions to anyone who's willing to listen to them. Unfortunately, I'm a whore.
Working hard, yeah, okay, but I'm just saying that everybody around the world was figuring out how to deal with COVID. There were a lot of shutdowns. There was a lot of worldwide there was a lot of inflation everywhere. It's just strange that, when I'm asking, like, well, why for Biden? What happened in the United States? Well, it was like the after effects of COVID was happening, right?
Biden came in immediately, signed a bunch of executive orders that halted our economy. And then
Things were already shutting down under Trump.
No, what? What was shutting down under Trump?
Everything.
Please. No, don't say everything. Tell
The shutdowns did happen under Trump. This guy, what the fuck are we possibly going to say here?
me what was
schools, businesses. I lived in California. Did you live here? Do you live in California?
Yes, I do. Schools are not business.
When COVID started, everything was shut down. I drove up and down the 5. I could go 10 miles in 10 minutes for the first time in my life in this state. Who remembers this? Everything was shut down. Hold on. I remember the lines outside the grocery.
Bro, dude, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I lived in California most of my life, okay? Most of my, up until I was 23 or whatever. Anyway, so I guess half of my life at this point. Bro, there was not a single time where I could go the speed limit in a majority of California, except on interstates, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you still weren't going over the speed limit, dog. They're like, bro, unless I was like out in the boonies, dude. Holy fuck. Exactly, dude. This is a lot more would have died, dude. And I'm Blue MAGA? Bro, that's crazy, because that's what I call you guys, Blue MAGA, because you guys have the opinion that we need to go into populism in order to win the vote, which is exactly what Trump does. And your guys' biggest soldier, Hassan Piker, literally acts and talks like Blue MAGA. Like, that's crazy, dude. That's crazy. I'll stack up my hero to yours, okay? Let's see who does better.
What was
schools, businesses. I lived in California. Did you live here? Do you live in California?
Yes, I do. Schools are not business.
When COVID started, everything was shut down. I drove up and down the 5. I could go 10 miles in 10 minutes for the first time in my life in this state. Who remembers this? Everything was shut down. Hold on. I remember the lines outside the grocery store. I lived in Culver City. I remember the lines outside the grocery stores, right? We had to line up to get groceries. That was all of that under Trump.
Do you know why they had to line up?
Because Biden did it from the future? Was it the T-1000?
Come on! I love debates, bro. Holy fuck. This shit's fire, bro.
All of that under Trump.
Do you know why they had to line up?
Because Biden did it from the future? Was it the T-1000?
Because the small... No. That's because people were going in...
Under Trump.
No, but you know what was happening. People were fighting over
If
groceries.
Trump didn't shut down the economy, then why did COVID hurt his economy at all?
Trump didn't shut down the economy. Okay, look, like I said, the whole... you asked me a question. Can I ask you a question?
You didn't answer the question!
I really did.
Can we acknowledge that
I explained the thing about
all
the
the
small
shutdowns
businesses.
and all that stuff happened? That was under Donald Trump.
No, that was not. I don't know.
He was the president in 2020.
What did Trump shut down? Please tell me.
All the
What
states
order?
that shut down.
The states are...
Bro, 2020's election was at the end of the year. The shutdown happened in February. And like March and then Trump was begging to reopen the economy. Does he not remember any of this? Oh, I bet you because he wasn't a Trump supporter then, and he was probably a liberal back then, and he bought into like the crazy ideology and ridiculous shit that's going on. That's crazy.
Are sovereign. So the
Then why does Biden get blamed for
Wait a
anything?
minute. Can I finish? Can I finish?
Sorry, go ahead.
Can I finish?
You can finish.
Okay. The blue states shut down, draconian lockdowns. The red states, most of them did not. So
A handful of states stayed open. A majority of the United States of America shut down. Also, a majority of other countries shut down.
That's the sovereignty of the state. But when Biden came into office, Biden was putting the pressure on the states to shut down. He was putting the pressure on the businesses, on the states to lock down.
It's cute. Y'all think we still live in a democracy? If we did, why do you think we switched from paper to electronic ballots? That's weird. You're making a MAGA argument right now. Thank you. Thank you so much. You just proved my point. You do this every time. How do you walk into these walls over and over and over again? It's so wild to me. Thank you, Blue MAGA. Thank you.
So when the president says something, that gives validity to the illegal things that the states are doing. If Gavin Newsom is doing illegal shutdowns, if the president says, yeah, you should shut down, now it's easier for them to do because people look at
Then
look
why
at it
didn't
like the
Donald Trump
president
just tell all the
supports it.
states to open up?
He did.
No,
he was
didn't.
telling.
No.
He was encouraging
No,
them.
he wasn't. The United States
He was encouraging them, but if he was encouraging them, that means they did what? They shut down.
declared
Destiny.
a global. This was one of Trump's biggest. I know we forget
All
because
right.
we like to wipe the past. Donald Trump's biggest accomplishments was him shutting down flights from China and recommending people, take precautionary measures. Everybody blamed Cuomo in New York for murdering all the old people by sending grandma to an old person's home or whatever.
Didn't the Democrats argue that Trump didn't shut down flights in time? That's how COVID got into America.
Sure, because you could argue that
No,
you
which
could have
one
made
do
it
you
earlier.
want? Do you
Hold
want
on,
to
no,
shut
wait,
it down or
I'm
not?
not. You're talking about what the Democrats said.
No,
I'm talking
you're
about factually what happened.
I'm bringing up what actually. Listen, I was on.
I'm just talking about what happened.
I was in Frankfurt Airport when Donald Trump shut down all flights coming from Europe into the United States. And I watched as airlines flew people into Canada and they went around Trump's rule.
Okay, so if Donald Trump was
How do you have so much money to be on all of these flights? But you're going to complain about the price of eggs.
shutting down flights, wouldn't you say that counts as pressure to shut down the economy?
Because the Democrats were they were on one side.
So your president is so effective and so powerful that Democrats telling him to do something, he has to do it. Why is it you just can't say Trump fucked up here if that's what you believe? Holy fuck, man. Air miles.
Okay, so on one hand,
I know it's scary if I'm right and you get safety blanket snuggles from the government being your friend, but come on, the dollop exists. We know the history of this country. I don't care if you're right or not. If you being right is what we need to do, I won't exist in that world. If you think that openly being racist to people is right by any metric, I'm not going to participate in that society, and I would fight against that society no matter what. The things you're advocating for go against my belief in the individual, and the individual is paramount. It's why I believe in our democracy the way that it is written, because it is not purely a democracy. Our country will never let the majority rule entirely. We will never erase the individual autonomy of a single person, and we shouldn't. And as long as we're adhering to our Constitution, we won't. Bottom line, I will make that correct as long as I possibly can. So this way, everyone is free to live the life they choose to live as long as it doesn't harm those around them. And I'm going to continue advocating for a life that allows that, so that trans people can exist, people of color can exist, people of different religions can exist. So that's where I align my hat, and I will never budge on that singular point. And people that do are fascist, and people that do are my enemy. Full stop. Yes, we do. And we have reasons to erase individual autonomy, but even prisoners have rights. Yes. Especially everybody is cis white man. Dude, you're living in the 60s, bro. Open your fucking eyes and look outside. No, you're just a racist asshole bigot, dude. I'm glad you exist. You prove all of my conspiracies and all of my fears. Thank you so much confirming everything that I've believed.
You want the flight shut down.
We're not talking about what I want. I'm just talking about what happened.
No, I'm talking about the hive mind.
You're talking about anything but what would give Trump accountability for anything.
You guys all think the same, so I'm just addressing you.
And now you're proving that trans people use cis as an insult. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. You walk into every single pitfall of your ideology, and you do so unabashedly, and you just don't give a fuck. That's crazy.
U.S. general.
You
So,
said we all think the same. I literally predicted
should
like two
Trump
of your
have
answers
shut it?
so far.
Let me
Like,
ask you a
what do you mean?
question.
Yeah.
Should Trump have shut it down, or should Trump have left it open?
I don't know what Trump necessarily should have done.
that's why I said it's bad faith. It's
Can I
bad
finish
faith.
my? I let you
I
finish.
don't know.
I don't know what the answer should have been, but I know what the process should have looked
What
like.
would you
and
have
that
done?
was the process should have been him conferring with the National Institute of Health, the CDC, and him conferring with the state governments to put together some kind of comprehensive guidelines for the whole country instead of hanging out Fauci to dry, watching the CDC and the NIH issue some kind of guidelines, and then whenever anything didn't go perfectly as planned, him lobbing grenades from the side like a loser, blaming everybody else for all of his problems.
We're not going to disrespect the president. We all watched the video.
We're not going to disrespect the president. I love political rubbernecking. I like the ones being expressed by you. Like the ones being expressed by you here who not have been invited to the pool hall. You understand that, like, I don't defend the ideas of my ideology so that I can fit into that ideology. I defend them because I believe them to be true. Like, I am probably a super poor person, and yet I still believe in capitalism, even though capitalism left me behind. But I don't look at, like, capitalism's fault in that. Because at the end of the day, I did things that made my life harder. And I lived by a certain set of values. Like, and by doing so, it cost me potential growth. So there are faults in capitalism. And yes, as faulty as it is, there are things that we can do to reform those things. Like, come on, bro. But yet, just because I don't like the system and how it treated me doesn't mean I'm going to completely overhaul the system and say all capitalism bad, because that's such an archaic and childish take that completely strips away the nuance and complexity of the way that our government and the way that our social shit works, the way that our economics work. Like, all of these things are very complicated, and to just say all bad is such a reductive way of thinking. You seem like a square that smokes weed. Yes, I follow the law. I vote. I like to be an upright citizen in my community. You know, I try to donate. Complexity is a lie. Okay. You might be a lot happy. Exactly, dude.
Video. We all watched the video of Anthony Fauci saying, "Oh, COVID-19 is not a big deal. You get a little flu. You might have a little cough, sneeze, whatever."
That was Trump.
That was
When
no.
Donald Trump.
There is a video. I watched it with my own eyes. Fauci dismissed COVID as a very minor thing. Later on, and Trump went with Fauci's advice. Then when they start saying, then all of a sudden everyone's like, "Oh, he should have shut this down and shut that down." I saw the trick. I saw how they went from saying it wasn't a big thing to worry about, and then all of a sudden it was the worst thing ever. But what I'm telling you is the arguments are in bad faith. Everything.
The Gaza and Israel conflict is probably one of the most complicated issues around. Yes. Thank you for showing your ignorance.
In this movement is built on inclusivity, equity, and justice, all this crap, right? But my thing is this: if we want inclusive, would you guys agree you want inclusivity and equity and all that? You guys don't want that.
Not anymore.
Do you guys want? I'm asking this question. I'm asking this question sincerely. This isn't good. Do they believe in that? Do you guys believe in that? Inclusivity, equity?
The problem is
No,
this
I'm
conversation has pivoted to a DEI question after your president.
Why do they always pivot? They never answer a question. They pivot to the next attack vector over and over and over.
President killed
This
like
is
a
what
million
they
plus
believe in.
Americans, killed a million plus Americans by telling them not to get vaccinated because nobody had any idea what was going on in this country, what was going on with our health, what was going on with anything, because of all the lies and misinformation and crazy stuff that was being put out.
So you don't know what Trump should have done, but you criticize what he did. And what I do, because this is how my
Liberal propaganda is for midwits. It makes them feel smarter because they master specific complexity rather than focus on general correctness.
my parents raised me. I put myself in that person's shoes.
I told you what the process should have looked like. I don't know what the correct answer was.
I'm asking you, what would you have done?
I just told you.
No, you didn't.
You bring your cabinet, your leaders together, you make a comprehensive plan, you get all the governors on board with it, and then you have a unified plan from top to bottom for how you want to approach the country
True.
shutdown.
How do you do that when you have a two-party system where one side is vehemently opposed to working with you on anything? And I'm not saying.
Hold on, wait, excuse me. First of all, Donald Trump billed himself as the negotiator.
Okay.
Number one.
True. If he's such a good deal maker, he should be able to make a deal. It's kind of in the name of a deal maker, bro. TED Talks are the most evil media in existence. Yeah. Nope. You're just crazy, dude. I say that for Hassan Piker, though. So,
Number two, you want to talk about a party that was opposed to everything. Seems like Biden had no problem bringing Republicans in to work on his legislation. When McConnell was the leader of the Senate, he said that he was going to make Obama a one-term president and shut down every piece of legislation that came across his desk.
True.
So who's working with who here?
I think that there's room for bipartisanship. I do not believe that the Democrats were working in good faith with Trump because they were not happy that an outsider actually achieved the office of president like Trump did. They literally blocked Trump on so many different things. They basically were doing the same thing to Trump that you said was being done to Biden.
I don't even want to know what you're implying.
Okay,
What
yeah.
was the same?
God damn it, dude.
This is the thing.
First of all, Trump is not an outsider. Also, so Wharton
he's an outsider.
graduate,
He was not a
billionaire guy,
politician.
real estate investor.
He wasn't a politician.
So I mean, who?
Dude, he was donating to political power for like 20 years.
I don't know. Reagan initially wasn't a politician. What do you mean? Arnold Schwarzenegger was an actor. He made,
Some of the best. The
I
best
think
were all
people.
outsiders.
When I see a guy who's being an asshole,
Dude, what are you fucking talking about? Arnold Schwarzenegger sucked ass. And he nearly bankrupt our fucking... Nah, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
think people probably don't like him because he's an asshole.
What does being an asshole have to do with anything?
With whether or not people like you?
Are you not going to go to work because your boss is an asshole?
There's a lot of people that quit their job because they hate their boss. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, I love this shit, dude. I love it. This is great. This is porn.
People like you.
Are you not going to go to work because your boss is an asshole?
There's a lot of people that quit their job because they hate their boss. Yeah. What do you mean?
Those people are idiots. But what I'm telling you is, this is more like the lane that I argue in. Reality. You're arguing feelings, subjective crap.
All you're talking about is feelings. How are these people like? Oh my God, they're so dumb. It's so crazy.
That doesn't mean anything. Objectivity. If I want to argue something, objective. This is about inclusivity, equity, all that stuff. Why did you guys have to pay if it's all about inclusivity and equity? We could have did this in the park with an iPhone.
If you want to talk about
You
facts,
should donate your money to their colleges, like scholarship.
If you want to
I
talk,
think you should donate the
if you wanna
proceeds of this event to
right now,
their
I'm donating my
education.
money to my taxes so we can pay for a Venezuelan bailout.
Will
That's
you-
what we're doing right now.
will-
Or
listen,
Argentinian bailout.
listen.
I don't even know who we're bailing out
Listen,
right now. Okay.
you would like what?
So that's what I'm doing right now, and I'm subsidizing all of the meth head,
make
measles
one
affected red states
May
right
I
now.
please-
That's where my
Dude. Oh, the reason why people care about things like fentanyl and shit like that, though it is a tragedy, is this guy primarily affecting red states. These motherfuckers, these white boys love crack, dude. It's crazy.
tax money is going. Okay, I don't have any extra money
May I
right now to
please make
donate.
one
Okay.
statement?
What?
May I please make one statement?
Go ahead.
And I'll get off stage.
No, wait, hold on, wait.
I'll
I
stay
have more
here, I'll
questions.
stay.
Why, if you want to talk about facts over feelings,
Let me get one
why
thing.
is it that when we ask about Trump's leadership through COVID, we have a million excuses for?
I don't have any excuses.
So he failed.
I'm not going to say he failed. I think he dealt with.
That's an excuse. Oh.
Million excuses for.
I don't have any excuses.
So he failed.
I'm not going to say he failed. I think he dealt with. No, listen. How can someone who admitted that they don't know what they would have done and they don't know what he should have done?
I wasn't the president.
That's the point. It is something that has This is something that in our lifetime has never occurred.
Yeah, these are the Democrat arguments for why people were shutting down and people didn't know how long the economy should stay closed for and what the stimulus should look
Listen,
like.
anybody can armchair.
Did Trump make any mistakes during COVID?
Look,
Did Trump make a single mistake during COVID?
let me think. Did January 6th happen during COVID?
Maybe, yeah.
He should have never conceded the election. He should have just freaking kept. That was his only mistake.
Jesus Christ. Ethiopia, man, your logic is so unsound, it is terrifying. I fear that more of you exist in reality. I'm glad to know that you guys, again, will have no political power because you don't believe in voting. So as long as you guys continue to be so antithetical to progress, I'm just so glad that, you know, I don't have to worry about you. Like, you guys are disgusting and rude and awful and treat the world in these crazy dipshit binaries. But these are the people on the screen I have to worry about, because these people and their crazy beliefs actually go out and vote. So I'm so glad that at least the far left is so politically ineffective. Like, they just can't do anything. So I don't have to worry about them constantly like I do these dipshits that still show up and fucking vote, that think it's okay that our president did not, like, he just said that, like, they should have never conceded the election. I'm so glad I don't have to worry about people like you, because at least all you do is occasionally get a few people on the left to go, let's go jump into the retard door.
That was his only mistake. Now can I ask my question?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing. All I'm saying is, will you, since we're all about flowers and equality and everybody get free stuff, people will argue for illegal criminal alien migrants to come live off the American dime, right? You want to give my taxpayer.
Do you not understand that these immigrants work, right? A majority of people that come to this country and immigrate to this country do so to work. The left shapes all future culture. Yeah, our left, not yours. You guys don't do anything. You guys don't believe in voting. The right reacts to it. Yeah, our left does that. You guys aren't on our side, so you guys need to, like, go form your own little group, your own little commune, and then, you know, you guys need to hold each other's hands and tell everyone how mean everyone is to your guys' party, and why one day you guys will figure out the one way to do communism. But you never will. And, you know, you're just going to have no political power. It's okay. I'm okay with that. Go be you, King.
$1 to them. Will you give the proceeds from this event to these kids for whatever they want, just to make their life a little bit more equal to yours and mine, since we're doing so well?
I've never advocated for that. What are
I'm
you
just
talking
asking.
about? Well, there's no advocation for this.
So you don't want equity and economic equity?
Do you support Chicago police fighting back against ICE?
No.
Okay, so then you don't believe in the Second Amendment or the state's rights to have a militia.
No, that's not a militia.
That's
though.
literally
That's
what the
not a
militia is.
militia.
The whole reason the Second Amendment
Are
exists
you
was for
really-
the states to protect themselves from a tyrannical
Are
government.
you really gonna try to conflate a paramilitary group, which is
The
police?
Chicago police
The police department.
is paramilitary, but the guys coming from the Black Hawk choppers with the masks who are
Dude, these guys have tanks. There are police departments with tanks.
the
No, there's not.
paramilitaries have tanks. What are you talking about? What does that have to do with
There are
anything?
police departments with tanks.
So yeah, they get it from
Okay.
the military.
That makes them paramilitary. What I'm telling you is this: that is not a militia. The police, the law enforcement's job is to uphold and defend the Constitution. That's what their job.
To enforce their
When
state
they're
laws.
fighting against
to
the
enforce
federal-
their state
when they're-
laws.
no, when they're
no
listen.
state sovereignty doesn't matter
When
now
they're-
to conservatives.
Oh, Mr. State Rights, small government.
You're conflating two different
I'm not
things.
conflating anything.
You kind of just going off of an emotional thing.
I'm
That's
not
okay.
going off an emotional. I'm going
You
off a
really
legal
are.
thing. You're going off of emotions. You think
The-
cops are there to
the
make you
go-
feel
the
good.
federal government-
State police are there
the
for state
federal-
laws. Local police are for local laws. The federal government is there
The
for federal
federal
laws.
government trumps, no pun intended, any local law enforcement.
If they,
No.
if they trump any local
Is
law
that
enforcement, well, you tell me, why did Trump allow half the country to close then under COVID?
Huh?
Why
You're
did Trump allow
moving the
half
goalposts, Destiny,
I'm
and
not moving the
doing that
goalposts.
with
The
you.
president has that
I'm
much
not doing
control
that
over
with you.
everything.
I'm not
Then
doing
why
that
did
with
Trump
you.
allow half the country to close under COVID?
Someone may want to do that with you, but I'm not doing it. Are we talking about the police departments committing treason against the federal
They're not
government?
committing to. They have no obligation.
That's exactly what they're
They
doing.
don't have
do-
obligation to enforce
They
federal law.
took an oath to defend the Constitution
There's-
and the
it's-
citizens under their care.
The police force is there to enforce the laws that they have jurisdiction
Right.
over.
But
not
the
federal laws.
But the police forces are abandoning their responsibility, like
not
in
abandoning-
Portland.
they don't have an
Come
obligation
on,
to do
man.
that.
They didn't. When you call the police in Portland, they don't show up for 3 hours. Someone got knocked unconscious the other day in Portland. The ICE agents had to come get that guy off the street and bring him in for medical
Yeah, there was
care.
a lady that got shot and killed by the feds
Okay.
in the Capitol building
Those
on
things happen.
January 6th when Trump refused to send anybody there
She
to.
shouldn't have been trying to break into Congress.
Sure,
Right?
but
So-
Trump also probably shouldn't have told them all to go there, right?
Hey, he did tell him to go peacefully.
No, he said they
And
would be marching peacefully. He also
patriotically.
told them to fight like hell or they're going to lose their country, and that's what they went and did.
Hey, I saw you.
I love watching people talk about how the government theoretically worked decades ago. So are you saying make America great again? Are you saying make America great again? Is that what you're saying? Are you parodying more MAGA talking points, but you're gonna accuse us of being blue MAGA? That's crazy, dude. Like, when are you just gonna accept that one day you are just MAGA? Because you love the control that MAGA has. You are no different than them. You are MAGA. You just wear a different color hat.
You lose this argument on Jubilee.
I didn't lose this
don't wanna
argument. I won
rehash
it
this
completely.
out
It's
again,
completely
like,
100%. I know
listen,
every part of that argument.
Trump
Trust
said
me.
peacefully and patriotically.
Trump said fight like hell or you'll lose your country. If he said peacefully and patriotically, how did so many people misunderstand him?
So anytime you, so
Is he a bad communicator too?
listen, I heard Hillary Clinton say, "I'm a fighter." Kamala Harris said, "I'm a fighter." Neither one of these women have ever.
How many people do you see
have ever
fighting in the
thrown a
street
punch.
with Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris banners?
Dude, I saw a kook on the freeway earlier. Biden, Harris, and Harris Walls on the freaking bumper sticker with all these other cat stickers.
You saw a car driving.
These are. How did they get?
This is
a
like the
license?
conservative machine
How
right
did they
here.
get a
This is your
license?
problem.
Yes.
Is the bumper stickers.
Yes,
That's what's
yes.
driving you crazy.
I'm just listen, Destiny. I'm a common man, and my concern.
You had 4 trips to Africa over COVID. What kind of
What can I
common
say?
man?
True.
I'm a common man. I have my concerns are those of a common man. Arguing all these different issues, it means nothing to me.
Not compared to DEI?
How do I feed my family? And are you gonna
Stop taking trips to fucking Africa, asshole.
give the proceeds from this event to these beautiful people who showed up? I
After
don't
you
think they got the
defend-
show they wanted because those first 3 guys
After
were
you
terrible.
defend states' rights to defend themselves from a
have
tyrannical
equality.
federal government.
How about this, guys? How about I'll give you everything in my pocket. You guys divide it up immediately. Destiny donates the proceeds of this event to you guys equally.
All right,
I
final.
think that's a good idea.
Brandon gets the final word there. Brandon gets the final word. What do you got?
My final word is this, guys. Just wait a little while. Don't be so. Listen. Don't be so hyped up over what's happening even now. In 3 years, Donald Trump's going to be gone, and you're going to have to make a very important decision about the future of this country. I would start preparing to make the right decision about that instead of complaining about something you can't change. Trump will be president for the next 3 years, whether you like it or not. In 4 years, a lot changes. A lot of you will have families.
Dude, you're MAGA because you like America. I like America because I'm an American. I don't like any nation state. It doesn't matter. You make arguments that MAGA makes. You're MAGA, dude.
Maybe kids, whatever that you want or you don't want.
That will actually be your nickname from now on in my channel for the life of my channel. You will always be known to me as Blue MAGA. You were the first. You have received a great honor.
When you start having those type of responsibilities, your entire perspective is going to change. Mine did as I got older. I would not hang my hat on this crap because you're going to inherit this country and your children will inherit it from you. Don't create a situation that they can't come back from. And I think that's what we're at risk at with these
Yeah, like you guys are right fucking now. Like, dude, he's doing the Karen argument. Think of the children.
this type of rhetoric. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Put your hands together for Brandon. He had a really good run. All right. Wow. Just by show of hands quickly, how many people have kids in the audience? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have some parents in the audience, just FYI. I have a kid. Okay. Wow, that was a good run. We're going to go straight into our next debater. Let's put
Blue Maga says it's a monument to your lack of understanding politics, so I kind of like it. Hell yeah, man, me too. Thanks, Blue Maga.
our hands together for Eugene Janis. Everyone, here comes Eugene.
Travis.
What's up, buddy?
Bottle of water?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hey. Okay, so immediately, I am not conservative. I am left. I am
Speak in the mic if you
Democratic
can.
the whole time here.
Okay.
I'm actually here to have a good faith corroboration debate thing, as one of the complaints I've been getting so far, messaging-wise, is especially with the Prop 50, we got to get this, we got to win, that's it. The only thing, my biggest concern is they say that, and they say it in a way as if we don't win, they don't have a plan for after.
We agree Trump is seriously damaging America. We don't agree. We don't agree on the reasons why he's damaging America, so we don't agree. Again, Blue MAGA, thank you for sharing.
Afterward. So I kind of want to ask people, what's your plan for after Trump, and what could be a thing to actually move forward for it? Because right now there's housing.
I mean, some people would say that after Trump is like, that is a plan that we even survived.
Yeah,
and
like
have like
absolutely.
an actual election.
But if you were trying to motivate people to survive through it, what would be a thing that could be actually pushed toward it? And I have some ideas, and we can go through some of them. But
Expedition 33 has been a fun game. Yeah. No, I mean, like, part of what you're saying, part of an issue, there's like so much. You could write a dissertation on.
Yes, MAGA wants to destroy the American dream and install a fucking king. And you want to destroy the American dream and install a fucking communist regime. You guys are both the same thing, Blue MAGA. Thank you for also continuing to prove my point. Thank you.
On several aspects of this, I think, but there's this whole media environment that conservatives have had top-down control of, and there's this whole like movement that they've had so much control of. And one of the nice things I feel with conservatism is there's always an enemy, there's always marching orders, there's always something to fight against, there's always some like greater project or thing or movement, you know, you're a part of. Whether you're protecting, the wiener dogs from the evil Haitians eating them, or whether you're protecting the borders from the 5, 10, 15, 25 million immigrants, however many are coming in, they've always got a thing to work towards. I think that one of the consequences or side effects of Democrats always being on the defensive when it comes to Republican messaging is you never really get to establish.
Like, that's one of the biggest drawbacks, right? This is why we need to excommunicate Blue MAGA from our party. Is because we spend all of this time under constant attack from Republicans nonstop. And then 10% of our party spends a bunch of their time attacking us too. Like, you can log into Hassan's stream right now. 80 to 90% of his complaints are going to be against the Democrats because liberals control the Democratic Party. It's fucking annoying. We never get to have any messaging that's pro-America. We can never have any messaging that's like, taking it back to Trump. Like, the best we have right now is Gavin Newsom doing epic memes against Donald Trump and Stephen Miller. But other than that, we have nothing. Because we're at constant war with MAGA, and we're at constant war with Blue MAGA, these far left nut jobs that do nothing but attack our party. And then they disenfranchise people from voting. They keep telling people voting doesn't matter, and then we lose political power. Donald Trump is in power because of people like Hassan Piker and Mr. Blue MAGA here. These people have created the circumstances that we're in. They told people actively not to vote for Kamala Harris because of Israel-Palestine. And now we have a worse Israel-Palestine issue going on. Like, Trump openly says he wants to completely, kick out the Palestinians. Now, rumor is there might be a potential peace deal on the horizon, and Netanyahu is like rejecting it right now. So we'll see.
Your own thing because you're always living like in the shadow of the criticisms of the other party, saying like, well, I'm not that, I'm not Trump, I'm not this, I'm not whatever.
Yeah,
and
it's
so
just
you have a
about
hard time
whatever.
like coming up and defining what you're doing. I really like that Newsom responded to Texas with the mutual.
No one in media really holds Donald Trump or the Republicans account. Like when they just lie with impunity, they don't usually push back at all. It's actually crazy. And apparently a bot of more and more media networks are being bought by like billionaire fucking, right-wing people. So who sees how this unfolds? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. And like the FCC is supposed to stop these things from happening, but guess who runs the FCC right now?
Assured gerrymandering
Yeah.
or whatever. I thought I was
Just match
so.
it.
That was
I'm gonna
amazing.
negate
I never would have
stuff.
expected anybody to do that. It made me almost consider moving back to California.
You should. It's great.
Almost.
Oh.
But the thing is that Democrats just have to do a better job at like so many different things, and I think that other things will come as a result of doing some things well. So more specifically, I think that if Democrats had stronger media figures that weren't always getting stabbed in the back, okay,
Yep.
by all the other pundits and all the other people on the left who could come out and have stronger positions,
Yep.
then I think that you would just see like there should still be an intentionality behind creating movements and policies and ideas to do things, but you would at least have that naturally and organically happening with some of these figures. Gavin Newsom is one. As
True.
long as this guy's way to the left, I think Mamdani in New York City is probably going to be
Yep.
another one.
God, I hate Mubdani, but hopefully he distanced himself from Hassan Piker, especially with the White House going after him. Like, he needs to distance himself from him, because otherwise it'll be, because like, what is it, on Wednesday, that having that hearing or whatever against Twitch, like, there, you already know these unhinged like right-wing freaks are gonna, smear Hassan in the worst ways possible, and then I'm probably gonna be making a video defending him, which is gonna be the hardest thing I've ever done.
Policies and ideas to do things, but you would at least have that naturally and organically happening with some of these figures. Gavin Newsom is one. As long as this guy's way to the left, I think Mamdani in New York City is probably going to be
Yep.
another one. AOC to some extent, is one. She's
Yeah.
kind of in the background, but yeah,
I
so
think a lot of
that's important.
a lot of the stuff I watch online, I watch you, I watch a bunch of other people. There's a point where I almost just ask the question, like, are they cooperating? Are they doing everything possible to at least show that they're trying to make efforts, burning calories to do things,
Who's
share
they,
messaging?
people or politicians, or who are you talking about?
Even like. How many people are just backing each other on certain things? Like,
Or are you
we're
talking about like the political group, or are you talking
yeah,
about like
or sharing, or hey, when you're done watching me, go do this. Or the other one is, if anybody watches John Oliver, my biggest complaint on his show is he gives us a bunch of shit that is absolutely horrid doomer shit, and then doesn't tell us what to do about any of it.
Sure.
Like, just, I don't know, eat it, get ulcers, fuck off, see you next week. Like,
If we don't get a Democrat in there in the next time, we are fucked. Yeah. And I'm actually more scared of the Democrat we get in, because if they go populist, it's going to go very poorly. People in government should never tell you they're going to fix your problems. They're not going to fix your problems. The government is only going to fix the problems of those that are wealthy enough for it to matter. The government can't fix a majority of our problems. All they need to do is, I hear the Democrats are way behind in the polls. Yeah, dude, they're even lower than the Republicans right now, even though they're the ones being blamed for the shutdown.
it's unhelpful.
I mean, I agree. I think that part of this, I've talked about this a lot on stream, is the idea that the sides are playing different games sometimes. So on the conservative side, they are playing the politics game. It is the Game of Thrones.
True.
They want to win their seats, and everything they do at the end of the day is geared towards some political
Right.
end. And on the left, that's not really the same game that I think a lot of the kind of alternative media people are playing. And as a result of that, they don't play it the same way. Like, if you've watched my stream for any number of years, like you've heard me remark how crazy it is that, you had fucking Benny Johnson. God, what a fucking loser.
Yeah.
Okay, and like even like for his class of people, he's even a loser. He's just like, Jesus, you'll never meet. Raise your hand if you've ever met an actual Benny Johnson fan in the real world. Anyway, okay, we got one guy over there met him. Okay, guy who manages his YouTube. What?
Yeah, they're in Russia.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Do you speak Russian? Okay. Okay, so you have him doing shows. I believe it was out of the White House. They invited a bunch
True.
of
All of them.
And then on the left, you've got like, so for a while, I don't know what the streamer numbers are for other people, but me, Hassan, and Vash are like the three largest ostensibly left-leaning streamers, and we can't do any content together. 'Cause
Yeah.
those two hate,
Wait, I would have put Hutch above Vosh. I mean, I like Vosh these days, but I mean, Hutch is as big as Destiny is. I don't know why he always leaves Hutch out of the equation. Is the shutdown still on? Last I heard, I have not read anything this morning.
everybody for
Absolutely.
different
It's
reasons.
uncooperative.
Yeah,
They're
there's
like,
no cooperation anywhere, and you're seeing this like cringe. I'm trying so hard. I imagine if you have that's too edgy. Yeah, there's some people that are hard to love. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm trying my hardest to love Hakeem Jeffries, and my God, watching him say anything positive at all about Eric Adams fucking killed me. I'm like, please God, stop. If you guys say you don't want to, endorse Mamdani for whatever reason, okay, whatever, maybe I get it. But like to sit here and simp for this loser.
True.
Yeah, the Democrats just have a really hard time kind of like bringing people together, working together, and that extends from the political figures down through to the influencers and the YouTubers and everybody else. It's an issue. Yeah.
One of the things to take like a news diet off of for a while, and I chose extremely poorly. Don't do this. I started researching cults, and that was a bad move on my
Well, you don't
part.
even have to turn off the news right now to research.
Yeah, well, like that turned in. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's so many similarities in between, and you kind of come up with your own theories and stuff. But like, I would say my upbringing was very old school Italian. We'll say like lots of hand waving and screaming at each other and stuff. That was how we showed love. Later, I realized, oh, that's hardcore abusive in so many ways, but it has prepared me for having conversations with other people, such as the last guy that was here or anything like that. Just not backing down. You don't have to escalate, doesn't have to get violent, but also I can't just cower down and just let you steamroll me over that. And I feel like that's an actual thing to take pride of in America, that most people didn't have to deal with
True.
that. But now it's almost a requirement.
That is a
because they're
cult.
just unprepared for this kind of battle.
Yeah, but I think a lot of it, unfortunately, comes down to people don't talk about this as much. We say like, oh, misinformation, and we kind of like move on from it. But like,
Right.
the internet has truly changed everything. And like in some ways, like I feel better sitting across from like an actual neo-Nazi who has like a strong belief system that's opposite mine, and we can have the fundamental differences
True.
morally. For the last guy that sat here and argued with me, my feeling, I could be wrong, but my feeling is that he
I gotta run. Family sister requiring the wisdom of Big Daddy Kane. No half stepping popped up. Probably will be distracted till tomorrow. Be safe, buddy.
probably wants what's the best for this country, what's the best for his family, best for his, his children, everything else. And I think that it's tragic that there is such a wall of like different realities that we can't communicate with each other.
True.
And especially when there is so much incentive online to feed people certain realities, because you make money on the algorithm, or other people are making money, pushing propaganda or whatever, or because the Republicans are playing politics game a little bit too well. So
True.
Do you think that could actually be a platform?
Trump is in fact a cunt. Da-na-na. Trump, if you sue me, that's okay. I have no lawyers. I have nothing to lose. Bring it on, man.
Platform to run on of like we're gonna fix internet or fix the algorithms?
Absolutely not.
Or no?
No.
Just full on no?
No, because I think one of the issues is it's hard to tell people this, but people like it. I think people want it.
True.
I mean, how long did you watch me do my COVID lab leak research?
Yes,
That's
that
some
was-
boring stuff, right?
that was
That's
boring.
agonizing. But watching me go outside and scream at people online is really fun, and people like that more. Now, my audience is special, and I would never criticize them for anything. But like you can see like where the interest is in terms of what people consume. I wouldn't mind it so much as though I wish
Facts.
that people understood more what they were watching, and that it was more accurately understood what was being shown. So like if you want to watch like videos of Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk or Destiny or whatever, like screaming at college kids
Right.
and owning them, I think you should be able to do that, and I think it's fine to do it. I think it's
We do need a wave of change. Lettuce is your friend.
fun to do it, but know that you're watching a professional like smurfing through a bunch of college kids and annihilating them.
Yeah.
You're not. This is not like a serious intellectual good faith challenge between two equivalent
But
parties.
what about, say, like social media algorithms? You can identify where the account is from. You can come like, oh, this is clearly I don't think they have America's best interest because it's from China or something like that.
That
Or-
personally, I think that I've said that for a while. That should be like a law that I think is passed. That if there's
True.
like a major enough social media account or media figure, their country of origin should be identified.
Yeah.
Because I think if you consumed media from 10 different large accounts and that law went into effect, and the next day you found out that like 8 of them were from Russia, 1 was
Yep.
from Qatar, and 1 was from China, I think it would make you look at those accounts like a little bit differently.
Yeah, I would
True.
hope so. Would you want to retweet them or kind of investigate them more? Or maybe I don't want to do this. Can I start unfollowing them? Something like that.
Yeah.
Like that.
Because I think one thing,
That would be a really good bill to pass. That would probably have bipartisan support immediately. That like we can allow these social media platforms to exist, but we at least have to name the country of origin once like things start like reporting on the news or something. I think that would be really powerful to do. Especially these people are getting paid, right? Like in order to get paid, like you have to like supply your birth certificate or your work ID number or whatever it is, your social security number to like your employer. Like I had to do all of that for YouTube. It should clearly state that I'm from America, even though I'm not big, but like that would be like really beneficial so that people understand why I'm saying the things that I'm saying. And then it would disenfranchise those that are going to like lie about things, but they don't care about the facts because these things are like run in like Argentina or like Sudan or something. Like, what the fuck?
I say this a lot when it comes to the whole, who disavows violence first or mutually assured destruction. One thing I mentioned when it came to the Russian-led DNC and the DCCC hacks or whatever is selective transparency is worse than no transparency.
yeah.
True. Like showing like half of the emails to like make you look good is worse than not it's better not to show anything. One is more manipulative. Russia probably, yeah, dude, I guarantee you, like RT today, like we saw that in real time where Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, Matt Christian.
Yeah, because
It's better to know nothing than to gather a few facts, because when you gather a few facts here, you start to make assumptions about that,
Yep.
and you might.
Whoops. Ha ha! My nose or something must have touched that. I hit the mute button. Like, this mute button is so trash because, dude, it's so sensitive. What? Like, if I just tap this, which is crazy because before you could hear me when I was muted still. What? I don't remember what I was saying. Damn, I got to use the bathroom. Let's see how we
be
go.
way more wrong than if you
Fill
didn't
in
know
the
anything
gaps.
at all. Yeah, so
Be right back.
I feel like if we had, a media environment that was a little bit more regulated in some ways, but like people just don't. I don't know anybody that would actually want that. Nobody's like really pushing for that.
Yeah.
But having
Well, I
some of the
think it's
selective
also-
skepticism, like for like just real quick, and then, like APAC
Yeah, yeah.
is a thing that everybody knows, right? Everybody talks about APAC, but it's
Yeah.
because they've got a public register and you can see everybody they donate to and everything else. But you don't know who the foreign people are supporting, or you don't know who's behind a lot of the big Twitter
Yeah.
accounts. So yeah.
And I guess I would also add in there, like, some of the things that, like, housing could affect everybody, MAGA and whatnot, but, like, something quick would be, like, an automatic, like, better spam laws for texting or cell phones,
I think
something
Bush
like that.
passed some of those, didn't he? The
And they all got
no-call laws?
repealed, yeah.
Did they?
Or,
Oh.
well, that and a lot of our technology is
Just got more
old
sophisticated.
because we have to have backdated stuff.
Yeah, sure.
But like upgrading some of that or something that could be noticeable, you could actually tell them, hey, on this day, no more spam calls unless it's like actually registered or something. Just trying to run in something that would actually improve somebody's day, that because I can't come up and say like, you're going to fix housing. I don't know what that means. I don't know if I'm going to afford it. I don't know if that includes me. Like most people, when they say what generation they're in, they don't actually know what age range or
Yeah, but I think one
idea.
issue is because we've become so detached from each other. Like if you had somebody who wanted like a $10 an hour minimum wage and somebody who
Right.
wanted a 20 an hour minimum wage, having these people fight with each other, it might seem like they're both radical to each other, but if you separate them, the guy at $10 an hour is going to be in a group where they're going to be people arguing for no minimum wage, wage, and the guy at 20 an hour is going to be arguing for, you know, a living wage for, you know, anybody who looks at a job.
Yeah.
So like you get these people that are so far apart from each other because they're not communicating.
Also dictating where they live and stuff too. Their whole
Yeah.
entire situation.
But then it's hard because like we can sit here and talk about like, oh, what would transparency look like for better social media environments? Well, right now half the country is willing to accept Donald Trump having cryptocurrencies
Yes.
under his family name that are literally, this is the definition of like untraceable money, and he's having, you know, dinners where people who are the top dollar donor, it sounds like a fucking Twitch stream, right? The biggest subber of the month is allowed to come and have a conversation with him.
But like if you ask them like, you know, how does this entire cryptocurrency scam work? Like most of them don't know. They just know it's okay because Donald Trump's doing it.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
it's-
So that's how do we
kind
push
of falls
that?
undertilling there.
Yeah.
Let me see.
All right, final point there, Eugene.
I just appreciate the conversation really quick. I hope people take this as like an actual good faith.
For all the therapy talk I've taken, but right now I'm about to pee in a tiny cup. Nikki TMI.
Conversation of how to improve things. Some of the stuff will work, some of it won't. Other people have ideas. If anybody has any ideas or anything, I'll be in the back. Sure. And I'm trying to start up something called Monetize Talking, which is a ridiculous way of saying running a podcast network. But you know, the general consensus is like how to break through to the other side, but also do it in an authentic way where they trust it enough to go like, well, I don't believe what he says, but he hasn't shown me wrong yet. Just like I would say a lot of the stuff on our side is the hyperbolicness.
Eric, you don't have to keep donating, bro. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, don't negatively impact your pocketbook, buddy. I'm gonna go watch Animon in theaters and get lunch. Just stopping to say hi for a second. I love you, buddy. But bro, save your money, man. Holy Jesus. I love you though. I love you. Don't go bankrupt over me, man.
As opposed to this is the exact thing that was said, and like you don't necessarily do that, but you hear other people on Twitter, this is what happened, this is what I saw, and it just kind of goes back and forth, and it disrupts the trust that could have happened to people that are snapped out of the cult. And the other part is if you are in the cult, like go find other people that left, so you have an actual place to go. There's definitely people that are like, oh, I don't like this, I wanted the Epstein stuff, but also if I start telling people this, I'm going to lose my job, my family, my kids, no one's going to talk to me, I'm going to get run out of town, so I'm going to shut the fuck up and just nod. So
Yeah. I mean, I think having a more cohesive media environment and more cohesive reality, I think, would get in that direction. But that's a huge monumental task.
Yeah, exactly. I appreciate it.
All right, put your hands together for Eugene. Thank you so much. Awesome stuff, man. Okay, quick.
My boy, I gamble a lot and win a lot. Well, just be careful. Like, if you ever need any of this money back, don't hesitate to ask. I got you. Just be careful, buddy. But I do appreciate it. I'll chat with you guys later. Be safe, Nikki. We love you.
Quick roll call for debaters that may or may not have arrived late here. Barron's here. Okay, great.
Is it Barron Trump?
David, you bought a debate.
Barron Trump
ticket?
should show up to one of
David.
these.
No David. The person who wanted to be called UBI. Are you here? You're here? Okay, fantastic. We got UBI. Simon Park. Are you here? No Simon Park? All right. And we already had Brandon Lee. Did we already have Brandon Lee? Brandon Lee back there?
This is the hard part for me?
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, we'll get to you. Okay, awesome. And Eric Melkor.
Eric Melkor. What is this guy?
Oh, that's you? Okay. All right. Well, that's you. Let's go with Eric Melkor next. Come on up, Eric. Come on down. He needs a long applause. He's got a long way to walk here. Keep it going for Eric.
Hell yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up?
All right, so I'm gonna take this conversation on a whole different direction.
Okay.
From what?
That's what I thought it was. Melkor was Lord of the Rings. Yeah, dude. And Melkor was Morgoth is like the prime evil, right? Or like their version of a prime evil, like the first bad guy that took the thing and then fled to the whatever the kingdom was where the actual story of Lord of the Rings takes place with Shelob, right? They took that shit from the tree or something. And then they had ultimately betrayed each other. I watched a little bit. More like Bruce Lee.
We've been talking so far. How seriously do you view the threat of automation, and what's the time span for that?
I would say not seriously at all, just because I'm not well enough versed on it to know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know that there's like a retort, like the claim is that AI is going to threaten a lot of jobs. Automation is going to threaten jobs that can't be replaced. The retort is that this is the lump of labor fallacy. We always find more work to do. And then the counter retort is that AI or general intelligence represents a type of like intellectual work or creative work or automated work that is actually going to be new compared to anything that's happened before. And then the counter is like, that's where I'm at. So I don't know like
So
I don't
fair.
have enough facts to go into
Right. So the response to automation is that there will be new work.
Yeah.
Right. I think that ultimately the net loss of jobs will be greater than the jobs that
True.
are created. I think we have what you can call corporate capitalism, right? We've depended on corporations for jobs, right? That's literally
True.
every single one of us like depends on a corporation, unless you're a small business owner, which, right?
Which is why corporations failing is sometimes
I would
bad.
take the automation.
Read those books when I was a kid. I watched the Lord of the Rings film, just like Harry Potter. It left me cold. I don't know. I think those movies are some of the best probably ever made.
Threat a bit more seriously because
The Hobbit was
I
bad,
would
though.
mention three
Still like
three
it.
major industries that might be affected, and these are three industries that hire a lot of people worldwide. It would be trucking,
True.
call center workers, and computer programmers.
Okay, trucking. What was the second one?
Call center
centers.
workers.
Call center. Oh, okay.
Call center workers and computer programmers. What are your thoughts on those being automated?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard these before. I think I've even mentioned, the trucker thing is supposedly really scary in the United States. There's a huge amount of, I don't think it's the number one industry, but it might be. But it
Movie
affects
nights
a
on
ton of
Discord
people.
would be
And the threat of
gangster.
automated cars is supposedly really scary there, but thankfully Elon is pushing that back every year, so hopefully we never...
Right. We have Waymos already here in LA, right? And
Sure.
in San Francisco,
They're
right?
not trucking though, but no, I know what you mean, yeah.
Right. So again, the trucking employs millions of Americans, mostly Republicans, mostly living in red states, right? Not college educated, high school diploma kind of thing. I think this is a bigger threat than people seem to realize. I think that when it comes to the trucking industry, not only do the truckers lose the job, but also the dining, the
Yeah, the gas stations, And when that happens, it's going to be harder to maintain gas stations because then people are going to be less likely to travel. It would disrupt major portions of our country. I'm a stoner comedy guy for days.
the diners, the restaurants, the truck stops. I also think that the vision that Democrats are putting forth to address that is non-existent, right? Meaning that
Be safe, Eric. I love you. You must touch tips.
no candidate thus far has even remotely addressed this fact, right? That automation is a threat.
I feel like the situation is like right now so dire presently in terms of stuff being talked about and stuff that people care about. I think it's hard to even be forward facing. We on the conservative side, like they say that every single problem was literally existential, and then on the Democratic side, it's starting to feel like every single problem, to some extent, or at least a lot of them, are existential. So when you're in that like fight or flight mindset, it's hard to kind of like plan for the future, I guess.
Right. So it's like the scarcity mindset, right? It's
A little bit, yeah.
Right. So
I think there's like a broader way to talk about it, but nobody ever really addressed the conversation. But it has to do with like how do you address workers that are left behind when your GDP is growing? It's like
Right.
a broad way of saying.
UBI, baby. Give me UBI, baby.
It,
Well,
yes.
that's the whole point of automation is that we will be as productive as ever, even more so, because robots can do better jobs than humans, right?
But I feel like that assumption that we would live in this kind of like post-scarcity world, for some reason, I'm sure most economists probably account for this. I'm just saying, generally speaking, it feels like people don't account for the fact that consumer demand seems to be infinite. Like the appetite for a consumer for more stuff is like always growing. So insofar as if there are 100 people that are sitting around that can have, everything provided by robots, somebody's going to want something that one of those 99 other people can provide, and then that's, for some reason, that's always rolled forward that way. Now, the claim is that AI or something is going to represent a unique displacement of workers that, won't be able to be compensated with just increased demand or, lump of labor stuff. But I mean, that has yet to happen, and I guess we'll see. If it does, then damn.
I just view a failure on both them.
I don't know, man. I don't know. When you give AI a lifetime to learn Ren's story, we could probably make Ren tracks, bro. Because if it can copy human emotion and articulate that human emotion, we're going to be out. I mean, thank God they're just predictive models as of right now. They're not actually thinking. They lie to you when they say they're thinking. But it just knows how to repeat things. It'll never make something new.
Democrats and Republicans, in terms of like offering a hopeful message for the future. And as my name implied, the UBI thing, there's only one candidate so far that has even remotely touched on this. And it's Andrew Yang, right?
Andrew Yang!
No, people view him as the sort of
AI music, I've seen, it's terrible right now, but we're in the early stages of AI. Like it gets better every day.
Of this kind of weird I don't know. I don't even know how people characterize him at this point, right? But he was the only one to offer like a pretty solid plan, right? So one of the things that he had was a universal basic income, which was $1,000 a month that every U.S. citizen over the age of 18 would
Yang gang! I was a Yanger, dude. I like my boy Andrew Yang.
qualify. I would argue that this policy is much better than what Kamala had to offer during her
Is the real scary shit? Exactly, bro.
presidential run, and as well as he had a vision to fix the tax system in America, which you've touched on this before because I do watch your videos. He proposed a value-added tax system, and I think there's many different versions of a value-added tax system, but I believe the best version is the UK's version, in which it's a 20% tax on all luxury items, non-essentials, right? There's I believe a 3 or 6% tax on semi-essentials. Think diapers, children's clothing, things of that nature. And then there's I
know, dude. It's so lame. It's so lame. Because UBI would help so many Americans.
essentials are not taxed at all, meaning groceries like milk, eggs, rice, beans, fruits, and vegetables, right? I would also mention that the UK has a sugar tax, right? Because do you really want more people to succumb to diabetes and other diseases that would put a pressure on their healthcare system, right? So
I don't necessarily think that, I can't say that this would be a bad tax structure for a kind of like quasi-post-scare.
All right. I saw this tip for whoever might be useful doing some research on the AI in the music industry. Next time a company or salesperson announces a generative AI feature or service that is used for the sale of subscription claims, it will help you with your job, your music career, or ask them these 10 magic words. More often than not, those 10 words magically work a mute button for tech assholes because they either don't know the answer to the question. Oh, it's like an actual thing.
Scarcity future.
Fuck AI.
But the only issue is right now we're designing kind of like the perfect tax or societal fiscal structure for a reality that we're not quite at yet. So I think it's hard to, I think it's hard to, yeah.
I think
Yep,
the
yep,
value-added
yep.
tax system offers a lot of strengths even now if it were to apply.
I'm not
right
going to
now.
disagree on that. It'll never
Right.
happen because Americans, well, actually, I guess that's not true. It would only happen if Trump did it because apparently that's the only way conservatives will accept new taxes. But I think most economists, I think everybody is generally in favor of a type of value-added tax because it gives the federal government the ability to have a
Right.
federal sales tax.
Food is generally VAT free here. Sugar tax is a good idea. Yeah, even what's his name did that. Arnold Schwarzenegger did that as a Republican in California.
But yeah, I would never. I don't think I would oppose it. I would support that, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately, in the
Well,
U.S.
I think all of these conversations that I've heard so far, I mean, that you have, and I really applaud you for what you do, right? To put yourself out there and talking to the right. I just think it's just so divisive. It doesn't really offer a unifying message. There's a vision of a universal basic income that has to do with kind of reeling it all back in and offering an actual vision to actually fixing this country's problems. So
Yeah, but again, you're talking about a guy who's saying that he can't have these conversations with people because instead of having these conversations about a universal basic income or what AI's threats are to our society, we're having about conversations about what people do with their dicks in bathrooms, like trans bathrooms and trans women's in sports, and we're talking about dipshit things like DEI and Kamala Harris's like ethnicity. Like, Jesus Christ.
when it comes to UBI, right? It's if you pair it with a value-added tax, right? If you
There's a reason why Republicans don't let you attack back, because if you attack them, they have no way to defend the indefensible. But they attack you nonstop, so you have nothing to. You have to just always sit there and defend yourself against these insane, outlandish accusations.
you give $1,000 a month to a single mom or a family or someone that's just struggling to survive, they're gonna get the $1,000 a month. It's gonna subsidize their wage. If they use that money to buy the groceries that they have to buy these things, right? They have to buy their everyday staples.
Car
right?
repairs.
Well, those things won't be taxed at all. So you're basically giving these people the most help you can give them, right? Once they run out of $1,000 a month, then they still have to be productive members of society, and they still have to find a job to cover for whatever else they have. As expenses.
True. And we had another plane crash like 3 days ago. It's fucking wild, man.
So in terms of progressiveness, I think this is the most progressive taxes you can have. Also, a value-added tax, and you know, I've heard you talk about a wealth tax and how inefficient it is. I think a value-added tax is way better at taxing rich people, right? Because it targets their consumption, right? So when it comes to a VAT, a uniform VAT of 10%, right? A 10% VAT on, let's say, your TV breaks. You got to buy a new HDTV, $500. All right. How much is the 10% VAT on that? Well, it's $50. All right, so you're going to spend $550 now, right? But as you go into the higher society, levels of society, what's a 10% tax on a $20,000 Rolex watch, or a $100,000 sports car, or $1 million yacht, right? So you're going to target rich people's consumption choices, so that you have a better system than and again.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I feel like we're designing optimal tax strategies for a country that's absolutely not, like, we can't even agree on progressive income taxes in terms of like higher taxes for wealthy people. We just had these whole Trump tax cuts that are absolutely obliterating our budget that have now been solidified after the one big beautiful bill. So the idea of trying to talk about like a progressive value-added tax structure, again, I think like there's just like these are interesting conversations, but it's like a land value tax that all the Georgian people like to talk about too. Like it just feels like we're so far away from even having we don't even agree on what the
True.
problems are when it comes to taxes in the U.S.
True.
I mean, one of the reasons why I put myself out here like this too is because I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of people about this, Republicans included. I drive for, I'm an Uber driver here in SoCal, so that means I end up in Orange County, right? And I've talked to Republicans about this. And I am able to have the most productive, healthy conversations with them if I stick to just this topic. And a value-added tax is actually pretty popular amongst them, right? It's pretty straightforward, right? You're taxing luxury, you're taxing people's consumption. Yang also proposed that if you're gonna raise this 10% value-added tax, you're also gonna lower the federal income taxes by a similar percentage.
Yeah, but that's not what the conversation should be about, because we're not talking about to an individual and we're talking about MAGA. Destiny will openly admit that an individual is intelligent, that you can have a conversation through ideas, and when the brain is functioning rationally, you can have a pretty deep, nuanced conversation that gets to the food for the soul. But the problem is when people fall into their ideological camps, such as like their team, they don't ever think that way, and they think down party lines. One of the biggest problems is that we'll never be able to be rid of these things as long as MAGA and these people continue operating the way they are. We can get back to these conversations. We need to stop the attacking nonstop, and only one party does it.
You're not gonna put in an extra
Like tax revenue
on
generating
people,
thing
right?
without also giving some kind of alleviation, right?
Right,
Yeah.
you're alleviating it from the income tax system and then just having this luxury tax system, right? So what better way than to tax your people? First of all, why are you taxing people based off of their labor? Like, don't you want more of that, right? Like it's the income tax system is one of the most unfair tax systems in the world. I used to work at a UPS warehouse where people are working back-breaking labor, like during COVID, like working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. And then they go home and then they get their paycheck and it's like 30% tax. Like that's super unfair. I believe that's one of the reasons why Trump won. Trump won this time around because he won over the middle class, right? He won over the middle class because the argument that you'll hear a lot is, oh, it's not fair that I'm getting taxed more and I'm working my ass off, and then my money is going to someone that doesn't work as hard as I do, right? So to me, and I kind of agree with that, again, because I worked at this very hard back-breaking job, and I saw this, right?
I mean, like, I understand what you're saying. As somebody that is rich and somebody that was poor, something I say a lot is I hate the middle class. I've always hated the middle class.
Right.
The idea that somebody in the middle class doesn't want to pay more in taxes because they don't want their money going to like a working class person. I feel like one thing that I wish would happen in the United States is I feel like we radically need to change the way that we approach talking about taxes. Like conservatives talk about them like they have to be avoided at all costs. And when I hear people on the left talk about them, they talk about them like a punishment, right? But like, something I've said, like I get to sit in front of a computer or in front of an audience and, I get to fly around in airplanes, I get to do all this stuff. It would only work that way if there were a whole group of people that were also willing to do other types of work that I personally don't want to have to do. And the idea that, like for me to exist at like the incredibly heightened experience I get to have in this country means that I have to pay some chunk of my income so that other people can live, outside of destitute poverty. Like that shouldn't even be like a regret. That should be like a celebrated thing. And even if people don't like intuitive or even
Oh yeah, men primarily voted for Trump and women primarily voted for Kamala Harris,
if people don't intellectually understand it, intuitively they do because
which is another one of my talking points that I think that like the stance of hardcore feminism to tell men to not have conversations was a detriment to the things they wanted to get done. People have this problem of like sitting on their soapbox and saying, I know more than you do. You weren't allowed to speak about it. We saw it earlier today with Blue MAGA, where he just shut down and was like, I disagree with everything you're saying because you're not educated. I'm educated. And it's like, okay. So women, typically, those of the feminist movement that were to have these conversations in online spaces would do so from a position of authority. You don't get to talk about women's issues. You're a man. And it's like, okay, well, you understand that you need men to vote, right? If you alienate men and push them to the right, what are they going to keep doing? They're going to start voting against your interest because there they can at least have a conversation. Like, as much as no one wants to admit it, like the game of politics is to be played for everybody. And those that are willing to work with the other side or those that they disagree with are the ones that will actually get things done.
Because, if somebody was making some amount of money online, you could just tell them, hey, there's like a whole bunch of crazy countries that you could move to and live in the wilderness and you'd be so fucking rich. And they'd be like, well, I don't want to fucking live there, right? Well, of course you don't. But part of the reason why you don't want to live there is because you don't have like a whole society that is like moving everybody forward from top to bottom. Yeah.
So
All right, you get the last word there, Mr. UBI.
okay, so I'm gonna try to cover this as fast as I can because this is there's so much ground to cover when it comes to universal basic income.
Okay.
I think the vision that a UBI can do for us is to also offer a way to adapt to a changing economy. I mentioned that trucker, if he loses his job, he's not going to live in an expensive city like LA or San Francisco or New York, right? $1,000 a month there isn't really going to do much for that trucker, right? we're paying $2,000 a month in rent here in LA, right? But if most likely that trucker is going to live in a small town, he loses his job tomorrow. He receives $1,000 a month, right? That money can help that individual and his small town to basically invest in their economy so that you can see a resurgence of small businesses and self-employment endeavors, right?
Well, and also, just you can make an economic argument that having money gives you the ability to spend money, and having the ability to spend money will like stimulate the economy. This is 100% true, Stuart. Those on the right don't seem to understand that you need to govern for all the people, not just those that voted. Exactly.
So again, the vision of a UBI, that what it can do for us, it's very complex. There's a lot of ground to cover. There's so much in terms of how you could even call it a left-leaning libertarian idea in which instead of the wastefulness that government can do, I mean, we've already seen it in terms of the homeless industrial complex that's happening here.
The homeless industrial
in California.
complex.
Tens of billions of dollars have been spent on trying to tackle homelessness. Has anyone seen an improvement? No, because it's there's so much wastefulness and inefficiencies.
Well, there are a lot of wastefulness and inefficiencies in government. That's true. But it's also a very complicated situation because at the end of the day, we have free will. Like, are you saying we should round these people up and force them into homes that they don't want to be in? That is authoritarian, and we can't do that. That would infringe on their rights. So it's a very complicated issue. Throwing money at it does try to attempt to solve it, but we are having a lot of issues and we have a lot of red tape within our bureaucracy. But again, that's why these things are the way they are. We want our government to be somewhat, to some extent, inefficient. We want it to be slow moving. This way that we can articulate the changes as they happen and we can see them in real time and make any changes that we can. There's a reason why governments can't keep up with the market. Markets need to respond to things incredibly quickly, and they just can't do that. Governments are designed to be slow moving because they have such a huge amount of people that they have to look over. It's such a huge swath of territory. Like we have almost 200, 300 million people living in America. Like 37% of our people didn't even vote. Of our total population. It's a very complicated issue. And if we just make it an abrupt change tomorrow, it can have a dramatic effect that we aren't foreseeing. There's a reason why things are slow, because it's not like a science experiment where if things go wrong, it's okay. Because if things go wrong in government, people die.
Of government, right? Whereas a UBI it's a left-leaning libertarian idea because you're reducing government bloat and waste, right? And instead you're putting that money straight into people's pockets. You're going to save money in the long run on many different levels. Again, there's so much ground to cover. I can talk about healthcare. I can talk about the prison system. I can talk about how this offers a better vision for America, going down in terms of jobs and automation and all that. But I do, it really kind of, seeing these kind of conversations happening where neither, you guys are just arguing, it's just two sides arguing on some of the dumbest fucking positions ever, and no one is really actually thinking critically to move forward, to move this country.
How do we move a country forward when half of the people in the country that voted in this last election do not believe in facts? We have arguments. I understand what he's saying. And to some extent, I agree with it. The problem is, this is also the most brain-dead, childish, reductionist take ever. We have seen insurmountable changes since the birth of this country that has affected the entire world. We always continually work for change. Sometimes the changes are small. Sometimes they're gigantic, such as the civil rights movement or the right for females to vote. Some of these changes are slow. But just in 2015, or was it 2016, we legalized gay marriage. Gay marriage has only been legal for 10 years. You don't just quit at politics once you get what you want. You have to keep fighting to improve the lives of everyone constantly. And sometimes people have to come together on a particular issue, and then they move to another particular issue. Like under Biden, we saw massive reforms. The Inflation Reduction Act was incredible. The CHIPS Act was incredible. We saw bipartisan bills being written for border reform. It was incredible. Like these were tangible, actionable things that improved lives. The child tax credit that Biden started cut children's poverty in half by 50%. We also saw them cap the prices of insulin, which dramatically increased the lives of those that require insulin. Like, we are making dramatic changes constantly. But you guys keep saying we've done nothing. Nothing's happening. With this line of logic, nothing ever happens, and then the perpetual cycle of self-destruction and entropy just continue to happen. Like, this is such a brain-dead take. I understand what he's saying, and I agree with what he's saying. But, like, to say nothing is getting done? Brother. It would cost a fortune, unfortunately, for UBI. It would have benefited me, though, as I lived off my savings for a while. Exactly, dude. Exactly.
Country forward, it kind of makes me sad because it's like, what the fuck are we doing, guys, right? And like I said,
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, like, you kind of have to meet people where they are. Like the UBI
True.
argument can be the best argument in the world, but if I show the right group of conservatives a picture of a bunch of brown and black people getting it, they're going to be immediately opposed, and they're going to call them all lazy. It's like, okay, well, I guess we're
that's the
completely,
beauty about the
yeah.
universality of it, right? But Yang also had a really
True.
good, he actually had traction with Republicans during that 2020 election cycle, right? So he was able to offer a vision that Democrats didn't offer, right? So again,
Yeah, and he lost. So then we try again. That doesn't mean you get disenfranchised and turn on the party. The guy ran a good campaign. He got through 3 rounds of debates, and I supported him. I thought Andrew Yang was the shit. The last one I wanted was Biden. Biden still ended up doing a good job. It doesn't matter if your guy loses. Like, at some point, I have a favorite person that plays football. But when a team that I like gets to the Super Bowl and mine doesn't, I'm going to be like, yeah, buddy. Or the team I hate gets to the Super Bowl. You damn right I'm going to be I'm going to be against him, bro. Like, I don't give a fuck who's on the other team.
We're all just kind of like just going in circles with some of the dumbest things I've ever heard, and it's all brain rot kind of topics, right? And I get it. It's amazing. It's really cool to have you on the left side to defend a lot of these positions, but I still think it's not enough. It's still not enough, and Democrats have failed us. Just as much as Republicans. I mean, I'm not even going to fucking mention Republicans, but Democrats are I'm trying to learn from those failures, and I'm trying to offer a different alternative vision.
All right. Thank you, Mr. UBI. Rock and roll. You had a good run. All right, we're going into our next debater right away. Oh, just a quick reminder. Stephen will be signing posters. You can get a free poster after and a picture with Stephen once we are done with our debaters tonight. So don't go away once we conclude. Callie Chan, you're up next. Put your hands together for Callie Chan. She's coming straight from the back of the house. So keep that round of applause going. Stretch those arms, clap them together. Callie Chan, here she comes. Rock and roll. Woohoo!
Hell yeah. Ooh, she's a cutie. Oh, she's going to say something that makes me mad.
I just want to preface that I am definitely not a political whiz here.
That's fine. Speak right in the mic, and then you're good. You can do
All
whatever
right.
you want to be. Okay.
And not only that, I unfortunately work in defense, so I'm very conflicted about what's going on right now, and don't want to be doxxed, so here we go.
Okay.
All right, so if facts matter, how do we wake
Second prize, 2 pictures with Steven. Hell yeah. I would, I'm not even going to lie, dude. I would totally be down to take a picture with Destiny, bro. The one time he liked one of my fucking tweets, and it was like, I was like, holy fuck, bro. I got seen by the GOAT. Oh, shit. And then Wick was liking my stuff for a while, enough to where he followed me, but then I started saying some unhinged shit, and he was like, "Yeah, I can't participate in this." What a pussy Wick can be sometimes, you know?
People up who've been emotionally checked out of politics. I noticed that a lot of people, especially in California, they act like they're above politics. They want to play kumbaya, saying both sides, whatever, like both sides are wrong, you know, or they don't have the emotional energy to give a shit anymore.
True!
And they don't want to be that draining moral superiority, like virtue signaling downer. And do you think political apathy is a form of privilege or burnout?
I need a better answer for this. I feel like one of the issues that we have, you asked, is political apathy a privilege or burnout? I mean, it can be either or. I mean, it really depends.
It's kind of a good question, honestly, because supposed to be our biggest warriors are the liberals from California and New York. And like, I mean, other than Gavin Newsom, what the fuck's happening? And New York is no longer like liberal, bro. They are just full blown socialists right now. Like Mondami and shit, they are up that motherfucker's dick. Who knows what happens in New York after this? A part of me hopes that he's successful because it'd be cool to have a more diverse array of opinions in politics. But another problem I have is that if he's more successful, it might become more mainstream and we'll have more and more socialists propping up. And like as I said to Blue MAGA here, that I think that it incentivizes people through lies and manipulation versus like hardcore facts and truth and evidence. They tell people the things they want to hear. They do the exact thing that everyone complains about politicians doing, where they say nothing except pretty anecdotal things that make you feel good on the inside. They're snake oil salesmen, and all they want is power. That is by definition what communists and socialists do. So like, New York scares the fuck out of me right now.
Depends on what issue we're talking about, and it depends on, you know, what. It depends on what we're talking about, right? So like all of us, well, most of us are politically privileged to not really care. I'm being a bit facetious about what goes on like between Ukraine, Russia, or Israel, Palestine.
True.
Because these are foreign conflicts, so they don't affect us here. Some people in the U.S. have the privilege not to care about, you know, like women's rights or stuff related to SNAP or WIC or you know, welfare programs or stuff related to taxes. Like it really depends. Like
not even Taylor Swift could turn this election, bro. That's wild.
Some extent, like a lot of us are privileged in some ways. We don't really have to care. Other people are, you know, are really bought into it because it literally affects them or their communities. I think that on the left, I feel like one of the issues, it kind of came up earlier when the guy was up here, is it doesn't feel like we have like a coherent political project to fight for.
True.
Whereas on the right, they always have like, there's like a new enemy or a new deep state or a new, you know, thing from the future or the past.
Evil
or whatever.
Democrats.
Thing that they're always like at ends with, you know, a new trans bus driver or whatever. There's always like an enemy that they can be upset about. And that type of anger seems to sustain people for a long time. It seems to keep people going in a direction for a long time. I'm not saying we necessarily need to do that, but I do think that the left as a whole, please God, excuse me, the Democratic establishment as a whole needs to kind of have a more coherent like war game plan to put forth to the people so that they feel like they're invested or involved in something. I think people like to see, to some extent, like the fruits of their labor. And when you don't have anything that you're ever fighting for, it's hard to keep track of anything. Like I said, like I was excited when Gavin Newsom talked about the redistricting. That's like a real thing that there's going to be a real vote on, and it's going to have a real impact on redistricting.
Well, Stuart, I could have swore I've shouted you out before. I'm easily pleased, so when a reactor shouts me out, it gives me a warm glow. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
In California, and I think that's awesome. It's the thing you can see, well, at least on a map. I think it might have been Steve Bannon that said this, or somebody else. I kind of believe this. I think that maybe we need to like build stuff that's like big and noticeable again, like bridges or not trains, because these take fucking forever apparently for you guys. But anything that like you can build and see, I think people like that. As gaudy and disgusting as it is, like, you know, conservatives look at all the Trump gold and everything in the Oval Office, and they're like, oh, it's awesome, or like the whatever the Trump grandma patio that he has like out in back where the Rose Garden used to be, like stuff that you can like visually see, you know, I think is nice for people. But yeah, I think to to go back, you're asking like it's a very like it's a very involved question. Like, what gives people the drive to be involved in politics and to move something forward? And I think it's feeling like you're part of like a political project that has some kind of forward momentum that's making some kind of difference. It's actually doing something. Yeah. But like how you do that, there's like so many different factors at play. I can talk about this forever. But like Obama was like an inspiring person. People liked him. They liked the way he spoke. You felt cool when he got elected. It was like, oh, cool, this is awesome. It's a fun thing. People, I would say like Gavin Newsom making fun of Trump on Twitter. That's a highlight of my life, is seeing you tweet from him or his press office or whatever. Like, it's just fun. It's something to be like culturally involved in. And then, having media that you can watch that's like fun or exciting. Like growing up as a conservative, like listening to Michael Savage roasting the commies was, really fun. And all of the entertainment and excitement. I can listen to Alex Jones. I got all these lunatics. I'm not saying we need to be that bad, but yeah, there has to be like I'm reiterating myself for the third time. There has to be like a comprehensive project that everybody is working on that always has some kind of forward momentum. But that's like a thing that involves a lot of moving pieces. Yeah. Great.
I like that you say that, because there are a lot of things that I thought, okay, this is the point where we're going to actually start
he did.
like Roe versus
I also like that Obama actually did that. People will come out and say things like, you can criticize Trump for like the way he was handling the DOJ in his first term. And you'll make that criticism. They'll be like, Obama was doing drone strikes. It's like, yeah, but he consulted with his lawyers. Like, he went to the White House staff to determine whether or not it's something that he can do. And they're like, well, those were his lawyers. No. Don't misunderstand. These lawyers took an oath to the Constitution. When Trump uses his corrupt fuck Rudy Giuliani lawyer, that's his personal lawyer, and Obama uses the lawyers of the White House, these are two different things. They have two different responsibilities and jobs. Like, the White House lawyers have a job not to protect the president, but the White House. Donald Trump's personal lawyer, the corrupt fuck Rudy Giuliani, has a job to protect Trump. These are two different things.
Wade, or all the different rights getting rolled back, but like people are on to the next thing. People are on to the next like talking point. People are on to the next show. The more distractions there are, the less we care. So like I think just an overwhelm of different things to care about, and people are starting to get burnt out.
I think.
Well, yeah, but that's by design. That's why Donald Trump does what Donald Trump does. Again, that's why they attack. Because every time, like, eventually you just quit giving a fuck. How do you think wolves kill bears? By running around them nonstop and wearing them the fuck out. Like, it's how a smaller entity can fucking take out a bigger entity. You just wear it the fuck down. Rudy Giuliani's finest hour was in the Borat sequel.
One of the issues is when we find a topic to care about, we don't have like a clear path to success, and I think that leads to people getting discouraged really quickly. Again, I'm not saying we should go in this direction, but if you look at like the trend of literally everything today, it's like gamification to give you these like little steady rewards as you build towards something. Well, if somebody tells you, okay, well, Roe v. Wade is gone, well, what are we going to do? Well, we're going to try to win an election so that the next president hopefully gets to install one more Supreme Court justice, so that maybe there is like a groundbreaking case that's brought through the courts, and maybe with like a 5-4 conservative court, we might be able to get a favorable ruling that maybe will bring about like. Jesus, like how? But look, what the fuck? Who cares? We don't even know we'll have a Supreme Court by then, right? Like it's just fucking. It's like so far out.
Yeah, we should try an actual pass, like a legislative reform, or an idea of Roe versus Wade instead of leaving it up to the precedent of the Supreme Court. We should just codify a law through Congress saying that women can make that choice. But we can't have that conversation because we're too busy talking about woke college trans students and DEI bathrooms and whatever the fuck else is out there.
Meanwhile, like Trump is promising to bomb countries tomorrow, right? Like that sounds like a way more exciting project. Like I want to be the guy that's watching Greenland explode rather than the guy who's like looking forward to the, another Supreme Court justice 27 years from now. Now, like I think, like I'll credit Biden with being politically effective because he did get stuff done, but it didn't feel like it. You didn't have that feeling. And, I joked about this initially as I would like to consider myself somewhat politically mature, that, I would joke with Dan and say, oh, well, it's nice that it's kind of boring now under Biden because we have like a real country with a real guy who's really doing things. But I think a lot of people like kind of the excitement and they like to see like the cool stuff. And the Republicans are just so far ahead of us on that.
I mean, yeah.
We need to bring back stoner comedies like Pineapple Express and Superbad. Like the problem is all of our guys went super wokey, dude. All the people that made the funny comedies and did the wild shit, keep religion out of politics. Yes. Like all these people eventually went like, oh, we can't say that. That's too offensive. Oh, well, think about the minority groups this could offend. Think about like, bro, South Park is one of the last people still bringing it, dude. And Jon Stewart. Like these guys need to reclaim their thrones of being the edgelords that made them who they are instead of the fucking ghoulish actors. Like I love Jack Black with a passion, but I'm so like the fact that they fired Rage Cage over making a joke about Donald Trump being assassinated and not or failing to be assassinated. What the fuck? They all got super rich. Exactly, dude.
Yeah, and that's why they voted for who
True.
was good with TV rather than actual politics.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, on to the next questions. How do you de-radicalize someone who's deep in the MAGA pipeline without sounding condescending at this point?
I don't think
PC has ruined almost all things, if not all. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Dude. There's like that's why my initial stuff was against PC culture and for freedom of speech and stuff. I don't like the idea that people have to like change the way that they act to accommodate other people. Look, my girlfriend is about to get mad at me, but has to be done. Look, and you guys will probably agree with her because I find myself I'm always alone in my statements. My girlfriend gets so grumpy at me because I'm like, dude, I am the same guy around the clock. Authenticity, bro. This is me. Like, so when I go to a public place, I'll be like reading shit. I'm like, well, what the fuck is this? We're at a supermarket. You know what I mean? And then she'll be staring at me like I just punched a child. And I'm like, what? She's like, we're in public. And I'm like, oh, okay. And she's like, what? This is public, man. And I'm like, there are kids around here. I'm like, fuck them kids. And dude, I feel bad because like I know she's right. I should try to modulate myself. But sorry, dude. Fuck them kids. I told her I'll behave myself in public, or at least attempt to try to. There's a difference between PC and woke though. Exactly, dude. Exactly. So did the South Park guys, but they didn't fucking care. 1 Point Feeling Plus have a lot of fuck you. Yeah, dude. Well, also like they're not like South Park will make fun of the left, dude. They will. They don't mind calling out the crazy left shit. So like there's nothing wrong with calling out the extremist in your group, and I think that should be more celebrated. One of the problems that we saw a lot was that like when the left went way too far and did way too crazy shit, a majority of the moderates in the center were just like, we're going to stay quiet so we don't get yelled at. Instead of going, nah, actually, I don't agree with what you're saying. Like, it's that simple, dude. You make a stand. And even if they get mad at you, who cares? In a week, they'll forget they're mad at you. Like, who gives a shit? They're going to be on to their next little adventure on Twitter where they complain about the world instead of trying to fucking do anything. That's all they do. They're just loud, abrasive fucking dipshits on the internet that do nothing.
there is no like you can't like de-radicalize people. I think in like any kind of short guide. It's kind of funny. I think I've drawn this comparison before, but like a really good example, or two good examples, I think, are these are issues that have been dealt with forever. Is you have people who are addicted to drugs or who might be like kind of crazy, like experiencing psychotic mental illness.
Comedy started with Monty Python for me. Life of Brian could never be made now. Facts. Bro, I still to this day think one of the greatest movies ever made. Tropic Thunder. Oh my God, dude, that was a bold, crazy move. And more people got mad at Ben Stiller than they did at RDJ for playing a black guy because he said the word retarded. That's crazy to me. I'm glad that our circumstances have changed to where now we'll never be able to see such comedic gold again. It'll just be a thing of the past. Jesus Christ. Like, back in my day, you used to hear the N-word every day while playing Xbox. You're like, Jesus Christ, Grandpa.
Illness, or people who are lost in like abusive
You could not make that movie today. No. But someone should. I want to see if RDJ can play another race, dude. They should make 5 of them, dude, or 6 of them, where he plays an Italian, he plays a Chinese guy. Like, that would be fucking wild, man. And then this way it would be equality. If he could play every race, that would be fucking gangster. One, it would show Superior or Blazing Saddles. Oh my God. Oh, boys. Yeah, dude. George Harrison financed My Life of Brian by mortgaging his house as he wanted to see the film Murder after EMA Films withdrew their support. He also made a cameo appearance in the movie. Yeah, dude. Gave them $6 million. God damn.
Like kind of crazy, like experiencing psychotic mental illness, or people who are lost in like abusive relationships. These are issues that have happened for a long time. Psychologists, therapists, everybody's like studied, and you know, as far as I'm aware, there's not really much you can do for these people except kind of be there for them. Like if you know somebody who's addicted to drugs, you know somebody who's stuck in an abusive relationship, if you try to coach them out of it at all, they immediately paint you as an enemy. They get deeper into the other thing.
True.
They stop communicating with you, and now you've lost all contact. But it's hard to be friendly with them because you don't want to be like encouraging of like bad habits, but it feels weird not to say something. The problem is once somebody's an adult, they truly are left to make their own choices. I would say that if you have a friend in your life and you feel like they're, you know, down a certain rabbit hole, you talk to them as much as you can, but it's going to be kind of obvious if you're trying to like, you know, argue them out of a particular point. Like they're going to pick up on that. It's not like you can go here as like a therapist and try to talk a friend down from something. So also keep in mind too, like don't feel bad. Like you're up against an impossible machine. You know, like I think I've made this joke on stream a lot, and like I've had multiple friends that I've lost who it starts with the innocent, like, so I saw this guy on Candace Owens and he was making a lot of sense, and I'm like, fuck, like in 6 months this person's gonna be fucking crazy. And it's happened 3 times. And nothing that I say or do, no amount of argument or no amount of like logical refutation.
Eric Idle said it was the most expensive cinema ticket ever. Church people protested outside of cinemas, which only boosted ticket sales. Hell yeah. That would
It matters because by the time I've spent 1 week going over with some fucking guy who believes in the ether, they've got like 6 other shows that they're ready to give me. I was like, okay, well, like something is clicking in your brain here that I can't communicate with and I can't do anything about. So, yeah, it's what I said for the first thing. It's like this whole interconnected, moving, you know, puzzle that there's a lot of different pieces that have to be working to make things work better. Yeah.
All right, you get the last word there, Callie.
Okay, let's see.
That's so crazy. It is crazy. I feel so responsible for turning a few of my boys onto Joe Rogan. Because I've been watching Joe Rogan for a very, very, very long time. Back when he was just a liberal. You know what I mean? Like long ago. Like back when we were on like episode 800 or something. I remember when Sky Williams went on Joe Rogan. Back when Joe Rogan used to do like internet celebrities. The Amazing Atheist went on Joe Rogan. Back when like he wasn't just some dipshit that only talked to like UFC fighters only or fucking, you know, these big name guys on press tours. That's all he does now. People do a press tour, they stop at Joe Rogan now. He's no different than The View. And he's already openly admitted that he cuts things out of his interviews to spare people's feelings. So he's already like there's no truth anymore to what he says. It's all artificial. It's all designed in a way to like make things more appealing or the person that's talking there more objective or more true than they really are. Like all of it is lies, all of it's bullshit. And if they do poorly, they will cut the shit out. Ren would make a great guest on Joe Rogan. Ren is too intelligent to go on Joe Rogan, but he should still do it because it'd give him really good publicity. But Joe Rogan didn't seem to give a fuck about Ren's music. He was like, cool, interesting. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about vaccines. And it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. But I feel bad because I used to watch a lot of Joe Rogan, and he used to have critical conversations, especially with like Republicans. When Steven Crowder came on, that was hilarious. When Dave Rubin came on, that was hilarious. When Candace Owens came on, that was hilarious. When Matt Walsh came on, that was hilarious. Like, Ren was blazed watching. He was blazed watching High Ren. Yeah, dude. He still didn't seem to give a shit. I'm blazed in a lot of my reactions, and I give a fuck. You don't see me going, interesting. Cool. Anyway, you hear me go, what the fuck? Bro, fuck Joe Rogan. I feel so bad that I introduced people to him, and now I talk to these people, and they do, you know, like, I have a buddy of mine who I love with all my heart. He'll come in and be like, dude, I started doing cold plunges. I'm like, cool, man. He's like, I started ordering Alpha Brain. I'm like, okay, man. And he's like, and by the way, I started microdosing. It's like, Why? You were like so anti-weed my entire life. Well, you know, Joe Rogan brought on a scientist that said it was okay. It's like, yeah, but why are you changing so much of your personality to be okay with what Joe Rogan is saying? What? And he's like, well, big pharmaceuticals. I'm like, yeah, you understand that Joe Rogan owns companies that sell supplements, right? Of course he doesn't hate like the pharmaceutical companies because he can't get his shit cleared through FDA because it's not real. It's all bullshit. Anyway.
Alrighty, one more thing.
May I ask,
True.
is there anything Trump related that you disagree with Stephen on?
Okay,
It's all about him and his ego. Exactly. That's why when people argue with him, like his buddy Brian, he's like, I know the facts. You won't convince me. And it's like, okay, dude. You're totally open to conversation. Good job, buddy.
does obsessing over Trump keep him culturally immortal?
This
Some
is a
extent.
really hard one. There's a really hard line to walk between like obsessing over Trump versus normalizing Trump. One thing that I found, especially with my own political enemies, whose heads I occupy 24/7, rent-free,
Somebody's son, J Star or Jew Stalker. That's what his actual name is, because you know he's a good person. Pixie, you know, to some extent Pisco. Fuck Pisco, you know, and every magatoid.
is the easiest way they can kind of like brush off criticism of them is to call other people obsessed. So, you know, if I talk negatively about a particular thing and they don't want to deal with the criticism, they say, oh, that guy's obsessed with me. And then you're done with it. MAGA like formalized this with the whole Trump derangement syndrome. Like, oh, don't you think it's kind of crazy when Trump does this? And it's like, I think it's kind of crazy how fucking TDS you are. And it's like, okay, well, fuck me, I guess. So like, I think the important thing is to keep the criticisms like measured. Like when Trump does a really bad thing, I think you have to call it out. There should be people calling it out, but like not every single stupid thing, obviously. So making sure the criticism is accurate, making sure it's measured, the magnitude, your response is appropriate.
Yeah, like Trump trying to rename it to the Gulf of America. Like that's fucking stupid. Who cares? Like I'm not gonna call it the Gulf of America. That's fucking ridiculous. But like, that's not something that I need to fight too hard over. You know what I mean? Like, there are certain issues Trump is going to do where I'm going to be like, yeah, I don't care enough to raise my opinion on that one. You know? But when Trump does something really evil, we should, like, what the fuck? Like, invading cities with the National Guard.
Yeah, and maybe not calling out necessarily every single little thing, but like we're in an era now where like every other day there's like shit happening that is just unbelievably insane to me. And to not have anybody calling it out, yeah, is not good. And when you've been like so recessed on it for so long, to start to step up and call it out, people are going to see that tonal shift and they're like, oh my God, you became deranged. What happened? It's like, well, no, I just fucking started opening my mouth on this. Yeah. So there has to be some balance there. Yeah.
All right, everyone, give it up for Callie. She had a really good run here. Rock and roll.
True!
All right. Well, I think this next debater is going to bring the heat. Put your hands together for Barron. Barron, let's go. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Changing the Defense Department to the Department of War is worrying. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't really like it either. But I'm more worried about the things he said in that meeting versus the name of Department of War. Now, I mean, I don't like the idea of having the name of our stuff like preemptive type of tax shit. Like, the Department of Defense is cool because our military should be only used for defensive measures.
Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going.
Nice to shoot.
I like this man's drip, man. The black turtleneck with a gold chain and beige pants. My brother looks clean right now.
Okay. So I think that
He's also low-key ripped, dude. Look at that shit.
For the past 10 years, I would say the Democratic Party has done a terrible job at messaging. I think the Republicans have done a much better job, probably ever since Obama has left office.
Speaking to that, yeah.
And
you
I would
pulled down a
also
little
say,
bit into it.
sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
And then I would also say that since then, one of the examples of such is probably immigration in the United States. I think that's been a big issue for many people, for many voters. For a
To the microphone, dipshit. Come on, man. It's over here. Your mouth is over here. What are we doing?
long time now, and I think the Democrats really dropped the ball and they ignored that. While Trump, his execution has been very poor, at least he's speaking to what people have been voting for.
No.
I think that when we talk about poor Democratic messaging, I think one of the big problems is Republicans started to play the game of politics a little bit differently in ways that I would argue are immoral, and Democrats haven't kept up on either regulating the environment or playing equally back. I think it's really difficult to contend with I trigger people when I say this, but to contend with certain problems that are, in my opinion, somewhat fictitious or sometimes largely fictitious, like to figure out what the appropriate response to that is can be very challenging. I do not believe, for instance, that the majority of conservatives in the United States have had all of these horrible experiences with like trans rapists in bathrooms, but for some reason, trans people still dominate so much of our conversation. When it comes to immigration,
Yeah, bro. All they ever do is bitch about like 3 or 4 things: immigration, Biden's wars, Biden's health / auto pin, and trans people. Oh, I'm sorry. And then DEI. So there's 5. They have like 5 complaints with the world. Like, dude, Trump didn't even run against Biden. Really. He ran against Kamala Harris. And all of his criticisms today are against Biden. Like, bro, this... Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ!
immigration in particular, I think it's challenging because the actual answers are they're really complicated.
It does.
For instance, what does our immigration system even need to look like? That's something that nobody even talks about, and I seriously doubt we could even come together and agree on what that means. What does it mean to say we have certain immigration problems, right? When there's a Democrat in office, apparently there's like a new fucking caravan like every 2 days at our border that's about to destroy the country. But then as soon as Trump is in office, I'm not hearing anybody complain about what was supposedly like the #1 issue in the U.S. And every time Trump talks about it, there were still like apparently 25 million illegals that got in. Like, I don't know if they all just got bored and stopped destroying the country, or they ran out of dogs to eat, or so it's hard. Like, if somebody throws up a problem like that and you don't even know how to deal with it because it doesn't even seem to be like as real as they're making it out to be, and then they run on
We are no longer in the 626 cinematic universe. Exactly, bro. Whatever timeline we're on. Holy Jesus.
that, and they don't really do much to deal with it, but then everybody feels like they get credit for solving it. Yeah, that's a difficult thing. I do agree that Democrats definitely need to message better on it. But yeah, man, it's a hard one. Like, where do you even start on that? Yeah.
Well, right. So I would say it's a failure of leadership if we all recognize that we are playing the same game, yet the two sides are using different rules to play that game, right?
Well done to FIFA for telling Trump he can't move World Cup cities. Hell yeah, dude. They can suck his balls.
Just nice and close to the mic. Thank you.
sorry.
You can go right on that thing.
So we don't have, people on the left don't have the luxury to be disingenuous with their positions as Republicans do. We all know that, yet they're not putting that forth and deciding on how to best utilize that. So I would say not only are Republicans better at taking their messaging and making it more digestible, breaking it down to 2 or 3 sentences that are really easy to connect with people, they're also better at follow through, or I would say not necessarily they're better at follow through, the Democrats are worse at follow through because we hold our leaders accountable while they're able to, again, misinform their voter base and people will just eat it up. And when we talk about where we can agree on what immigration should look like, I would say, as far as I'm concerned, I would say immigration is great and we should allow as many immigrants as possible as long as it still provides a net positive benefit to the United States. And I think most people would agree with that.
I don't, unfortunately. Okay. I think I would largely agree with that, depending on some things around the edges. But so, like, for instance, one thing I noticed when I listened to conservatives talk about immigration is, like, one of the biggest kind of things you can listen for when you can tell somebody has particular views on immigration is people are very quick to talk about immigrants, illegal immigrants, and asylum seekers all interchangeably. They use all of these interchangeably. MAGA does this all the time. And sometimes through these conversations, we want to have a discussion on, what kind of class of immigrants should we let in? Does temporary protected status, should the executive be able to do this? What do you do with DACA? But sometimes it's better to just go back. I think Adam Mockler, just eviscerated Knowles on this.
Yes.
When I think he asked him a question about like asylum seekers. If you ask Republicans, do you think people should be able to seek asylum in the United States? I think a lot of them would have a difficult time even saying yes to that. So when we realize like how far back we are in the conversation, like, okay, hold on, you don't even think that people should be able to do this. Then it's like, do you think that people should be able to immigrate to the United States if they're willing to work? And it's like, what if it was like 500,000 Mexicans? It's like, oh, well, I don't know. And so it's like, one thing that, so then you have to take another step back. It's like, okay, what do you actually care about when it comes to immigration? Like, do you want there to be any immigration? Because you can catch people like so easily. Like I had one guy saying, like, well, I just don't like the demographic change from, you know, people of color because they vote a different way. And it's like, oh, okay. Like, do you think that European immigrants are voting fucking conservative in the United States?
Right,
and they're like,
right,
well, no,
right.
I guess not. And I was like, okay, so this is clearly not an issue, right? So part of the trouble, I think, of even having the conversation, I think to some extent does.
Man, I'm radicalized into the idea now that when they talk about immigration, we're just talking about brown people. I mean, it's that simple. They don't care. They just don't like brown people or Muslims. That's all it is.
Speak to a Democratic failure in having a strong position. Again, it wasn't until Biden kind of got pushed really hard by conservatives to really come to the border to make like kind of, you know, an idea about it. And then it was Lankford's Republican-authored immigration bill that was eventually kind of pushed before Congress to be voted on. And then it was the Republicans that ended up shooting it down. And so like the Republicans like have the chain the entire time and they're like leading us around in terms of like how we talk about it. So sorry, that sounds really hopeless. I agree that there's kind of been a failure in Democratic messaging, but I think that, man, a lot of my answers are unsatisfying. The Republicans are just fucked up so much shit that it's hard to even understand how to exist in the environment. Like, let's say that, like, if we're both running for student president, and, you know, in the last election cycle, one guy was like, I'm going to make it so they can't assign more than 3 hours of homework a night, and you're...
Yeah, because they don't give a fuck about immigration from European countries. 100% fact. I've seen Asmongold say exactly that. Like, you can come here if you're from South Africa and you're white. You can come here from white European countries. We want you. It's like, you understand that these white European countries probably aren't going to be voting red. You know, they're further left than us, right? They said the same thing about Canadians. Like, my favorite thing is when I heard Republicans talking about, like, if Kamala wins, I'm going to Canada. It's like, you're not wanted in Canada by and large. A majority of the country in Canada is more liberal than, or more left than America.
Saying, okay, well, I'm going to make it so we don't start school until 8:30 instead of 8:15. And then in the next election cycle, one guy is like, I'm going to give all of you $10,000. Like, geez, I don't know what to say to this guy. And then he wins the election and he doesn't do it, but people still vote for him anyway. It's like, well, fuck me, I guess, right? So I don't know how Democrats are supposed to exist in an environment where, I mean, I bring this up all the time. No one knows, cares, whatever about it. The Dominion stuff with Fox News is insane. That should have ended that entire news network, and every person involved, I think, should have been criminally indicted. At the very least, should have all suffered huge civil liability.
True.
And that network should be gone. But like, it's continued on as the largest news network ever. So like, from a conservative viewpoint, they should continue to lie and do what they were doing because they're constantly rewarded for it.
True.
So how much do you blame Democrats for that then? Let's talk about the asylum seekers first. The issue with asylum seekers is, of course, how Democrats really dropped the ball as far as letting asylum seekers come here legally, seeking asylum, and then staying here, extending their stay, without ever getting any type of, you know, catch and release, not seeing judges. I understand there's a backlog in judges and stuff like that, but if you just have no system in which you're tracking anybody anymore, again, that's a failure in leadership in that aspect. And I also think when it comes to the Lankford bill that you talked about, I don't think you're a serious person if you bring, not you personally,
I can be
I'm talking about the politicians. They're not serious about it when they bring this to the forefront during the election year. You already lost the House. You're now playing from behind. You're not serious about this if you didn't bring this to anyone's attention the first 2 years when you had all three houses. Like,
yeah, but I think the issue is, like, the first issue I think has to do with one of, like, how are we approaching failures in leadership here? So, like, catch and release is a difficult one because people assume that the law is like you catch an MS-13 member and then you release him into a friendly white Christian neighborhood so that he can wreak havoc and, you know, cause terror or whatever. When the reality is first of all, there were a large number of people that just didn't immigrate illegally or legally during COVID because it was people were sick. It was fucked. Like, everybody knew people were sick, right? And it was scary and people were dying and especially in the first wave and kind of in Delta, like it was a really bad flu. It really sucked. After that alleviated, there was a huge wave of people that wanted to come.
Yeah,
in a
it
variety
is,
of
Nikki.
ways. And then this asylum loophole kind of got discovered, and then everybody realized what would happen is ordinarily if you would come to the United States, you want to claim asylum, your case is adjudicated basically instantly, and if you're good, you can stay as an asylum under some temporary protected status, or you get kicked out. So you're not going to abuse that, because if you come in and they kick you out, it's like, oh, well, fuck me. But once there was a backlog created, and they have to issue you a slip, right? So catch and release, they issue you, come back for your court date. Once that started to grow, and all these other people were trying to come in after COVID, it was like, oh shit, this is an exploitable system. And I think that started to take off heavily a year or two after the COVID stuff. Now, Trump got to use like Title 42 and everything to shut down the border completely. I think Biden and them, I think, tried to bring it back for a while, but I don't think the courts let them. And then it's just a problem that like continued to grow, but there were like other things happening too. Like was there room for a conversation about immigration when the Russia-Ukraine war was breaking out, when Israel, Gaza was fucking genociding, nuking each other, and it's like, okay, fuck. And then now you're like at the end of the election cycle, it's like, oh, also the illegal immigrants. Like, okay, well, fuck. Well, here's a bill, and the Republicans like, well, actually, we don't want it. It's like, okay, well, is this even a real problem then? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. So all that to say, I'm sorry, I started this off with like what's actually happening. I think that it would be fair if conservatives would say, and I think it would be even fair to punish Democrats electorally if it's like, this is a failure in leadership. Like,
We got you, Nikki.
You're the United States of America. You can handle multiple problems at once. You should have done something about this earlier. But when the talking point on the right is he intentionally, Biden himself, walked down with his fucking Dairy Queen vanilla ice cream cone and opened the gates to let all the illegal immigrants in, and they wanted to do this and they wanted to destroy America. Geez, how do you even start the conversation there? I think it's just a crazy difficult place to start. Yeah.
Well, I think also, like, then what's the suggestion as far as getting the messaging better? Because I think if you ask the average American, what is the left stance on immigration, they would say open borders. What's the right? They're against illegal immigration. Like, I feel like those are both factually incorrect. But there's no space for nuance when it comes to your average voter. So how would you make the messaging better reflect what the politicians are actually advocating for?
Military-industrial complex needs to come back. Deep state needs to come back, and Soros needs to come back and buy X. Okay, we need to. I mean, what we have to do is something has to change about the media environment where conservatives can say anything and like lead Democrats around the leash on everything.
Okay.
That I don't like that. Again, I said this so much tonight. Like that's just a
what would that look like?
multifaceted. It's a huge problem that has to change because like I'm sorry, and I know it sounds mean, but like if you're in Pennsylvania, Michigan, like. There's no way that like illegal immigration is the number one fucking problem that you're facing. But like a lot of these people feel that way, and it's like, well, why do they feel that way, right? And they'll insist. Well, I've had people tell me like that's not true. I drive by and I see illegal immigrants all the time. How the fuck do you know they're illegal? Like, but that sentence you just said is pointless, right?
Brown, yeah.
Yeah. But then it's like, how is it then if this is such a huge problem that the second Trump gets elected, it's not a problem anymore? What's happening? Did ICE make that many raids that they, deported 25 million illegals or 5 million illegals or 1 million illegals? Like, where are they all going if I thought this was the biggest problem ever and now it seems like nobody talks about it? So then it's like, if it wasn't even that big of a problem, then how do you even address it in the first case when Republicans are telling you that it's like the biggest problem ever? Like, what are you even supposed to, like, I mean, I'm joking, but I was like, maybe Biden should just say, yesterday we deported 5 million illegals, and like that's the counter to it. And it's like, well, what are Republicans going to say? Like, it's not like they even had a tracking of the real number of people coming in. It's the messaging apparatus has to change in the Democratic Party. There needs to be stronger leadership, more positive positions, not like good, but positive, like this is what we believe and this is our stance and this is what we're going to do to fix things. And then there has to be a better media environment where it can't just be that one side can lie with impunity on every fucking thing over and over and over and over again and nobody cares about it. Yeah.
Have you seen any recent stats as far as illegal crossings in the United States over the past 10 months?
My wonderful president keeps telling me it's basically 0, 0, 0, 0.
Well, yeah, okay, so we know it's not zero, but I mean, when we're comparing it to 2023 or 2024, we can probably both agree that it's drastically less, right?
It's probably less, yeah, I would imagine, yeah.
Okay. And have you crossed the border recently, perhaps? I don't know.
I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, I've done it, like I do it quite often. I would say this year been much easier than it
Let's
ever
go,
has before.
Nikki!
I'm not necessarily saying that's due to any like Trump's specific work. I'm sure it's meaningful. I think probably more so the last 10 months, the United States has just been a much less attractive place for anybody to come
To
for
come
any
true.
reason. So
One
you
thing I
make it
kind of
look like
wonder
shit,
too,
and
and there's
one's
no
gonna
way
come.
for me to like actually prove this, but like sometimes I wonder, because I know it's like, and nobody's polling these people, how much does like the conservative rhetoric play into, like if you look at the numbers, we always have more attempted illegal crossings under a Democrat president than we do under a Republican president, even when the policies are relatively unchanged. And sometimes I wonder, like, are there people in South America that hear Trump say the Democrats have open borders, and then when Biden gets elected, they're all like, oh, maybe we can just go up there then? Like, do you think, I wonder, does that encourage more people to come up or not? I have no idea. But yeah, it's very frustrating to me that like supposedly these are some of the biggest problems we have, but then as soon as they get their guy elected, now these problems seem to not matter anymore. That's just very frustrating because it's like, well, what the fuck? What was Biden ever supposed to do? Like if Trump can do nothing essentially, except I guess he has an EO like limiting numbers of crossings, although nobody's going to this country right now apparently. Like yeah, I don't know, just it's a frustrating environment to be in.
All right, last thoughts there, Baron.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my overall point would always be that I feel like people on the left, they just don't do a good job of picking and choosing exactly what they want their messaging to be, and the lack of follow through is just terrible, specifically on people for the left, because you have a base that will hold you accountable for your lack of follow through. And we see so many factions within the left that we necessarily don't see in the right. I mean, we see a lot of infighting over there, but they all seem to coalesce against around one candidate.
True!
I mean, we can just take New York City's mayoral election, for example, or the previous 2016 Democratic primary, where we have plenty of options that I think most people will be great with, but you have the Bernie Bro situation, right? Where if it's not going to be Bernie Sanders, we're not going to vote at all. We have situations like that. I don't really see anything comparable to on the right. And if that's going to be the case, then the people that are running for the important positions on the left need to understand that, and they need to change their entire their platform or how they're choosing to run to ensure that they're bringing that in and amalgamating that within their platform.
Yeah.
The amount of people that didn't vote for Hillary because of Bernie Sanders boggles my mind. The amount of people that didn't vote for Kamala Harris because of the Israel-Palestine shit boggles my mind. Like the amount of people now that switch to the right because of Andrew Yang getting ousted or Bernie Sanders getting ousted traditionally. Brother, suck a dick. These people never cared about these things. Like, in the game of politics, sometimes your guy loses. But that doesn't mean you turn on the party. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Maybe. I will say, just as one final thing, because I hear this a lot. I heard the majority report saying this. Some people will say this thing, well, they'll make these criticisms of the Democrats, like the messaging is bad. They need to do a better job communicating this. But like, it's funny because I'll hear people, I just heard Emma and Sam complain about this on the majority report, like the Democratic messaging is so bad. Like, why can't they communicate this, this, and this? And it's like, motherfuckers, you're communicating this, this, and this. Do it. Communicate it then, right? Like, you never hear conservatives say, like, Trump was really bad at that explanation. These guys are tripping over themselves to explain exactly what Trump meant, no matter how much of an inconsistent jarble of random words it was. Like they're here to
True.
Mike Johnson like pulled out the FBI informant shit out of fucking thin air when it came to the Epstein stuff. So like it's just interesting because like for Republicans, like they don't have, the politicians themselves don't even have to think that much about the messaging.
Right.
It's not like they're the ones doing, like Ted Cruz and Rubio and Trump are amazing messengers. It's that the entire apparatus they're in are amazing messengers, because if anybody says it, then Tim Pool and Joe Rogan
They all
and
repeat
Dr.
it,
Malone and all the cabinet members and all the Fox News hosts and everybody's going to be repeating the exact same thing. So like they get a lot of help. It's not just the politicians on the right, it's the whole apparatus that's helping them do it.
Yeah, surely there's some like back-end infrastructure as far as top-down messaging that's just so much better when you have everybody that's important on their side parroting the same comment, while on ours everyone's giving unique positions on the same thing that's confusing their voter race.
Sure, cool.
All
Thanks a lot,
right,
man.
thank you, Baron. Put your hands
True.
together for Baron.
I like
Thanks,
Baron.
buddy.
Baron had a nice drip, dude. He was looking clean as hell.
All right, we got a few debaters left. Remaining debaters, don't be afraid to bring your strong disagreements with Stephen up here. He's not going to bite you too hard. So we got David in the house. David, where are you at? David, it's your turn, David. Yeah, thank you so much. Make sure you talk nice and close into the mic. Thank you.
Oh, he's a white boy.
All right. So my name is David. Actually, a huge fan. followed since StarCraft 2.
Yeah, dude. We got a DGGer in the house.
I know, like another DGG you're debating, but I'm actually I am a fan, but I'm more of like a radical centrist, to be honest. I think some of the yeah.
Oh no, he's a PF Young guy. Oh no.
Right. I know, terrible. Hopefully I'm not as bad as PF Jung or something. But,
Yes.
so I want to talk about offshoring because that's one of the things I think that Trump really taps into really well and is like an actual serious issue. Like all these economists like David Otter, Daryl Okamoglu, like they've done a lot of research on this and they found that offshoring in general does hurt the American worker. Like even after displacement, it seems like low-skilled workers always get bit no matter what. And high-skilled workers, there might be some benefit, but very small benefit. So aside from Trump's policies, his reaction to it, I'd argue, which is really awful. But I like that the conservative party is at least starting to talk about this. Like the mainstream conservative party, their response has been awful in my opinion. But some of the minor think tanks are starting to talk about this. I think some of their arguments are very interesting. Like more so how to prevent this in the future. Because David Daughter, he talked about the China supply shock and how we basically lost 8 million jobs in 10 years. He doesn't think we could have prevented it completely, but we could have slowed it down with tariffs. And instead of everyone losing their jobs in 10 years, maybe in 20, 30 years, and that gives them time to still have their jobs, and then the next generation, and then retire, and then the next generation can like work the new jobs that are hopefully created afterwards. So what do you think of offshoring in general? Is there any evidence you think that there's a reason to be against offshoring, or?
So I think when we talk about like exporting supply chains, we talk about offshoring certain types of jobs. Like it's a difficult conversation, but we need to have like an honest conversation about like what is the overall goal, I guess, of like economic policy in the United States.
True.
And I think sometimes we just all kind of like assume the answer to that, but other times like we're having disagreements that are showing like a fundamental disagreement on that. And I think some of those have started to kind of like come up over the recent, especially like the tariff stuff, right? So some people might say like, oh, we should have the strongest economy. And it's like, what about at the expense of an American worker? And it's like other people say, oh, well, we should do everything we can to help American workers. And it's like, oh, at the expense of our, XYZ industries. And it's like, oh, we should do everything to help, some industry. It's like, oh, at the expense of some of our, like for H-1Bs, right? So do we hurt our native-born, computer workers? One thing that's like very frustrating to me, and I think there's like a huge failure of the fucking Republicans, I'm gonna say. The one issue. Have you heard the Obama quote of? Have you heard that thing?
The guns and religion.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, like where it comes from.
Yeah, like he was talking, it wasn't even meant to go out. It was just to private donors, and then like the conservatives attacked him, like, oh.
Kind of, but the quote comes at the end of like a really good understanding.
Right,
of what's happening.
He understood the struggles for sure.
Yeah, he's basically saying that like after years of NAFTA, administrations come and go, the Clintons, the Bushes, whatever. What's happening is there's a group of people in this country who feel left behind, who are being abandoned by a newer economy, and and I think, and Obama goes on to say like it's not surprising then that these people are racist, bigoted, or whatever, or that they cling to their gods and guns or whatever. He makes this quote, obviously, and the people take this and they go crazy with it. But like, it's funny because J.D. Vance in an early interview says it's a very true quote, and even he understands it really well, but now he pretends not to. But we have to have like a conversation about what it means to advance our economy without like ejecting portions of society, and that's a very complicated conversation to have for a few big reasons. So the first big reason is so I'm not necessarily attacking the UBI suggestion that was made earlier, especially because he's not here to defend the idea. But when people talk about compensation for money, I used to say that's like, oh, we'll just pay them off, fuck it. The economy benefits, in general, tax the winners and distribute to the losers. But the reality is most people don't want that. Most people don't want to just sit in a society and get welfare because their jobs have been eliminated. Like people take pride in their work. They take pride in the community they're part of. They like to see the things that they do. Yeah. Right. So I think offshoring is good for the economy as a whole. It's good for the consumer as a whole, and it benefits some groups of workers. But there is that good is like spread throughout all of society, but the bad, the pain is like hyper focused.
J.D. Vance called Britain some random country, dude. One of the strongest military powers for hundreds of years. I mean, but we put you guys down for a minute there. You know what I mean? Like we had to flex over in America for a minute, just for a minute. You know what I mean? just for a minute, and then we became buddies again. You know, it's crazy.
Focused on certain worker communities in certain geographic regions. So there has to be some way that that we can acknowledge that like the economy needs to advance. Like we have to continue to increase the productivity of our workers and our labor and everything else. We can't hold back the whole economy, or worse, go backwards to deal with some people because they participated in an older economy that now other countries are starting to catch up to. But we also can't just say like, oh, you know, like fuck that group of people. I hope they keep voting for us and we'll throw some money at them, you know, and keep them happy. But that's that conversation. I feel like that's an interesting conversation that the left and the right could have a fight on, but the right is just totally disengaged from all politics. We don't have it, but yeah, go ahead.
True.
I agree 100% with that. And the reason I think that most of the conversation is on manufacturing is because it just so happens that, well, maybe not just so happens, but the swing states that basically decide a presidential election, like that's a very important issue for them, was the China supply shock taking away so many of their jobs. Like,
True.
But it's not just manufacturing; it's also services. Like so many, like millions and millions of jobs, like have been like offshored. Like mostly call center stuff and simple clerical work. You could also argue a lot of it was also automation. But what worries me personally is like what seems to stop companies from offshoring and automating is the initial capital costs. So like David Otter talks about this all the time. Is like technology doesn't get here as fast as you would think, like because companies.
So Blue MAGA, if you watch this video after I upload it, this is what I'm talking about. So this man has read David Otter's work. So instead of saying, go read David Otter, he's trying to articulate what he learned from reading David Otter. He's attempting to like practice the thing that he's learned. So if you know something and if you've read something, you should be able to articulate that. If you are unable to articulate what you've read, then guess what? It means you didn't understand the fucking the work that you were reading. Do this next time. That's how conversations work, especially from such a educated, privileged position. I did a lot of job calls, yeah, to India. Yep.
Are mostly slow to adapt new technology or to offshore. But what worries me is COVID seems to have sped this up a lot. Like a lot of companies that would have never thought of spending money on catering to remote workers were forced to during COVID. So what worries me is like a lot of these companies are like, why are we paying these Americans to do like the same work that can be done in India or the Philippines or even Europeans? Like I think your co-host Dan Saltman says he loves like hiring like European coders because they're so cheap. Like. And it seems like we're neither side is really working on something like this, and we could be in for another China supply shop kind of thing where millions of these jobs are gone, and it takes a long time for them to be replaced. Another thing David Otter said was the new jobs, there's never any retraining. Like there's very little support for retraining. Like
I think the issue, after NAFTA, I think what we discovered is retraining is like largely like a fictitious thing. Like you can't take somebody who's been doing something for 20, 30 years and just magically retrain them to like a similarly productive line of work, right? Which is challenging to do within and of itself.
Right, but there are other policies like Obama, like they're experimenting with wage insurance, where like if you lost your job in manufacturing, you're getting paid like $30 an hour. Your new job that only pays $20 an hour will pay the difference.
I don't even like to say this because it does fall in line with some form of socialism. But like in cities like this that are suffering a heavy degree of like financial stability because some of these jobs went overseas, wouldn't it be in like the best interest for like state-owned businesses to prop up that can just be continually funded by the state and by taxpayers? That this way that like at least something is still being propped up within that society if like, there's no other manufacturing or anything like that? Like they could do like a state-owned grocery store and a state-owned, you know, movie theater. Like these, like though these are arbitrary things, they guarantee that they stay open and they guarantee that the people there can have a job to do while also working for the federal government, and that gives them a guarantee to spend that money. And then like the proceeds that the state like you do there can just go right back to the state. So even the people that aren't working for these state-owned entities would eventually start like propping up other businesses around these things. Like, I don't know if that's like an impossible thing to do. And then if like the town were to grow substantially enough, you could always just sell it to like a private entrepreneur that wants to do something with it. Like, we have the capability to do these things. Or take a stake in the business, yeah. This way, a business can thrive and survive in smaller communities without like you having to like completely kick these people out of their homes. I don't know. It just seems like a not the most difficult solution.
For X amount of time, like
Yeah, I understand that, but I feel like people don't. It just feels different. I don't think anybody like if you had a guy who was trucking or working in a manufacturing plant, getting paid 30 an hour, and now he gets 15 an hour, working at a restaurant, but the government is subsidizing the rest of his wage. I just don't think it feels the same. Like you don't have the same amount of like pride or engagement with your work.
right,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
I do agree that, I hate saying I agree because this is like a conversation we're not even close to being able to have in this country because we have like fundamental disagreements on what the economy should even look like. But I do wish that that there would be kind of a richer debate on like who does the economy serve at the end of the day and what should our policy even be oriented towards? Like, are we infinitely in the pursuit of cheaper goods? Are we infinitely in the pursuit of higher productivity labor? Do we want to pump the brakes on some types of consumer enrichment to keep some manufacturing stuff alive? Are there some strategic investments we can make? Because when the Democrats don't talk about it as much, whether because they don't have the opportunity or because Republicans are screaming all the time about other things, like the Republicans are addressing it, but they're addressing it in fantastical ways as well, right? Like Trump is promising them the sky, but even if he did manage to reshore, quote unquote manufacturing, whatever that even means, it's not going to be the old jobs. It's going to be automated stuff, right? So,
All right.
Right.
Final thoughts there, David.
Well, my personal theory of why we can't have real conversations is honestly foreign interference. Kind of what we saw in 2016, like the Steele
Dossier,
like a dossier, and we never really know how much interference there really was, but it appears it's getting worse and worse. So my personal pet theory is the foreign interference, leading to everyone living in different realities, the incentives from social media to push the stuff that makes people really angry. But also it seems like Steve Bannon and the conservative media apparatus were just so far ahead of the Democrats in terms of utilizing social media. Like, what's your personal reasoning why why everyone is not able to have a conversation about politics anymore?
I mean, I think that's a part of it. I think one of the issues is that like Republicans are always in election mode.
Yep.
In the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, you have your primaries, and after you have a primary, and whoever wins, everybody should support that person after they've won. That should be what you do. The party comes together. I feel like elections, in a way, are also kind of like primaries. Once you have two people running for president, whoever wins at that point, the country kind of should come together and. Now we're the country. It's time to govern. I think that Republicans, especially kind of in Trump 1, especially now, have completely and utterly given up on governance. So you've got the Democrats who, I would say under Biden, engaged in a lot of governance.
True.
But they weren't rewarded for it, right? So I don't even know if there's an incentive to go down that road again. So when you've got one side that's trying to govern and the other side that's in permanent on-season election mode, right? Trump is supposed to be a lame duck president right now, but he's doing more executive. He's done three times many executive orders and Biden did his whole administration right now, right? So it's like, how do you have this world where Republicans are always in election mode and they're not trying to solve or fix anything? They're just trying to look good for fucking YouTube clips. And then the Democrats are they're playing a different game. And I don't necessarily think the solution is to play the same game. We have to find a way to cut the other shit out at least a little bit and bring us all back to some kind of reality. Yeah.
Right. Do you think something like FDR did, where I don't know, people see this as authoritarian, but when people like Father Coughlin were openly supporting the Nazis on the radio, he worked with the existing existing to make sure they don't sell him time on the air. Do you think Biden should have kind of tried to do something I think he tried to, but then they brought up a Supreme Court case, I think Murphy versus Missouri or something stupid.
I don't know. The issue is just that the environment is so much more comprehensive now, and there are so many more players involved. It's not just one guy who can do something, and like you said, the foreign aspect is a big one too. So.
All right, David. Thank you so much for joining us today, David. Good run. Thanks. Yep. We're going to Simon Park next. Simon Park. Come on up, Simon Park. Bring the heat. Energy.
All right, sorry. All right, so I gotta be honest. I just.
Wait, get the yeah.
All right, cool. All right, I gotta be honest. I bought the debate ticket because I don't want to sold out.
Okay.
But
you bought the wait. You said you bought the debate ticket off someone else?
Huh?
You bought the debate ticket off someone else?
No, I went to check the event. And
Oh, you bought the wrong ticket.
And no. The audience ticket was sold out. I just bought the gateway one.
Oh,
It was
okay.
not sold
Okay, all
out.
right, gotcha. Okay.
Okay. But I don't know. But I do like. I used to be conservative before. At like 2016.
Talk right into the mic, yeah. Go ahead.
Huh?
Talk right into the mic, yeah.
Oh,
You
yeah.
said you were conservative before 2016, yeah?
Yeah, because up to that point, I think because I think like Trump for me was more like at the 2016 and before that, I feel like world was more like really politically correct, like when everything was really obsessed with it, right? So it was like
True.
Like would you say like at 2016 the media was like oppressively liberal around that
Yes.
before that time?
People say peak woke was like 2013, 2014 or something?
Yep.
That there's definitely that feeling. Yeah, sure.
And so like around 2016, I would say, oh fuck it, I'll just vote Trump because like I mean the other side is pretty like crazy liberal,
Sure.
right?
As unhinged as this guy's comments is right here, I agree with him. I know a lot of people that voted Trump because they just wanted to put a hammer to the system. Like, dude, people have no idea how repressive it was in so many different circles. Like, bro, like people were treated like shit. People lost their jobs for their political opinions, like on their Facebook and shit. Like stuff that wasn't even extreme. Like, it's so hard to articulate. I mean, you know what? I should do that. Once I finish this song that's stuck in my head, I'm going to do like a deep dive and the reason why Trump was elected. A video essay going over the history of atheism plus all the way to the modern MAGA movement. I think that's going to be something I need to do. But yes, many people felt like the media, all the way up until like 2018, 2020, was incredibly one-sided. Like, let's just do this, okay? I know this for a fact, okay? I was a huge proponent of Gamergate. All right. Let's just look at this. Let's just go straight to the Wikipedia, dude. Yeah, look. Gamergate or Gamergate GG was a loosely organized misogynistic online harassment campaign motivated by right-wing backlash against feminism. That is not true. The majority of people that were on Gamergate were people like The Amazing Atheist, Thunderfoot, Chris Raygun, at the time, Shoe on Head, Armored Skeptic. All of these people were on the left. It wasn't a right-wing fucking movement. The movement wasn't a misogynistic online harassment campaign. Like, bro. Diversity and progressivism in video game culture. It was conducted using the hashtag Gamergate primarily in 2014 and 2015. Gamergate targeted women in the video game industry, most notably feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian on video game developers Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. The crux of Gamergate was Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. Anita Sarkeesian interjected herself in this thing. She wasn't even part of the original movement itself. People were against the corruption that in the gaming sphere. Like, gaming journalists had a lot more dictatorial control to what people purchased and bought. It's kind of like the way that, music industry was operating, except less strict. Like, the music industry picks and decides what music is coming out, and then they push that like through MTV and music sponsors, like all this shit, like made an entire apparatus to push a thing. Gaming journalists did the same thing. People that were friends, like Zoe Quinn's boyfriend was a game journalist, giving her super positive reviews with her product and wouldn't name the fact that they were in a relationship together. Game journalists used to take donations from people reviewing their games. Even today, game journalists get the game for free. Like, a lot of this shit is shady as fuck. And it's coming from the opinion of someone that doesn't have to put in the same cost to play it. Like, they're telling you to go buy a game, they're not buying themselves. That's crazy to me. Like, your opinion is invalid at this point. That's crazy! But anyway, this is my point. So this is like Wikipedia is a pretty reputable source. People come here all the time, like, to find stuff. But if you want to look up Gamergate, second line in the paragraph, misogynistic online harassment. Not even true, dude. Ugh. All right, let's see what they say positively. Gamergate proponents, Gamergaters, claim to be promoting ethics in video game journalism and protecting the gamer, which we were. Identity and position to political correctness, and the perceived influence of feminism and so-called social justice warriors in the video game culture. The people that are coming in saying that all video games are sexist and they make you sexist. Yes, we were fighting against that claim wholeheartedly. I still fight against that claim. Anyone that makes that claim is fucking retarded. Proponents allege there was a conspiracy between journalists and video game developers to focus on progressive social issues such as gender equality and sexism. There was. Such claims have been widely dismissed as trivial, baseless, or unrelated to actual issues of ethics in gaming journalism. Not true. Several commentators in the mass media dismissed the ethics and complaints as a deliberate cover-up of the ongoing harassment of Quinn and other women. And of course you did, because they were all in alignment. They all agreed with one another. I was there on the ground floor. It's all bullshit. Gamergaters frequently denied any such harassment took place, falsely claiming it to be manufactured by the victims. Well, that's not true. We know that people did unhinged shit because there was no leader to the Gamergate movement. It was a hashtag movement. So anyone could operate within that domain. Anyone could just say they were part of Gamergate, and then some people that were legitimately disgusting human beings that did harass people claimed it for the glory of Gamergate. But the concept of what Gamergate was about the corruption and the political correctness and, you know, the journalism and shit that was going on to propagate feminist ideology and ideas, which, you know, Anita Sarkeesian also perpetuated in her tropes versus women in gaming. Like, bro. Gamergate has been described as a culture war over cultural diversification, artistic recognition, feminism in video games, social criticism in video games, and the social identity of gamers. Supporters stated that it was a social movement. However, a movement as Gamergate had no clear defined goals, coherent message, or official leaders, making it difficult to define. And that is a weakness of Gamergate. Gamergate led figures both inside and outside the game industry to focus on methods of addressing online harassment, ways to minimize harm, and prevent similar events. Gamergate has been viewed as contributing to the alt-right and other right-wing movements. Exactly. Hey, I say that all the time. Gamergate was the birth of MAGA. I will say this, Zoe Quinn is still a fucking smoke show. And the crazy thing is, Brianna Wu is like basically a Trumper now. That's so wild. All right, anyway.
Like for example, like quotas and work quotas where companies hire like
affirmative action stuff.
Yeah, basically. Like,
okay, I feel like conservatives have exaggerated some of these things, but yeah.
Yeah. But then it was really bad. Like back then, like Obama would have this like program where like whenever women would like every accusation of rape by women would be considered would be like taken seriously.
Sure, like the Me Too thing. I mean, like I don't think that Obama did that. Like he's just the president.
No, he did. It was like every rape accusation has to be taken seriously, even though
that's not the worst thing in the world, right?
But it isn't. But like, I mean, maybe, but like, I mean, it actually resulted in people like getting like expelled from colleges because some woman accused them, and the colleges would just say, oh no, we're going to expel you, and then later you found that there was nothing, and stuff like that, and
yeah, like I mean, there were definitely issues with like the peak woke stuff or the Me Too stuff sometimes, for sure. But like these were in responses to like real problems as well, you know, right? I wouldn't say that like all of it was horrible because like every social movement tends to go a little bit too far sometimes.
Hey, just like Gamergate did, let's go.
But it was really bad back then. Where like I would be scared to like go. What if someone?
I mean, when we say for instance, when we say like it was really bad, like there was definitely some bad stuff that happened with it. But like I feel like people were sold this idea that like if you were a man and you walked into a park, that like women would flag you down as a pedophile and try to kick you out or kill you. Like I feel like, or that if you went to college as a man, like there was a realistic chance of you having a national media story written.
I'm sorry, D, but there was also a time called Elevator Gate where a male feminist asked a feminist after a TED Talk if they could go get coffee, and he lost his fucking job because she said he tried to rape her because he asked her to go get coffee. These things were real. They were bad. They're not as blown out as people say they are, but the bad things did happen. And it's not that necessarily the bad stuff happened, but these were lightning rod moments in cultural movements. We saw these things, and then we saw people defend this woman and then attack this man. How dare this man think he can ask her for coffee after like congratulating her on her TED Talk and asking if they can go get a coffee to talk more about feminism. What the fuck? We also saw cancel culture at its worst, like getting people fired for retweeting jokes from Dave Chappelle and shit. Like, what are we talking about?
Written about you trying to end your entire college career. For the most part, this is pretty exceptional stuff, right?
True.
I mean, when I was in college, I'll be scared. I'll be scared if I like walk by some woman that was like, "Hey, you raped me" or some shit. I'll be like scared to.
Walking by a gay guy is scary.
Oh no! I mean, if they were to accuse you of rape and it was like, okay, well, shit, I'm now.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like, how does this really happen that often?
I mean,
when I say that often, I mean like, this is like
stories about it all the time back in 20.
Do what?
I heard stories about it back in like 2014, 2016, whatever.
True.
I guess like the thing that's interesting to me though is that like again, I can agree on the national level. Like there were definitely times where it went too far, right? And I'm sure that can trickle down to fear for other people as well.
Yeah.
Sure, but like when it comes to like all the people that like died of COVID, or the fact that like measles, I think we have another measles outbreak now in North Carolina, or no, in South Carolina.
Yeah.
And it's like, but these are like swept under the bus, or these are ignored, and like these can be things that impact tons of people, or the canceling of USAID and all these other things. I guess it's one thing that's interesting to me is I'm not going to say that we didn't have like a peak woke curve or whatever, but it's interesting to me that conservatives are able to take a few cases and paint them out as like this whole thing was completely fucked. But then on their side, there could be legitimately like thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people that are affected by a thing, and they pretend like it's non-existent. I feel like there's no balance there.
We have a little, Simon, we have a little bit more time before we have to move on, but is there anything you like about Donald Trump?
I mean, yes. What I liked about it was like before, like he would, like I said, I used to support him, like when I was just because like it was like a way to like,
fight the system
for political correctness, right?
Yeah.
And it was like outlet for that, and then I mean, recently I'm not, but I mean, yeah, that's like,
Okay.
like I said, I just bought a ticket because of the sold out.
Okay,
Right?
well,
yeah. And then
hey, listen, you got in, so.
Awesome, everyone. Simon Park. Give it up for him.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Now, according to my calculation, we have one more debater left. Eric Melker, you're our last debater, I believe. Eric?
The final
Eric?
boss.
No Eric? Did anyone else buy a debate ticket that did not get to speak? Okay, then we have one more. El Rito, let's go, buddy. All right, El Rito, bring the heat. I know you can. El Rito is a Pangburn Discord member. Bring the heat. I know you got it. And then we're going to be doing the poster signing right after. Right on the mic, buddy. Thanks.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you
I've been
too.
listening to everything you've been saying so far. So I just wanted to ask you, right? I have a question. Like, in your opinion, what's the best thing Trump has done as president? And, please don't say, like, losing the previous election, right? Like,
Am I allowed to say Operation Warp Speed?
yeah. Oh, the best thing?
Am I allowed to say that? That would obviously be my answer, right?
Yeah, but if you can, like, justify it, right? Like, what do you think is the best thing? What is the best thing that Trump has done, in your opinion?
The Operation Warp Speed. Is that
Okay.
what I would say? Yeah.
Okay. Just like that. Okay. Why?
I thought it represented a good union of
True.
public incentive for private interest in a way that combined a whole bunch of publicly funded research with like a globalized capitalist.
Nah, fuck this trash. Not Operation Warp Speed, though that was dope. And kudos to Trump for that one. The farm bill that legalized marijuana. Hell yeah, dude. Trump did what no other president had the balls to do. Made legalized weed. Trump, best president ever. I say that sarcastically, but also still, like, again, the only president to legalize weed. So, he does get credit there.
infrastructure that had like the coordination with a lot of different private companies to come together and like make a vaccine really fast, partially due to a guarantee from the government to buy it. So it like represented like a whole bunch of things that, as a left-leaning institutional cuck, I like globalism, capitalism, government incentives to do things, private corporations, you know, healthcare research funding. Yeah.
Okay.
True.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I have here. So that's, I'm just kidding. And I was gonna say the Abraham Accords, right? For example, that's like maybe another thing. I don't know if you agree or disagree.
I would say they were really bad. That would be my
They're
opinion.
really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not going very well, but it
They
seems
what?
they're not going very well. But it seems that there's some potential there, right?
No.
Maybe not objectively. Okay.
Not right now. I don't think that Trump has a comprehensive plan for the Middle East. I don't think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My issue with the Abraham Accords is I felt it was just another way to sidestep the Palestinian issue, and I feel like Israel likes to keep doing that over and over again, and it's clearly not working. So.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Let's go much too.
perfect. And, yeah, with COVID, like kind of the U.S. showed that it needed like more local production, right? And maybe Trump, the things that are doing, Trump is doing right now, they might not be like with the.
There should still be a federalized the lettuce. We don't have any programs like that. Make all drugs legal. Fuck it. Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah. If I ever find out I have cancer, I'm trying heroin at least once. I'm just putting that out there. I want to try it at least once before I die.
With the tariff stuff, but it's like maybe trying to bring it back to the U.S. to have more.
No, this is my issue is that like if Trump one of the worst things you can do when you try to tackle a problem is tackle a problem poorly, because then nobody even wants to look at the problem in the future.
True.
Like if we say that onshoring certain like manufacturing sectors or onshoring production of certain things is important, then we should like take a serious gander at the problem and then take a serious effort in doing something about that problem. And Trump is a
Exactly.
deeply unserious person who is making an unserious effort to actually tackle this problem. Like the global terrorists are a nightmare. I don't even know if they're legal. I don't know if the Supreme Court could even uphold them.
Yeah.
And he's not doing anything on the backs of any of it. I keep hearing about this like great negotiator. What the fuck has he negotiated? He's negotiated nothing. Even his first 4 years as president, he didn't really negotiate anything. If you want to say that he negotiated something, the only thing you can point at is the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, in which case I would say, well, he blew that up in his next term, so I don't really get credit for that. So, if you really wanted to bring back manufacturing, like you could argue that subsidies, like in the form of the CHIPS Act, that thing that Trump took advantage of to get a share in Intel on, you can argue that stuff like that, like protectionist or like localized subsidies for certain industries might be a good thing to do, or guiding your economic policy in some other way. But just like slapping a tariff on the whole world and going LOL, like let's manufacture more, I just think it's a joke.
Yeah. Definitely, Trump is bringing to the table what he knows, right? I mean, whatever he was doing, make him, successful, quote unquote. I mean, he's doing it in the presidency,
Well, the
right?
most success he's experienced is as an actor, so I think that is what he's brought to the table.
yeah, pretty much. So he's not.
That's so fucking true, dude. Who would have thought the dipshit from Home Alone would be ruling and ruining our lives? I don't know what I am pretty sure. This life is weird and as bizarre. Man, so yeah, I don't believe in like basically anything.
Trump is like not the grass-fed.
Well, no. So there's a way. It's hold on. Let's just do it like this. The Farm Bill of 2018. Bill 2018. We found like a roundabout way. So the Farm Bill, officially the Agriculture Improvement Act of 2018, is a U.S. law signed into December 2018 that provides funding and policy for agriculture and food programs through 2023. Key aspects include maintaining the Supplemental Natural Assistance Program, SNAP, continuing crop insurance program, and I don't know what the fuck. Crucially, legalizing hemp by removing it from the definition of marijuana under the Controlled Substance Act. It also expanded further organic agriculture research and other farm programs. This is something that Trump actually did, and it was super awesome. So it legalized hemp, removed hemp from the definition of marijuana, allowing for commercial hemp products and sales that would remain subject to FDA regulations. So as long as they extract the weed to derive it solely from hemp, which is how you can get like THCA and THCP and stuff like that, that shit'll it could fuck you up. You can go right now into most gas stations in America and buy like Sumo gummies that are like 10,000 milligrams. You know what I mean? And that shit can get wild. Bro, I used to eat like 8 or 9 of them fuckers a night. And bro, I would be in spit. I'd be like in my recliner, unable to move. Be like, I need to use the bathroom, but I'm so scared to try to stand. Like, bro. Holy shit.
If you will, to become, president, right? He seems like, but anyway. So just with the Venezuela thing, right? You said that it was a bad thing to blow up. The U.S. killed people, right? Like on the boat, right?
They're called Sumo. Yeah, they're called Sumo gummies, man. I think you can even buy them. Here, I'll just do this. Hold on. These things, fucking, bro. Yeah, they're 420 milligrams a piece. No. Whoops. Yep, these are it right here. These motherfuckers, bro. Oh, these things can fuck you up. This shit goes hard. So the cannabinoid is a THCA and a THCP, Delta 8, and THC gummy. Bro. Yeah, dude. They had this shit at gas stations in Ohio, bro. Before it was legal. Like, legally allowed to smoke weed in the state. I would buy these motherfuckers. Dude, I was getting them for $20 a pop. Because most people don't even know, bro. They're technically 44 on this website, but bro. And these are the ones without Delta 9, dude. Bro, I would take at least 6 or 9 of these, bro, and I would be in a different plane of existence. My God, bro. Holy Jesus. I brought like 9 cases of these things with me. Like, I don't have the pills or the gummies in them anymore, but I have the containers for other shit. I'm learning so much. Bro, these things fucking slap. They melt your fucking brain. But anyway.
But what do you think that's a bad thing? Because they were supposed to be, smugglers, right? They were supposed to be drug dealers. And there's like different stories about.
Oh my God, I spent $35 on a bag of 20 at 12 milligrams a piece. Bro, what state are you in? They shipped those, Like, I could buy one of those containers. It would last me a week or a couple weeks if I wanted it to. Like, yo, that shit slaps. I still prefer those over the gummies I have now. Though the gummies I have now, they be working pretty damn good, bro. Bro, I got a gummy worm down here. Oh my God, dude. Oh, dude, send me the site that ships. All right, dude, I'll get it for you.
About it, but I just wondering, what was your perspective on that? Like,
are they?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, some people say they were. Some people they say they were just harmless fishermen.
So how are we going to find that out?
Exactly. So that.
Why are you saying exactly? That's my point. That's why I don't think it's a good thing, right?
Because the thing is, you do have a big platform, right? I mean, this is going to go online. I just want to make the point that, sometimes if we don't know, right? We're getting like conflicting stories. It's just better. I mean, why are we going with one story?
I got
because
you.
We prefer them better, or it's like.
Well, no, there's one story you go with, and it's that people were murdered in international waters with no due process. Doesn't really matter if they were guilty or not guilty. It doesn't matter what they were doing. The reality is the fact that we don't know is the problem, right?
Yeah.
Like if I were to inject you with something, you have no idea what it was, and you find out later, oh, it was like a healthy shot. This doesn't make it any better. The fact that I injected you without telling you what it was is a huge issue, regardless of what was actually, in the injection. And it's the same thing with judicial killings of people and then posting videos about it on Twitter and bragging about it is that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
All right,
The
El
craziest thing
Rito.
he's done, though. Some of the
Final
craziest thing he's
final
done.
thoughts.
Yeah.
Final thoughts.
final
Okay. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think just with the, Trump seems to be a person that he doesn't get like a no for an answer, right? Maybe that was something that was discussed in like a room somewhere. It's like, you can't do that, Mr. President, because that's international waters. And he's like not listening, he doesn't care. It's like, just go ahead and do it, right? So, at the end of the day, if it was the case that they were like bad guys, and they're operating in international waters, there's nothing we can do about it. They just, we just need to let them smuggle the drugs, if that was the case.
I really like listening to this dude talk. He's funny, so total plus. I think he's funny, but some people think he's unhinged. Like,
Because again, we don't know. Like, what do we do, right? Because we have, with Venezuela, with other groups who are abusing, I will say, right? Their business is extorting groups like the U.S. or Europe or whatever, right?
that could be a good thing or a bad thing, Pixie. And I've only taken bodybuilding pheromones in the past, but I only take creatine and vitamin D now. I couldn't do it, man. Creatine, you got to drink a fuck ton of water, bro. And I struggled to get through just this one container. Bro, I will be working my way through this one container all day, bro. This motherfucker kicks my ass. Water is booty, dude. Jesus. Destiny is the undisputed R-word champion. Fucking facts, dude.
That's their business. That's what they do. They operate
No,
where...
we have the largest navy in the world. We've got a whole Coast Guard. We've got states that can cooperate in different ways. We've got international pressure that we can apply via sanctions or UN stuff. Or there's a million different potential pathways that we can take when it comes to pressuring other countries to do things. One of the interesting things that I find when I listen to, I'm not saying you're a conservative, but when conservatives talk about Trump, is they speak about America like it's a very weak country, right? Like when you have a person who is constantly striking out or attacking everybody around him, the perception, rightfully so, in any environment is that's like a weak, scared, frightened person.
True.
Right? Just like a cornered animal does. Right. The idea that the United States has nothing in its basket of tools, the largest, superpower, diplomatic power, economic power, all of this, and the only thing we can think to do is blow up skiffs in the ocean. Like there must be. It's like this thing of I tried nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Like there's nothing. Really? Seriously? I don't know. That's pretty phenomenal to me.
All right, El Rito, thank you so much for coming up, man. Really appreciate it. And everyone, please give a big round of applause for our man, Destiny. Big round of applause. Keep it going. Rock and roll. Well, it's that time of the evening. We're going to do the poster signing. Steven's going to meet us all at the merch table over there. Please form a line starting, right at the merch table along the back wall, and we'll build a long snake. Everyone be careful. Don't run. Please don't knock over the cameras.
Knock one over.
Careful. He's all good. He drank a little too much Coca-Cola. Trickery to brighten everything.
I'm not gonna watch them sign shit. I love you, D, but I'm not sitting through that cringe shit. Well done. Destiny's so much better than Destiny's Child. True. They banned 4 million accounts. All right, guys, I gotta watch this. I need to know.
Well, Riot is not playing around. And I'm not talking about the contents of this video. Although yes, those numbers are really interesting. But also, they really cooked with 2XKO. But that's something we'll talk about next time. Because first, League of Legends got a new update.
Fuck.
We got a proper dev talk that talks about some really cool things for the casual player base, as well as really bad things for the people who do bad things. And I mean, just look at the thumbnail. It's glorious. And so, without further ado, let's have a look at what is happening with League of Legends. So, as always, it all starts with Pabro and Meddler, who stay around for about 18 seconds before we go to the game modes team. This is a great sign
We are all Destiny's children. Fuck yeah, dude.
that good things are coming. And so we go straight to Eduardo and Flux.
They go purple, bro. They have to. Because it makes your face red. Purple and blue make, or red and blue make purple, man. They have to go purple.
Where we immediately get presented with what the team has cooked up next, which is another new game mode. This time, similar to what's happening with the last season, we are getting new ARAM. More than that, we are getting ARAM Mayhem, which is ARAM with augments. That's right,
Nice.
Have you ever enjoyed the absolute chaos of augments being present in Arena? Well now, those augments are in ARAM. And funnily enough, this concept for a game mode is nothing new. It turns out, among all of their unhinged game modes, Wild Rift did also get an ARAM with augments. With the twist being that the Wild Rift team got inspired by the augments in Arena.
Nice!
Which now, League is getting inspired by Wild Rift. Or in other words, League is getting inspired by itself. But while there will be a lot of the Arena augments returning, we will also get new unique augments tailored specifically for ARAM, as well as tailored specifically for certain champions. For example, there is an augment that quadruples the size of your snowballs. Or perhaps you might get 3 charges of flash. Or perhaps, as you can see here, if you play Morgana, you might get Zhonya's and you might be able to move around while using it.
What
of course, the team
the
knows
fuck?
that this is a big diversion from the base ARAM
How did I watch that and not notice it? Because I don't think I was actually paying attention.
gameplay. And over the years we've learned that the core ARAM players are savage. They like their ARAM and nothing else. And so to make sure that nobody freaks out, normal ARAM will be up at the same time. Now, what is really interesting is that if you have a look at all the changes that are happening here, it really feels like Riot is experimenting to see how good augments are in the base League of Legends gameplay. If this proves to be fun, maybe augments will appear in something like Brawl. Which, yes,
or League of Legends proper, brother.
Brawl is coming back to League as a permanent thing for new players. And who knows, if that works out, who's to say this is not gonna appear in normal Summoner's Rift? What if Riot is experimenting with all of this to see if augments can be a reward for an objective on the Summoner's Rift?
Oh!
Let me tell you, that sounds like a topic for a really heated discussion. And so to close this all off, the team also talked about their state of ARAM in general. Originally, both the Spirit Blossom and the Arcane Bridge were supposed to be shelved after Season 2. But after getting a lot of feedback from the players that they wanna see these ARAMs permanent, the team simply decided to do that. And so now, random ARAM maps are becoming a permanent feature.
Hell
With
yeah!
that said, they did get some reports about players having specific issues on specific ARAMs. So in the upcoming weeks, they will
Talk to
try
you soon,
iron
Stuart.
out all the possible hitches. Now, with this, we did also get a devlog which summarized most of the information here, but it did also give us some details. For example, on ARAM Mayhem, you will get 3 augments, just like in Arena, and you will get them at levels 7, 11, and 15. On top of this, there will be more than 40 new tailored augments, such as getting quadruple the size of your snowball, which can be paired with a new augment that makes your snowballs AoE, which can be also paired with an augment that lets you pick up enemy snowballs to reset your cooldown. Meaning that yes, we are getting the classic roguelike mixing up of builds. But for now, that should be it for the game modes.
Oh, this is gonna be fucking awesome.
Which means we are moving into the serious category.
Yes, I love you, Drew Levin. I want to cradle your balls. For those of you that don't know, Drew Levin and this gentleman over here have been going through and nuking people that cheat in League of Legends. That have Smurf accounts, that are bought and paid for, bot accounts. League of Legends is finally doing the thing that I have been begging them to do for since Season 6. And I never thought they'd do it because they would have to lose so much money. But here we go. It took them a long time, but they're finally stepping the fuck up and putting their dick down where it matters. Holy fuck!
which is where the legend Riot Just a Capybara as well as Frogzone are introduced. And they give us a very big update on smurfing. Yes, another one. In case you are not up to date. Last time, Riot already pushed for a really heavy update that would be battling Smurfs and boosting. And
Yes.
when we are talking about Smurfs, we are talking about the malicious smurfing. It is mostly people intentionally going down to iron by griefing games so they
True.
can fake how they are climbing. Or even worse, people buying accounts. Normal
True.
smurfing, if it is legitimate, is still fine. That's all because Riot has their own new system that can detect smurfing pretty well.
To an extent. Like, if you're going to go on your alt account and not give a fuck about your dodge queue or any of that stuff, there needs to be punishment for that. It needs to go further.
And so the matches should be fair. But now, there is a lot more happening with their systems. So, to give us some stats. So far, Riot banned over 10,000 cases of boosting with 99% accuracy. Here we are talking about people usually buying a boost from a high-level player to get their rank up.
True.
We are not talking about botting or anything like that, meaning that all of this is legitimate, but it is still against the terms of service. Although, we have to say, while this is awesome, 10,000 cases is not that big, and Riot even points out they are taking this slow to make sure there are no false positives. With that said, in the upcoming weeks and months, they are increasing this 10 times. But also they thank all the players who report all the boosting cases. Apparently these help a lot. So yes, reporting players matters. After which we get another big update, which is about buying and selling accounts.
True.
Now, for obvious reasons, Riot can't give us the details on how they can detect this. But they told us that they are rolling out these bans in phases to prevent false positives. However, even with that, apparently Riot already banned 400,000 accounts that played in ranked, as well as 1.5 million accounts that were sold, as well as 2.5 million accounts that were waiting to be sold. And I mean, wow, that's a lot of accounts on the black market. Just to give you some
True.
context, in total, we are talking about 4.5 million accounts. Even if they were sold at $5, which is usually the low-end price. In total, that is still a lot of money. And so Riot is actually cracking down on an industry. It is an illegal industry, but an industry nonetheless. And so what they accomplished here is no joke. There are other cases of other games with similar problems that cannot do that. And to clarify, apparently most of these accounts that got banned were leveled up before Vanguard rolled out. That's how they were able to slip through. And because apparently a lot of players had a lot of very specific questions about getting banned. Specifically, what if someone bought an account back in 2015 and now it was their main? Would they be banned? And what if their sibling played on their account?
I remember
well,
those.
to clear up all of these questions, Riot did release an FAQ. To summarize this very quickly, if you did some bad things many years ago, you're fine. If you are doing some bad things in 2025, you're not fine. Here they also confirm that their accuracy on finding these bad sold accounts is really high. But it is still not impossible to get wrongfully banned, so if that happens, just make a ticket. It should get fixed. But now, all of these were still follow-ups from the last time they talked about buying and selling accounts as well as smurfing. But
Think about how much of a flex that is. That they can just go, hey, everybody, hold on hold with my internet company because it sucks for the last week. Exactly, dude. Get the service you demand and the service you deserve. It's so gangster that Riot is just like finally saying enough. Like, holy fuck, dude. It might have been a little too late, but like, holy fuck. This improves the health of the game so fucking much for those that are not in like the upper echelon of League of Legends. Holy shit. All right, gotta blow my nose, so we're gonna turn this off.
now we'll talk about some new features. For example, Riot is rolling out what they call account linking. Essentially, all your old accounts will be linked to your main account. What's crazy is that you don't do this manually. Riot can simply do this by collecting their data as well as the data from Vanguard. Which means people can no longer just avoid punishment, which was the most common use of old accounts. Should people get banned, they would just hop onto a second account and troll people anyway. And so if Riot deals with this properly, this might be one of the biggest changes done to League's toxicity in general.
Yes! Oh, this is the greatest news ever. And don't let them hang up on you. That's bullshit.
Because all the really toxic people in League simply made multiple accounts so they can hop between them as they troll on the other accounts. And up until now, Riot didn't really have a solution. And so starting in the patch 25.23, all punishments will be shared across all linked accounts.
Yes!
Meaning that if you get banned, you better fire up Minecraft or something. With that said, Riot also points out that the vast majority of players are in good standing. So the chances are nothing will happen to you. But as you are playing, it is possible that the toxicity in the game might slowly go down, which sounds impossible. Lastly, the team is pushing out one more thing, an update to the streamer mode. When the first version of this feature came out, it wasn't that good.
God damn, dude, this is so crazy. This is awesome.
It was able to hide your name, but people were still able to find you through overlays. So now, Riot is simply cutting the API data when you have streamer mode on. What's even cooler, it has 3 levels of protection. It starts with simply covering your name, then it goes through hiding your masteries and other pieces of data, and finally it is able to just wipe your data entirely, including
I'm home, gotta check on mom and stuff, but I'm here. Hell yeah, Nikki.
hiding your match history. The main goal here is to let the pro players and streamers play normal games without viewers interfering. And yes, this feature should be up next week. And so, to end their little segment, they end it all with a meme.
So until next time, thanks for keeping it honorable on the Rift.
And if you want, prepare to be eliminated,
Terminated!
Oh, God.
and have a nice day.
Why do they have to beat Teemo? I don't know, he just arrived in 2XKO. But now, back to Pabro and Meddler. So apparently, this November, it will be the first anniversary of Arcane's finale, aka the 3rd anniversary of the Arcane Season 1 launch, and it will be celebrated with new pieces of media, including stuff like behind the scenes, as well as the return of popular merch, but League will also celebrate this in the patch 25.23, which is when we will get some new Arcane emotes, as well as every Arcane skin coming back, which
Nice.
does also include the Arcane Fractured Jinx, which is a skin that wasn't that greatly remembered, and so Riot is trying to fix it. Yes, when the skin comes back, it will be upgraded. This is simply because all the other exalted skins that are part of the gacha machine are at least slightly better, and so Riot pretty much has to bring it up to the same quality level if they wanna bring the skin back. And so, similar to what we got with Morgana, Jinx will now have a new spawn-in animation, Shimmer Jinx and Powder will also get new recalls, there will be a bunch of new upgrades to the VFX, and there will also be new chompers. And so yes, looking at this overall, it is wild to see that Riot might be able to turn this around, because yeah, that skin is now known for kickstarting the gacha. And so after this, there are also some tiny updates. For example, you will be able to search for emotes using tags. In Practice Tool, you will be able to play as any champion if you play solo, so you can try out the champions before buying
I said that because you could do that in Smite, bro. I've been saying that for years.
them. I can't believe this was not available until now. Blue Essence Emporium is also coming back on 25.23 together with the Arcane stuff. And
Nice.
your shop will be up the patch after that.
Nice.
On top of this, Worlds are starting next week, which means that Summoner's Rift will get some Worlds updates around it. This also means that pick'ems are happening, which is where this happened.
Whoever's pick'ems are worse will wear the company and Mumu suit at a random company event.
That is true, unless my pick'ems are worse, at which point I will not. Anyway,
He's
that's
wearing
it.
that suit.
And that is it for today's update. I'm gonna be
I
honest,
did see that whole
there's a
thing.
lot that happened, even though it doesn't look like that. Jinx got a pretty big upgrade, which is what people actually wanted to see. A lot of really bad people are getting banned now.
Hell yeah!
Back again, but most importantly, the game modes team is cooking once again. And you just wait for augments to be part of Pro Play.
Hell yeah, brother. All right. I'm kind of jealous. All right. Oliver Anthony's got a new track coming at you live from the power of the internet. William Berry stepping to the plate. Let's see what Oliver Anthony's got going on. And if this takes my video off the YouTubes or my stream down, just know, about to sleep at Lost to God. Oh. God damn, man. This is speaking to my soul right now.
They say all dogs go to heaven, but I don't know. It's been hell since you went away. People I know call me on the phone. I don't have much to say.
Again, I'm an atheist and I don't like Christianity, but this is beautiful. Like, there's a reason why music is played so much at church. Like, music is a pathway to enlightenment. It's a spiritual release of, like, everything that's embodied in your soul. Like, so getting to get that out can be such a cathartic religious experience. Like, you can feel life size leave your body when you listen to music that's is plucked at the right time. Like, this is beautiful.
Well, it's been hell since you went away. People I know call me on the phone. I don't have much to say. I think only God can save me now. I think the time's just about run out. Well, he's the light in the dark, the right at the fork of the road. But it's hard to admit when you don't even know where to go.
Again, I don't like the message of the song being God being the thing to save you, but the feeling of helplessness and finding something to like believe in can give you so much power in a world that's devoid of logic, reason, and empathy. There's a reason why God is such a prolific member of so many people's lives. Is because he gives people that continuity, that feeling of belonging, that sense of self. Makes life miserable for me having to deal with him, but oh yeah. I'm sorry you go through that, Pixie. I'm sorry.
Well, he's the light in the dark, the right at the fork of the road. But it's hard to admit when you don't even know where to go. But I don't know.
What a shot!
Well, sometimes the sun shines so bright, but I just can't feel it.
Ooh! Could you imagine that? Being in the sunlight but still being cold? Like, my God, that's poetic, dude. That's beautiful. That's a deep sentiment there. Like, holy fuck. I can see the light. I just can't feel it. Ooh!
Shine so bright, but I just can't feel it. And there's days I'm insane, but it's okay. At least it's real.
I love these like abstract shots that people do, man. Cinematography is getting so beautiful out there. He hates my very existence. He's very, very passive aggressively a dick. Yeah, that means he's a coward, bro. If he can't state his opinion outright, then he's a bitch. And then his opinion is irrelevant. But I understand that he might have like actual physical control in some elements. That was a bold way to end that song.
They say all dogs go to heaven, but I don't know.
Okay. They didn't end it. Like, I thought it was going to be really bold not to end on some kind of, like, note. And, of course, he did. So, not so bold, beautiful.
Say all dogs go to heaven, but I don't know.
What a strong line to end on. I don't know. How often do people in everyday lives try to tell people that they know the answer, that they know like right from wrong, or they've figured something out in the grand sphere of the universe? Here we have an artist saying, I don't know. I like that. We need more of that. We have a long list of artists that preach to us and like, you know, tell us right from wrong, or what the moral authority of a thing is, or what their moral oughts are. They seldomly leave it out. Now, of course, he's Christian, so he can do this. He can say, I don't know, go read the Bible to like come to like your determination. But still, it's a beautiful sentiment, and more people need to be willing to admit that they don't know things. You know, your ego will survive. It's okay. What a fire song, dude. That was just fire. That was the shit. I fucking love it when a man loves a woman. Oh shit. Actually, hold on. Let me let me do Wild Gaming and then switch to this because I forgot that I need to wait, what? I don't understand. I'm so confused. Why did it not go? No. No. What the poopsicle? I'm so confused. Why are you being difficult? There we go. Oh, okay. No, it's working. Because if I come over here and I move this over here so I can still see the chat, I should be good. When a man loves a woman. Whoops, wrong thing. Didn't mean to click that. Ugh. Ooh, what a chill down the spine. Oh no. Oh no. Okay.
The era of celebrity Democrats is over. No one gives a fuck about Jeffries and his beef with Trump. For God's sakes, and we have a leader who tells the public what Democrats will do for them.
We are fighting to lower the high cost of living.
Right there.
And to protect the health care of everyday Americans.
Right there, like 1 second before the clip that she's reacting to. He did exactly the thing that she is suggesting that he do. Like, tie it back to what you are doing for voters. He did exactly what she said. She saw a 20-second clip and she didn't bother to see what he said literally right before this. Emma Vigeland was on MSNBC last night doing more flowchart stuff. Let's hear it.
It's on Hakeem Jeffries not to get distracted by that. We know Donald Trump is a racist. This is like the first time that the majority of the American public is even being introduced to Hakeem Jeffries. I know that might be depressing to some people, but what he's even doing as the new leader of the Democrats in the House. And he is taking the bait and allowing the sideshow to become the conversation when he should take a page out of Zoran Mamdani's playbook, where every time there is a racist personal slight that's directed towards him, he turns the conversation into what he's going to do for New Yorkers. And Jeffries is making it about himself in this way that seems so archaic to me and very much like the Democratic Party of, say, 2010. We're done with this like liberal celebrity individualism stuff. Talk about it as elective. Really good point. Thank you.
What does she think this last week is all about? Where the Democrats are doing the thing that the voters are, the Democratic Party base, are asking them to do.
New warframe being made.
Refusing to concede these Medicaid cuts during this budget negotiation. They're holding the line and making the national discussion one about Medicaid cuts.
Yeah.
And you could argue it's working. That messaging strategy is working. Jeffries is not broadly making this moment about himself. If we go to, if we look up like House Democrats press conference. Minority Leader Jeffries and House Democrats hold briefing after government shuts down.
At midnight, Donald Trump and Republicans shut the federal government down because they don't want to provide health care to working class Americans.
Like the first thing that came out of his mouth, you guys, in this press conference, just to give you a sense of like where his focus is on messaging. The first thing that came out of his mouth was tying it back to an issue that impacts or will impact millions of people who could lose their Medicaid coverage. Like the first thing that came out of his mouth.
True.
There was one particular issue about like the sombrero thing that I think he mentioned in passing, but this idea that like the Democrats are making it all about, what did she say? Like individualism? Of all the coverage that I've seen covering like the Democrats during this budget negotiation and the government shutdown, at every turn, I've seen Democrats tying this to healthcare. And, you know, they're doing that for good reason, right? Like, it worked the last time. The last time we had midterm elections, they ran on protecting Obamacare after Trump tried to get rid of it, and they had a blue wave. And this time, it looks like it's going to be very similar. Like, we're going to go into 2026, and I'll be willing to bet really good money they're going to run on, like, they cut healthcare.
That is such a good point, though. Look at, if you compare the reaction to attacks, and yes, they do take the bait, and then they get totally thrown off of talking about healthcare or talking
but
about.
how have they taken the bait? I mean, every time I see Hakeem Jeffries being asked about it, first of all, it's perhaps to a fault the media's fault for asking about it all the time, and maybe the media's taking the bait. But how is Hakeem Jeffries taking the bait when he gets asked about it and he addresses it, but also addresses healthcare?
Well, he says, if you're gonna, next time say it to my face. It's a I heard that in John Hughes movies 40 years ago. I mean, I'm not trying to be overly critical here, but
I'm not trying to be overly critical here, but let me be overly critical. Like, what are we even talking about? Hakeem Jeffries. What am I looking up? It's like, say it to my face. How much you want to bet if I look up the full context of, okay, here it is right here.
Mr. President, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the House Democratic leader. Our caucus is 217 members strong.
Hell yeah.
We serve in a separate and co-equal branch of government. We don't work for you, we work for the American people.
You would tell
We are
Billy, he
fighting
smiled and
to
waved.
lower the high cost of living and to protect the health care of everyday Americans.
I really cannot stand Emma. God, I
True.
can't stand her. I'm losing my mind. Like, Democrats can't win. There's nothing. Oh, I'm sorry, it's zoomed. They just can't win. They just can't win. There's nothing they can do that she'll ever give them credit for.
Yep, because she's not really a fucking
she's like,
Democrat.
you need to be like Zohran Mamdani. So when the president attacks you, you need to bring in the conversation back to the kitchen table issues. And it's like, that's what he did. This is literally what he did. Like, did you hear what she said? Here, hold on.
it's on Hakeem Jeffries not to get distracted by that. We know Donald Trump is a racist.
I feel like she just literally saw a 15-second clip and then just called it a day and didn't look up the rest of the speech. Like, I'm almost positive that's what happened here.
This is like the first time that the majority of the American public is even being introduced to Hakeem Jeffries. I know that might be depressing to some people, but what he's even doing as the new leader of the Democrats in the House. And he is taking the bait and allowing the sideshow to become the conversation when he should take a page out of Zohran Mamdani's playbook, where every time there is a racist personal slight that's directed towards him, he turns the conversation into what he's going to do for New Yorkers. And Jeffries is making it about
literally what he did.
It's like the opening line is him talking about fighting to protect healthcare.
Of government. We don't work for you. We work for the American people.
True.
Literally, he did exactly the thing that she is suggesting that he do. Like, tie it back to what you are doing for voters. He did exactly what she said.
We are fighting to lower the high cost of living and to protect the health care of every.
I'm actually losing my mind. She literally did exactly. I'm sorry. He literally did exactly what she's excoriating him for not doing. Like, exactly the thing.
Americans. And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say.
Emma Vigeland, or whatever her name is some privileged dipshit. Why is it always the super privileged white rich people that have these opinions that, like, America constantly bad? Like, I feel like every socialist and communist I've ever met are like the whitest, most privileged fucking cunts on earth. I don't understand how they get to sit around and LARP as being poor and then talk about the problems of the poor and have no idea what it's like to be a member of the poor. I'm like, holy fuck, man. Like, they make their movements so unserious. It's actually insane. It's so crazy.
Say about me.
Yeah.
Don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face.
Hell yeah.
Say it.
After he did exactly the thing that she asked him to do, he said, "Say it to my face." But the first words out of his mouth was like almost verbatim, exactly like it was only after he said that he centered the conversation on what he was doing for voters by attacking the high cost of living, in his words, and protecting healthcare. And then after that, he said, "Say it to my face." You know, like if AOC or Bernie would have said that, she would have been like, "See, now that's strength. That's the strength that Democrats need." But Jeffrey says it, she's like, "Ugh, it's so cringe." He's centering it on himself.
In this way that seems so archaic to me and very much like the Democratic Party of, say, 2010. We're done with this like liberal celebrity individualism stuff. Talk about the collective.
That is a really good point.
Thank you.
That is
Hell no, it's not. What the fuck?
Who's this person here? Is this the conservative on the panel agreeing with Emma, by the way? Who is this person? If this is the conservative on the panel, I'm going to lose my mind. If the conservative's like, "Oh, you're so right. Jeffrey's such a pussy." She's saying liberals need to stop acting like celebrities and, you know, be like more like Mamdani, who is for sure a little like celebrity-ish when you think about it. That's Michael Hastings' wife. I'm gonna lose my mind if this is the conservative on the channel. Is an American journalist, writer, and media personality working as the co-host of MSNBC's The Weekend Primetime. Reporter working for Condoleezza Rice. After that, she went to work at the U.S. National Security Council, becoming the director of communications. She also served as policy advisor to Senator Rand Paul.
The Republican and Emma agree.
That is what happened here. Like, the conservative on the panel was like, "You're so right. Fucking Democrats, right?" Is she like, maybe she's a never Trump Republican? Hold on. At least Jordan Twitter. Like, I'm actually so like floored by this clip from Emma. Like, I'm actually so floored. She might be like she might be a never Trump Republican. She might be, but yeah, seems like she's conservative. That's amazing. Oh my God, you're so right. Fuck the Democrats. Am I right?
Compare the reaction to attacks, and yes, they do take the bait, and then they get totally thrown off of talking about healthcare or talking about.
But how have they?
The first words out of his mouth was talking about healthcare. Like, I'm actually gonna lose my mind. This is insane. This is fucking insane, bro.
Taking the bait. I mean, every time I see Hakeem Jeffries being asked about it, first of all, it's perhaps to a fault the media's fault for asking about it all the time, and maybe the media's taking the bait, but how is Hakeem Jeffries taking the bait when he gets asked about it and he addresses it, but also addresses healthcare?
Well, he says, if you're going to, next time say it to my face. I heard that in John Hughes movies 40 years ago. I mean, I'm not trying to be over here, but the Democratic Party is.
What kind of rhetoric do you want? I mean, like, now we have a problem with like aggressive rhetoric. Like, what? Why do you have an issue with that? This is just. There's literally nothing I don't think Democrats could do that would pass the smell test for Emma. I straight up. There's nothing that they can do. She's far from conservative on most issues. She's been on MSNBC for years. I mean, she was a policy advisor for Rand Paul. Like, I don't know, you know.
At its lowest point in decades in terms of favorability. And that's in part because there is not a cohesive message about what the party's going to do for you.
I just don't know what to say anymore. That is what happened. She only saw, that's exactly, okay, that is exactly what happened. She saw a 20-second clip and she didn't bother to see what he said literally right before this. I'm losing my mind.
The next time you have something to say about me.
I'm losing my shit, dude. Like, if she would have just watched the full context, then she would have known, but she only saw this clip show up on her feed. She quote retweets it. Zohran Mamdani brings every personal slight back to issues that matter to New Yorkers. The era of celebrity Democrats is over. No one gives a fuck about Jeffries and his beef with Trump. For God's sakes, and we have a leader who tells the public what Democrats will do for them. And it's like,
This is 217 members strong. We serve in a separate.
and he's he specifically talks about what they're going to do for voters in the preceding 20 seconds. I'm losing my mind right now.
And co-equal branch of government. We don't work for you. We work for the American people.
Bro!
Literally word for word.
We are fighting to lower the high cost of living.
Right there.
And to protect the health care of everyday Americans.
Right there, like 1 second before the clip that she's reacting to. And then she says, oh my God, he did it again.
Said, which is a pretty strong comeback. The next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. It's the pushing back that I think is very powerful in this moment. I gotta ask, I mean, when you're back in the Oval Office, you may be. What are you gonna say to his face about all this?
Well, I'm certainly going to make it clear that we need from the President of the United States an individual who actually is focused on doing his job as opposed to engaging in racist or bigoted stereotypes designed to try to distract or throw us off as Democrats from what we need to do on behalf of the American people. And it ain't going to happen. And we're not going to be intimidated by this guy or by the Republicans who currently are divorced from the reality of the situation that as Democrats, we don't work for Donald Trump. We don't work for Vice President Vance. We don't work for their billionaire donors. We work for the American people. That's why we've drawn this line in the sand. And our view will continue to be cancel the cuts.
Oh my God. It gets so much worse. Like he says in this clip that Trump is trying to distract us with like racist memes or whatever, but we're not going to be distracted because, and we're going to keep the focus on the cuts to Medicaid that he's doing. Like, she couldn't have got it more wrong. Like, I'm losing my mind. Like, I feel like I'm going insane. Like, he specifically said he's trying to distract us, but we're not going to take the focus off of the Medicaid cuts. I don't think she's stupid, but I think that there's something like really brain broken about her right now. Like, I think her brain is actually broken right now. Like, how do you take offense to those two clips? Like, how does she not understand that the critique that she is employing here is like actually fucking absurd? Like, it's a fucking absurd critique. The reality is completely, like, literally completely the opposite of what she is describing. Oh, here's the problem. Here's what Democrats are doing. Here's what they should do. And then, like, they're not actually doing what she says that they're doing, and they are doing what she says they aren't doing. Like, it's the fucking complete opposite. People can succumb to partisan brain rot to such an extent that they become totally brain broken and they just cannot see, like, reality. Like, you know who else does this? MAGA. You know who else does this? MAGA. They become so brain broken that they cannot parse through reality. This is crazy embarrassing. Like, I mean, I'm just losing my mind right now. Unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. Glad.
Remember when Blue MAGA was in here, the socialist communist guy that thinks that it's okay to be racist? Like, they literally act and think the same way as these MAGA dipshits. Like, I don't know why these people are incapable of having their own individual thoughts and looking at things like, just objectively. Like, are all white people bad? No. Did white people do bad things in the back in the day? Fuck yes. Has capitalism harmed people? Of course it has. Has capitalism helped people? Of course it has. These are complex solutions that require, like, actual thought processes to get through. Not just, I read in a book somewhere that someone said capitalism bad. Like, you have to, like, articulate how capitalism is bad and, like, have, like, the objective conversation about, like, what damage has it done? What degree of damage is that acceptable in our society? And what's a line we're not willing to cross? But fuck, man, you can't have that conversation.
You can reframe what we said ad hom you are. I mean, part of me, like, I don't think she's dumb. I just think that she's just brain broken. I don't think it's, like, irreversible. but she's obviously, her perspective is so skewed. But that might be one of the most absurd clips that I've ever seen from Emma. Like that is like top 5, like really top 5, especially the second clip. The second clip, that's crazy. He specifically said, he's trying to distract us, but we're not going to stop talking about Medicaid cuts. And she's accusing him of being distracted and not talking about Medicaid cuts. Like, how do you get it that wrong? Like, did she even finish the clip? Did she even watch the clip in the case of the second one?
True.
Did she only watch like the first 10 seconds of the clip? That's bananas. What is the excuse for that? She's a spoiled rich kid who argues from the privileged position of all or nothing. Well, I don't know anything about her background. Does she descend from like wealth or something? Of course she came from the Young Turks, you guys. Of course she did. Dude, she's no dummy. She is no dummy. She graduated from the Kent Place School and Lafayette College with a degree in government and law. She has a degree in government and law. Very little is known about Emma prior to her rise to fame as a broadcaster. She has not shared a lot of information regarding her family and childhood. It is known that she grew up in New Jersey alongside a younger sister, later moving to New York and settling there. She attended the Kent Place School, which is an all-girls independent college located in Summit, New Jersey, and is considered one of the top schools, the world's top schools, in preparing students to enter top American universities. They have around 600 students enrolled annually with a student-teacher ratio of 7 to 10. She went to, well, we do know that she went to an elite school after matriculating from high school. What the fuck is matriculate? What is that? She enrolled in Lafayette College to complete a degree in government and law. It is a private liberal arts college based in Pennsylvania with a small satellite campus in New York City. It was founded in 1826 and named after blah, blah, blah. The college is considered a hidden Ivy.
Oh, so she's
it is
Ivy
a
League?
Smaller college that has education comparable to that of the Ivy League. She graduated from college with honors, you guys. She graduated from a hidden Ivy college with honors. Like, she's not dumb. I triggered the shit out of myself, and now I'm gonna go take a walk, and I'm just gonna be so upset on my walk. That's my me time. That's my me time. That's my time when I just kind of breathe in that fresh air, take in the sun. You know, I'm starting to like warm, like weather, like hot. Like, I kind of like taking a walk in like 95-degree weather.
The fuck is wrong with you?
You know, Zeph with $5. Don't forget Hutch, Emma. Our voices don't matter. Vigland. No, I remember that during the PV event. Yeah, that was like. I just don't think what we say matters.
Well, that's so crazy.
Excuse me? Then what the fuck? Like, why would you get into this line of work? I can't remember the exact context. So I'm gonna get on her case about context. I can't remember the exact fuller context, but yeah, there was a moment she was on a panel with Vosh and Destiny, and there was a viewer question or an audience question about like messaging strategy. I don't know what it was, and she said something like, "Yeah, I'm just not that egotistical that I think that the things that I say really like makes that much of a difference." It's like,
fur babies.
Excuse me?
Oh, Nikki, I need your help. We got to drop some dog lore around Kia, dude. So she's a little more she wants a dog too, because I want a dog pretty bad, but I feel like I could use a little backup in the dog convincing department. I think we need to start doing cute dog photos all the time in Discord. Oh, wow. Oh, I know. I know. She's tightening her grasp, eh? So, yeah. I got you, Will. No, I wouldn't say she doesn't want one. She's definitely cool with one. But, you know, she keeps saying things like, oh, when you're better at walking and stuff. You know, but, bro, I keep telling her we need to wait to get a dog until, like, we know we're going to make it. And then, like, she'll be like, yeah. I'm like, lady, you're supposed to say we get one now because we know we're going to make it now. Oh. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to jump off now a little early today. I'm going to start editing like a Wave of Change introduction for the YouTube so that in front of all the videos, I can give out all the shouts and stuff to Wave of Change and all that jazz and, you know, do my due diligence on my side. But, you know, I'm going to start doing that process now. Hopefully I have it finished tonight so I can, excuse me, I apologize about that. Damn. Get it all in there for, you know, my upcoming videos and stuff. And then until the event's over, then I'll switch it back to my Noah Gunderson one. But anyway, I'm going to start that process now. So I love you guys. Be safe and party as hard as you can. And remember, it's fucking crazy out there. And I'm going to get down on some potatoes. We'll be uploading that hopefully soon. I'll let you know when it's been done, though. All right. I'll talk to you guys soon. Be classy. Be beautiful.